Chapter 19 of the Deerslayer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deerslayer, by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 19. Stand to your arms and guard the door. All's lost unless that fearful bell be silenced soon. The officer hath missed his path, or purpose, or met some unforeseen and hideous obstacle. Anselmo, with thy company proceed straight to the tower. The rest remain with me. Byron, Marino Faliero, 230-235. The conjecture of Judith Hutter, concerning the manner in which the Indian girl had met her death, was accurate in the main. After sleeping several hours, her father and March awoke. This occurred a few minutes after she had left the ark to go in quest of her sister, and when of course Chingachgook and his betrothed were on board. From the Delaware the old man learned the position of the camp, and the recent events, as well as the absence of his daughters. The latter gave him no concern, for he relied greatly on the sagacity of the elder, and the known impunity with which the younger passed among the savages. Long familiarity with danger, too, had blunted his sensibilities, nor did he seem much to regret the captivity of Deerslayer, for while he knew how material his aid might be in a defence, the difference in their views on the morality of the woods had not left much sympathy between them. He would have rejoiced to know the position of the camp before it had been alarmed by the escape of Hist, but it would be too hazardous now to venture to land, and he reluctantly relinquished for the night the ruthless designs that cupidity and revenge had excited him to entertain. In this mood Hutter took a seat in the head of the scow, where he was quickly joined by Hurry, leaving the Serpent and Hist in quiet possession of the other extremity of the vessel. "Deerslayer has shown himself a boy in going among the savages at this hour, and letting himself fall into their hands like a deer that tumbles into a pit," growled the old man, perceiving as usual the mote in his neighbor's eyes, while he overlooked the beam in his own. "If he is left to pay for his stupidity with his own flesh, he can blame no one but himself." "That's the way of the world, old Tom," returned Hurry. "Every man must meet his own debts, and answer for his own sins. I'm amazed, howsever, that a lad as skilful and watchful as Deerslayer should have been caught in such a trap. Didn't he know any better than to go prowling about a Huron camp at midnight, with no place to retreat to but a lake? Or did he think himself a buck that by taking to the water could throw off the scent and swim himself out of difficulty? I had a better opinion of the boy's judgment, I'll own, but we must overlook a little ignorance in a raw hand. I say, Master Hutter, do you happen to know what has become of the gals? I see no signs of Judith or Hetty, though I've been through the ark and looked into all its living creatures." Hutter briefly explained the manner in which his daughters had taken to the canoe, as it had been related by the Delaware, as well as the return of Judith after landing her sister, and her second departure. "This comes of a smooth tongue, Floating Tom," exclaimed Hurry, grating his teeth in pure resentment. "This comes of a smooth tongue, and a silly gal's inclinations, and you had best look into the matter. You and I were both prisoners." Hurry could recall that circumstance now. "You and I were both prisoners, and yet Judith never stirred an inch to do us any sarvice. She is bewitched with this lank-looking Deerslayer, and he, and she, and you, and all of us had best look into it. I am not a man to put up with such a wrong quietly, and I say, all the parties had best look to it. Let's up kedge, old fellow, and move nearer this p'int, and see how matters are getting on." Hutter had no objections to this movement, and the ark was got under way in the usual manner, care being taken to make no noise. The wind was passing northward, and the sail soon swept the scow so far up the lake as to render the dark outlines of the trees that clothed the point dimly visible. Floating Tom steered, and he sailed along as near the land as the depth of the water and the overhanging branches would allow. It was impossible to distinguish anything that stood within the shadows of the shore, but the forms of the sail and of the hut were discerned by the young sentinel on the beach, who has already been mentioned. In the moment of sudden surprise, a deep Indian exclamation escaped him. In that spirit of recklessness and ferocity that formed the essence of Hurry's character, this man dropped his rifle and fired. The ball was sped by accident, or by that overruling providence which decides the fates of all, and the girl fell. Then followed the scene with the torches, which has just been described. At the precise moment when Hurry committed this act of unthinking cruelty, the canoe of Judith was within 100 feet of the spot from which the Ark had so lately moved. Her own course has been described, and it has now become our office to follow that of her father and his companions. The shriek announced the effects of the random shot of March, and it also proclaimed that the victim was a woman. Hurry himself was startled at these unlooked-for consequences, and for a moment he was sorely disturbed by conflicting sensations. At first he laughed, in reckless and rude-minded exultation, and then conscience, that monitor planted in our hearts by God, and which receives its more general growth from the training bestowed in the tillage of childhood, shot a pang to his heart. For a minute, the mind of this creature, equally of civilization and of barbarism, was a sort of chaos as to feeling, not knowing what to think of its own act. And then the obstinacy and pride of one of his habits interposed to assert their usual ascendancy. He struck the butt of his rifle on the bottom of the scow, with a species of defiance, and began to whistle a low air, with an affectation of indifference. All this time the Ark was in motion, and it was already opening the bay above the point, and was consequently quitting the land. Hurry's companions did not view his conduct with the same indulgence as that with which he appeared disposed to regard it himself. Hutter growled out his dissatisfaction, for the act led to no advantage, while it threatened to render the warfare more vindictive than ever, and none censure motiveless departures from the right more severely than the mercenary and unprincipled. Still he commanded himself, the captivity of Deerslayer rendering the arm of the offender of double consequence to him at that moment. Chingachgook arose, and for a single instant the ancient animosity of tribes was forgotten, in a feeling of color. But he recollected himself in season to prevent any of the fierce consequences that, for a passing moment, he certainly meditated. Not so with Hist. Rushing through the hut, or cabin, the girl stood at the side of Hurry, almost as soon as his rifle touched the bottom of the scow, and with a fearlessness that did credit to her heart, she poured out her reproaches with the generous warmth of a woman. "What for you shoot?" she said. "What Huron gal do, dat you kill him? What you t'ink Manitou say? What you t'ink Manitou feel? What Iroquois do? No get honor, no get camp, no get prisoner, no get battle, no get scalp, no get not'ing at all. Blood come after blood. How you feel your wife killed? Who pity you when tear come for mudder, or sister? You big as great pine, Huron gal little slender birch. Why you fall on her and crush her? You t'ink Huron forget it? No. Redskin never forget. Never forget friend, never forget enemy. Red man Manitou in dat. Why you so wicked, great pale-face?" Hurry had never been so daunted as by this close and warm attack of the Indian girl. It is true that she had a powerful ally in his conscience, and while she spoke earnestly, it was in tones so feminine as to deprive him of any pretext for unmanly anger. The softness of her voice added to the weight of her remonstrance, by lending to the latter an air of purity and truth. Like most vulgar-minded men, he had only regarded the Indians through the medium of their coarser and fiercer characteristics. It had never struck him that the affections are human, that even high principles, modified by habits and prejudices, but not the less elevated within their circle, can exist in the savage state, and that the warrior who is most ruthless in the field can submit to the softest and gentlest influences in the moments of domestic quiet. In a word, it was the habit of his mind to regard all Indians as being only a slight degree removed from the wild beasts that roamed the woods, and to feel disposed to treat them accordingly, whenever interest or caprice supplied a motive or an impulse. Still, though daunted by these reproaches, the handsome barbarian could hardly be said to be penitent. He was too much rebuked by conscience to suffer an outbreak of temper to escape him, and perhaps he felt that he had already committed an act that might justly bring his manhood in question. Instead of resenting or answering the simple but natural appeal of Hist, he walked away, like one who disdained entering into a controversy with a woman. In the meanwhile, the Ark swept onward, and by the time the scene with the torches was enacting beneath the trees, it had reached the open lake, Floating Tom causing it to sheer further from the land with a sort of instinctive dread of retaliation. An hour now passed in gloomy silence, no one appearing disposed to break it. Hist had retired to her pallet, and Chingachgook lay sleeping in the forward part of the scow. Hutter and Hurry alone remained awake, the former at the steering oar, while the latter brooded over his own conduct, with the stubbornness of one little given to a confession of his errors, and the secret goadings of the worm that never dies. This was at the moment when Judith and Hetty reached the centre of the lake, and had lain down to endeavor to sleep in their drifting canoe. The night was calm, though so much obscured by clouds. The season was not one of storms, and those which did occur in the month of June, on that embedded water, though frequently violent, were always of short continuance. Nevertheless, there was the usual current of heavy, damp night air, which, passing over the summits of the trees, scarcely appeared to descend as low as the surface of the glassy lake, but kept moving a short distance above it, saturated with the humidity that constantly arose from the woods, and apparently never proceeding far in any one direction. The currents were influenced by the formation of the hills, as a matter of course, a circumstance that rendered even fresh breezes baffling, and which reduced the feebler efforts of the night air to be a sort of capricious and fickle sighings of the woods. Several times the head of the Ark pointed east, and once it was actually turned towards the south again, but on the whole it worked its way north, Hutter making always a fair wind, if wind it could be called, his principal motive appearing to keep in motion, in order to defeat any treacherous design of his enemies. He now felt some little concern about his daughters, and perhaps as much about the canoe, but on the whole, this uncertainty did not much disturb him, as he had the reliance already mentioned on the intelligence of Judith. It was the season of the shortest nights, and it was not long before the deep obscurity which precedes the day began to yield to the returning light. If any earthly scene could be presented to the senses of man that might soothe his passions and temper his ferocity, it was that which grew upon the eyes of Hutter and Hurry as the hours advanced, changing night to morning. There were the usual soft tints of the sky, in which neither the gloom of darkness nor the brilliancy of the sun prevails, and under which objects appear more unearthly, and we might add holy, than at any other portion of the 24 hours. The beautiful and soothing calm of eventide has been extolled by 1,000 poets, and yet it does not bring with it the far-reaching and sublime thoughts of the half-hour that precedes the rising of a summer sun. In the one case the panorama is gradually hid from the sight, while in the other its objects start out from the unfolding picture, first dim and misty, then marked in solemn background, next seen in the witchery of an increasing, a thing as different as possible from the decreasing twilight, and finally mellow, distinct, and luminous, as the rays of the great centre of light diffuse themselves in the atmosphere. The hymns of birds, too, have no moral counterpart in the retreat to the roost, or the flight to the nest, and these invariably accompany the advent of the day, until the appearance of the sun itself bathes in deep joy the land and sea. All this, however, Hutter and Hurry witnessed without experiencing any of that calm delight which the spectacle is wont to bring, when the thoughts are just and the aspirations pure. They not only witnessed it, but they witnessed it under circumstances that had a tendency to increase its power, and to heighten its charms. Only one solitary object became visible in the returning light that had received its form or uses from human taste or human desires, which as often deform as beautify a landscape. This was the castle, all the rest being native and fresh from the hand of God. That singular residence, too, was in keeping with the natural objects of the view, starting out from the gloom, quaint, picturesque, and ornamental. Nevertheless, the whole was lost on the observers, who knew no feeling of poetry, had lost their sense of natural devotion in lives of obdurate and narrow selfishness, and had little other sympathy with nature than that which originated with her lowest wants. As soon as the light was sufficiently strong to allow of a distinct view of the lake, and more particularly of its shores, Hutter turned the head of the ark directly towards the castle, with the avowed intention of taking possession, for the day at least, as the place most favorable for meeting his daughters and for carrying on his operations against the Indians. By this time Chingachgook was up, and Hist was heard stirring among the furniture of the kitchen. The place for which they steered was distant only a mile, and the air was sufficiently favorable to permit it to be reached by means of the sail. At this moment, too, to render the appearances generally auspicious, the canoe of Judith was seen floating northward in the broadest part of the lake, having actually passed the scow in the darkness, in obedience to no other power than that of the elements. Hutter got his glass, and took a long and anxious survey, to ascertain if his daughters were in the light craft or not, and a slight exclamation like that of joy escaped him as he caught a glimpse of what he rightly conceived to be a part of Judith's dress above the top of the canoe. At the next instant the girl arose, and was seen gazing about her, like one assuring herself of her situation. A minute later Hetty was seen on her knees in the other end of the canoe, repeating the prayers that had been taught her in childhood by a misguided but repentant mother. As Hutter laid down the glass, still drawn to its focus, the Serpent raised it to his eye, and turned it towards the canoe. It was the first time he had ever used such an instrument, and Hist understood by his "Hugh," the expression of his face, and his entire mien, that something wonderful had excited his admiration. It is well known that the American Indians, more particularly those of superior characters and stations, singularly maintain their self-possession and stoicism in the midst of the flood of marvels that present themselves in their occasional visits to the abodes of civilization. And Chingachgook had imbibed enough of this impassibility to suppress any very undignified manifestation of surprise. With Hist, however, no such law was binding, and when her lover managed to bring the glass in a line with the canoe, and her eye was applied to the smaller end, the girl started back in alarm. Then she clapped her hands with delight, and a laugh, the usual attendant of untutored admiration, followed. A few minutes sufficed to enable this quick-witted girl to manage the instrument for herself, and she directed it at every prominent object that struck her fancy. Finding a rest in one of the windows, she and the Delaware first surveyed the lake, then the shores, the hills, and finally the castle attracted their attention. After a long steady gaze at the latter, Hist took away her eye and spoke to her lover in a low, earnest manner. Chingachgook immediately placed his eye to the glass, and his look even exceeded that of his betrothed in length and intensity. Again they spoke together, confidentially, appearing to compare opinions, after which the glass was laid aside, and the young warrior quitted the cabin to join Hutter and Hurry. The ark was slowly but steadily advancing, and the castle was materially within half a mile, when Chingachgook joined the two white men in the stern of the scow. His manner was calm, but it was evident to the others, who were familiar with the habits of the Indians, that he had something to communicate. Hurry was generally prompt to speak, and, according to custom, he took the lead on this occasion. "Out with it, Red-skin," he cried in his usual rough manner. "Have you discovered a chipmunk in a tree, or is there a salmon trout swimming under the bottom of the scow? You find what a pale-face can do in the way of eyes, now, Sarpent, and mustn't wonder that they can see the land of the Indians from afar off." "No good to go to castle," put in Chingachgook with emphasis, the moment the other gave him an opportunity of speaking. "Huron there!" "The devil he is! If this should turn out to be true, Floating Tom, a pretty trap we were about to pull down on our heads. Huron there! Well, this may be so, but no signs can I see of anything near or about the old hut, but logs, water, and bark, bating 2 or 3 windows and 1 door. Hutter called for the glass, and took a careful survey of the spot, before he ventured an opinion at all. Then he somewhat cavalierly expressed his dissent from that given by the Indian. "You've got this glass wrong end foremost, Delaware," continued Hurry. Neither the old man nor I can see any trail in the lake." "No trail? Water make no trail," said Hist, eagerly. "Stop boat. No go too near. Huron there." "Ay, that's it. Stick to the same tale, and more people will believe you. I hope, Sarpent, that you and your gal will agree in telling the same story arter marriage, as well as you do now. Huron there, whereabouts is he to be seen, in the padlock, or the chains, or the logs? There isn't a jail in the colony that has a more lock-up look about it than old Tom's Chiente, and I know something about jails from exper'ence." "No see moccasin," said Hist, impatiently. "Why no look, and see him?" "Give me the glass, Harry," interrupted Hutter, "and lower the sail. It is seldom that an Indian woman meddles, and when she does, there's generally a cause for it. There is truly a moccasin floating against one of the piles, and it may or may not be a sign that the castle hasn't escaped visitors in our absence. Moccasins are no rarities, however, for I wear 'em myself, and Deerslayer wears 'em, and you wear 'em, March, and for that matter, so does Hetty, quite as often as she wears shoes, though I never yet saw Judith trust her pretty foot in a moccasin." Hurry had lowered the sail, and by this time the Ark was within 200 yards of the castle, setting in nearer and nearer each moment, but at a rate too slow to excite any uneasiness. Each now took the glass in turn, and the castle and everything near it was subjected to a scrutiny still more rigid than ever. There the moccasin lay, beyond a question, floating so lightly and preserving its form so well that it was scarcely wet. It had caught by a piece of the rough bark of one of the piles, on the exterior of the water palisade that formed the dock already mentioned, which circumstance alone prevented it from drifting away before the air. There were many modes, however, of accounting for the presence of the moccasin, without supposing it to have been dropped by an enemy. It might have fallen from the platform even while Hutter was in possession of the place, and drifted to the spot where it was now seen, remaining unnoticed until detected by the acute vision of Hist. It might have drifted from a distance, up or down the lake, and accidentally become attached to the pile or palisade. It might have been thrown from a window, and alighted in that particular place, or it might certainly have fallen from a scout, or an assailant, during the past night, who was obliged to abandon it to the lake, in the deep obscurity which then prevailed. All these conjectures passed from Hutter to Hurry, the former appearing disposed to regard the omen as a little sinister, while the latter treated it with his usual reckless disdain. As for the Indian, he was of opinion that the moccasin should be viewed as one would regard a trail in the woods, which might or might not, equally, prove to be threatening. Hist, however, had something available to propose. She declared her readiness to take a canoe to proceed to the palisade and bring away the moccasin, when its ornaments would show whether it came from the Canadas or not. Both the white men were disposed to accept this offer, but the Delaware interfered to prevent the risk. If such a service was to be undertaken, it best became a warrior to expose himself in its execution, and he gave his refusal to let his betrothed proceed, much in the quiet but brief manner in which an Indian husband issues his commands. "Well, then, Delaware, go yourself, if you're so tender of your squaw," put in the unceremonious Hurry. "That moccasin must be had, or Floating Tom will keep off here at arm's length till the hearth cools in his cabin. It's but a little deerskin, arter all, and cut this away or that away, it's not a scarecrow to frighten true hunters from their game. What say you, Sarpent? Shall you or I canoe it?" "Let red man go. Better eyes than pale face. No Huron trick better, too." "That I'll gainsay to the hour of my death. A white man's eyes, and a white man's nose, and for that matter his sight and ears, are all better than an Injin's when fairly tried. Time and ag'in have I put that to the proof, and what is proved is sartain. Still, I suppose the poorest vagabond going, whether Delaware or Huron, can find his way to yonder hut and back ag'in, and so, Sarpent, use your paddle and welcome." Chingachgook was already in the canoe, and he dipped the implement the other named into the water, just as Hurry's limber tongue ceased. Wah-ta-Wah saw the departure of her warrior on this occasion with the submissive silence of an Indian girl, but with most of the misgivings and apprehensions of her sex. Throughout the whole of the past night, and down to the moment when they used the glass together in the hut, Chingachgook had manifested as much manly tenderness towards his betrothed as one of the most refined sentiment could have shown under similar circumstances. But now every sign of weakness was lost in an appearance of stern resolution. Although Hist timidly endeavored to catch his eye as the canoe left the side of the ark, the pride of a warrior would not permit him to meet her fond and anxious looks. The canoe departed, and not a wandering glance rewarded her solicitude. Nor were the Delaware's care and gravity misplaced, under the impressions with which he proceeded on this enterprise. If the enemy had really gained possession of the building, he was obliged to put himself under the very muzzles of their rifles, as it were, and this, too, without the protection of any of that cover which forms so essential an ally in Indian warfare. It is scarcely possible to conceive of a service more dangerous, and had the Serpent been fortified by the experience of 10 more years, or had his friend the Deerslayer been present, it would never have been attempted, the advantages in no degree compensating for the risk. But the pride of an Indian chief was acted on by the rivalry of color, and it is not unlikely that the presence of the very creature from whom his ideas of manhood prevented his receiving a single glance, overflowing as he was with the love she so well merited, had no small influence on his determination. Chingachgook paddled steadily towards the palisades, keeping his eyes on the different loops of the building. Each instant he expected to see the muzzle of a rifle protruded, or to hear its sharp crack, but he succeeded in reaching the piles in safety. Here he was, in a measure, protected, having the heads of the palisades between him and the hut, and the chances of any attempt on his life, while thus covered, were greatly diminished. The canoe had reached the piles with its head inclining northward, and at a short distance from the moccasin. Instead of turning to pick up the latter, the Delaware slowly made the circuit of the whole building, deliberately examining every object that should betray the presence of enemies, or the commission of violence. Not a single sign could he discover, however, to confirm the suspicions that had been awakened. The stillness of desertion pervaded the building. Not a fastening was displaced, not a window had been broken. The door looked as secure as at the hour when it was closed by Hutter, and even the gate of the dock had all the customary fastenings. In short, the most wary and jealous eye could detect no other evidence of the visit of enemies, than that which was connected with the appearance of the floating moccasin. The Delaware was now greatly at a loss how to proceed. At one moment, as he came round in front of the castle, he was on the point of stepping up on the platform, and of applying his eye to one of the loops, with a view of taking a direct personal inspection of the state of things within. But he hesitated. Though of little experience in such matters himself, he had heard so much of Indian artifices through traditions, had listened with such breathless interest to the narration of the escapes of the elder warriors, and in short was so well schooled in the theory of his calling, that it was almost as impossible for him to make any gross blunder on such an occasion, as it was for a well-grounded scholar, who had commenced correctly, to fail in solving his problem in mathematics. Relinquishing the momentary intention to land, the chief slowly pursued his course round the palisades. As he approached the moccasin, having now nearly completed the circuit of the building, he threw the ominous article into the canoe by a dexterous and almost imperceptible movement of his paddle. He was now ready to depart, but retreat was even more dangerous than the approach, as the eye could no longer be riveted on the loops. If there was really any one in the castle, the motive of the Delaware in reconnoitering must be understood, and it was the wisest way, however perilous it might be, to retire with an air of confidence, as if all distrust were terminated by the examination. Such, accordingly, was the course adopted by the Indian, who paddled deliberately away, taking the direction of the ark, suffering no nervous impulse to quicken the motions of his arms, or to induce him to turn even a furtive glance behind him. No tender wife, reared in the refinements of the highest civilization, ever met a husband, on his return from the field, with more of sensibility in her countenance than Hist discovered, as she saw the great Serpent of the Delawares step, unharmed, into the ark. Still she repressed her emotion, though the joy that sparkled in her dark eyes, and the smile that lighted her pretty mouth, spoke a language that her betrothed could understand. "Well, Sarpent," cried Hurry, always the first to speak, "what news from the muskrats? Did they shew their teeth, as you surrounded their dwelling?" "I no like him," sententiously returned the Delaware. "Too still. So still, can see silence." "That's downright Injin, as if anything could make less noise than nothing. If you've no better reason than this to give, old Tom had better hoist his sail, and go and get his breakfast under his own roof. What has become of the moccasin?" "Here," returned Chingachgook, holding up his prize for the general inspection. The moccasin was examined, and Hist confidently pronounced it to be Huron, by the manner in which the porcupine's quills were arranged on its front. Hutter and the Delaware, too, were decidedly of the same opinion. Admitting all this, however, it did not necessarily follow that its owners were in the castle. The moccasin might have drifted from a distance, or it might have fallen from the foot of some scout who had quitted the place when his errand was accomplished. In short, it explained nothing, while it awakened so much distrust. Under the circumstances, Hutter and Hurry were not men to be long deterred from proceeding by proofs as slight as that of the moccasin. They hoisted the sail again, and the ark was soon in motion, heading towards the castle. The wind or air continued light, and the movement was sufficiently slow to allow of a deliberate survey of the building, as the scow approached. The same death-like silence reigned, and it was difficult to fancy that anything possessing animal life could be in or around the place. Unlike the Serpent, whose imagination had acted through his traditions until he was ready to perceive an artificial in a natural stillness, the others saw nothing to apprehend in a tranquillity that, in truth, merely denoted the repose of inanimate objects. The accessories of the scene, too, were soothing and calm, rather than exciting. The day had not yet advanced so far as to bring the sun above the horizon, but the heavens, the atmosphere, and the woods and lake were all seen under that softened light which immediately precedes his appearance, and which perhaps is the most witching period of the 24 hours. It is the moment when everything is distinct, even the atmosphere seeming to possess a liquid lucidity, the hues appearing gray and softened, with the outlines of objects defined, and the perspective just as moral truths that are presented in their simplicity, without the meretricious aids of ornament or glitter. In a word, it is the moment when the senses seem to recover their powers, in the simplest and most accurate forms, like the mind emerging from the obscurity of doubts into the tranquillity and peace of demonstration. Most of the influence that such a scene is apt to produce on those who are properly constituted in a moral sense was lost on Hutter and Hurry, but both the Delawares, though too much accustomed to witness the loveliness of morning tide to stop to analyze their feelings, were equally sensible of the beauties of the hour, though it was probably in a way unknown to themselves. It disposed the young warrior to peace, and never had he felt less longings for the glory of the combat than when he joined Hist in the cabin, the instant the scow rubbed against the side of the platform. From the indulgence of such gentle emotions, however, he was aroused by a rude summons from Hurry, who called on him to come forth and help to take in the sail, and to secure the ark. Chingachgook obeyed, and by the time he had reached the head of the scow, Hurry was on the platform, stamping his feet, like one glad to touch what by comparison might be called terra firma, and proclaiming his indifference to the whole Huron tribe in his customary noisy, dogmatical manner. Hutter had hauled a canoe up to the head of the scow, and was already about to undo the fastenings of the gate, in order to enter within the dock. March had no other motive in landing than a senseless bravado, and having shaken the door in a manner to put its solidity to the proof, he joined Hutter in the canoe, and began to aid him in opening the gate. The reader will remember that this mode of entrance was rendered necessary by the manner in which the owner of this singular residence habitually secured it, whenever it was left empty, more particularly at moments when danger was apprehended. Hutter had placed a line in the Delaware's hand on entering the canoe, intimating that the other was to fasten the ark to the platform and to lower the sail. Instead of following these directions, however, Chingachgook left the sail standing, and throwing the bight of the rope over the head of a pile, he permitted the ark to drift round till it lay against the defences, in a position where it could be entered only by means of a boat, or by passing along the summits of the palisades, the latter being an exploit that required some command of the feet, and which was not to be attempted in the face of a resolute enemy. In consequence of this change in the position of the scow, which was effected before Hutter had succeeded in opening the gate of his dock, the ark and the castle lay, as sailors would express it, yard-arm and yard-arm, kept asunder some 10 or 12 feet by means of the piles. As the scow pressed close against the latter, their tops formed a species of breastwork that rose to the height of a man's head, covering in a certain degree the parts of the scow that were not protected by the cabin. The Delaware surveyed this arrangement with great satisfaction, and, as the canoe of Hutter passed through the gate into the dock, he thought that he might defend his position against any garrison in the castle, for a sufficient time, could he but have had the helping arm of his friend Deerslayer. As it was, he felt comparatively secure, and no longer suffered the keen apprehensions he had lately experienced in behalf of Hist. A single shove sent the canoe from the gate to the trap beneath the castle. Here Hutter found all fast, neither padlock nor chain nor bar having been molested. The key was produced, the locks removed, the chain loosened, and the trap pushed upward. Hurry now thrust his head in at the opening. The arms followed, and the colossal legs rose without any apparent effort. At the next instant his heavy foot was heard stamping in the passage above, that which separated the chambers of the father and the daughters, and into which the trap opened. He then gave a shout of triumph. "Come on, old Tom!" the reckless woodsman called out from within the building. "Here's your tenement, safe and sound, ay, and as empty as a nut that has passed half an hour in the paws of a squirrel. The Delaware brags of being able to see silence. Let him come here, and he may feel it, in the bargain." "Any silence where you are, Hurry Harry," returned Hutter, thrusting his head in at the hole as he uttered the last word, which instantly caused his voice to sound smothered to those without. "Any silence where you are ought to be both seen and felt, for it's unlike any other silence. Come, come, old fellow, hoist yourself up, and we'll open doors and windows and let in the fresh air to brighten up matters. Few words in troublesome times make men the best friends. Your darter Judith is what I call a misbehaving young woman, and the hold of the whole family on me is so much weakened by her late conduct, that it wouldn't take a speech as long as the 10 Commandments to send me off to the river, leaving you and your traps, your ark and your children, your manservants and your maidservants, your oxen and your asses, to fight this battle with the Iroquois by yourselves. Open that window, Floating Tom, and I'll blunder through and do the same job to the front door." A moment of silence succeeded, and a noise like that produced by the fall of a heavy body followed. A deep execration from Hurry succeeded, and then the whole interior of the building seemed alive. The noises that now so suddenly, and we may add so unexpectedly even to the Delaware, broke the stillness within, could not be mistaken. They resembled those that would be produced by a struggle between tigers in a cage. Once or twice the Indian yell was given, but it seemed smothered, and as if it proceeded from exhausted or compressed throats, and in a single instance a deep and another shockingly revolting execration came from the throat of Hurry. It appeared as if bodies were constantly thrown upon the floor with violence, as often rising to renew the struggle. Chingachgook felt greatly at a loss what to do. He had all the arms in the ark, Hutter and Hurry having proceeded without their rifles, but there was no means of using them, or of passing them to the hands of their owners. The combatants were literally caged, rendering it almost as impossible under the circumstances to get out as to get into the building. Then there was Hist to embarrass his movements, and to cripple his efforts. With a view to relieve himself from this disadvantage, he told the girl to take the remaining canoe and to join Hutter's daughters, who were incautiously but deliberately approaching, in order to save herself and to warn the others of their danger. But the girl positively and firmly refused to comply. At that moment no human power, short of an exercise of superior physical force, could have induced her to quit the ark. The exigency of the moment did not admit of delay, and the Delaware, seeing no possibility of serving his friends, cut the line, and by a strong shove forced the scow some 20 feet clear of the piles. Here he took the sweeps, and succeeding in getting a short distance to windward, if any direction could be thus termed in so light an air, but neither the time nor his skill at the oars allowed the distance to be great. When he ceased rowing, the ark might have been 100 yards from the platform, and half that distance to the southward of it, the sail being lowered. Judith and Hetty had now discovered that something was wrong, and were stationary 1,000 feet farther north. All this while the furious struggle continued within the house. In scenes like these, events thicken in less time than they can be related. From the moment when the first fall was heard within the building to that when the Delaware ceased his awkward attempts to row, It might have been 3 or 4 minutes, but it had evidently served to weaken the combatants. The oaths and execrations of Hurry were no longer heard, and even the struggles had lost some of their force and fury. Nevertheless, they still continued with unabated perseverance. At this instant the door flew open, and the fight was transferred to the platform, the light, and the open air. A Huron had undone the fastenings of the door, and 3 or 4 of his tribe rushed after him upon the narrow space, as if glad to escape from some terrible scene within. The body of another followed, pitched headlong through the door with terrific violence. Then March appeared, raging like a lion at bay, and for an instant freed from his numerous enemies. Hutter was already a captive, and bound. There was now a pause in the struggle, which resembled a lull in a tempest. The necessity of breathing was common to all, and the combatants stood watching each other, like mastiffs that have been driven from their holds, and are waiting for a favorable opportunity of renewing them. We shall profit by this pause to relate the manner in which the Indians had obtained possession of the castle, and this the more willingly, because it may be necessary to explain to the reader why a conflict which had been so close and fierce should have also been so comparatively bloodless. Rivenoak and his companion, particularly the latter, who had appeared to be a subordinate and occupied solely with his raft, had made the closest observations in their visits to the castle. Even the boy had brought away minute and valuable information. By these means the Hurons obtained a general idea of the manner in which the place was constructed and secured, as well as of details that enabled them to act intelligently in the dark. Notwithstanding the care that Hutter had taken to drop the ark on the east side of the building when he was in the act of transferring the furniture from the former to the latter, he had been watched in a way to render the precaution useless. Scouts were on the lookout on the eastern as well as on the western shore of the lake, and the whole proceeding had been noted. As soon as it was dark, rafts like that already described approached from both shores to reconnoitre, and the ark had passed within 50 feet of one of them without its being discovered. The men it held lying at their length on the logs, so as to blend themselves and their slow-moving machine with the water. When these 2 sets of adventurers drew near the castle, they encountered each other, and after communicating their respective observations, they unhesitatingly approached the building. As had been expected, it was found empty. The rafts were immediately sent for a reinforcement to the shore, and 2 of the savages remained to profit by their situation. These men succeeded in getting on the roof, and by removing some of the bark, in entering what might be termed the garret. Here they were found by their companions. Hatchets now opened a hole through the squared logs of the upper floor, through which no less than 8 of the most athletic of the Indians dropped into the rooms beneath. Here they were left, well supplied with arms and provisions, either to stand a siege or to make a sortie, as the case might require. The night was passed in sleep, as is usual with Indians in a state of inactivity. The returning day brought them a view of the approach of the ark through the loops, the only manner in which light and air were now admitted, the windows being closed most effectually with plank, rudely fashioned to fit. As soon as it was ascertained that the 2 white men were about to enter by the trap, the chief who directed the proceedings of the Hurons took his measures accordingly. He removed all the arms from his own people, even to the knives, in distrust of savage ferocity when awakened by personal injuries, and he hid them where they could not be found without a search. Ropes of bark were then prepared, and taking their stations in the 3 different rooms, they all waited for the signal to fall upon their intended captives. As soon as the party had entered the building, men without replaced the bark of the roof, removed every sign of their visit, with care, and then departed for the shore. It was one of these who had dropped his moccasin, which he had not been able to find again in the dark. Had the death of the girl been known, it is probable that nothing could have saved the lives of Hurry and Hutter. But that event occurred after the ambush was laid, and at a distance of several miles from the encampment near the castle. Such were the means that had been employed to produce the state of things we shall continue to describe. End of chapter 19. Recording by Bill Borst. Chapter 20 of the Deerslayer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deerslayer, by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 20. Now all is done that man can do, and all is done in vain. My love, my native land, adieu, for I must cross the main, my dear, for I must cross the main. Robert Burns. It was afore our rightful king. 2, 7-12. The last chapter we left the combatants breathing in their narrow lists. Accustomed to the rude sports of wrestling and jumping, then so in America, more especially on the frontiers, Hurry possessed an advantage, in addition to his prodigious strength, that had rendered the struggle less unequal than it might otherwise appear to be. This alone had enabled him to hold out so long against so many enemies, for the Indian is by no means remarkable for his skill or force in athletic exercises. As yet, no one had been seriously hurt, though several of the savages had received severe falls, and he, in particular, who had been thrown bodily upon the platform, might be said to be temporarily hors de combat. Some of the rest were limping, and March himself had not entirely escaped from bruises, though want of breath was the principal loss that both sides wished to repair. Under circumstances like those in which the parties were placed, a truce, let it come from what cause it might, could not well be of long continuance. The arena was too confined, and the distrust of treachery too great, to admit of this. Contrary to what might be expected in his situation, Hurry was the first to recommence hostilities. Whether this proceeded from policy, an idea that he might gain some advantage by making a sudden and unexpected assault, or was the fruit of irritation and his undying hatred of an Indian, it is impossible to say. His onset was furious, however, and at first it carried all before it. He seized the nearest Huron by the waist, raised him entirely from the platform, and hurled him into the water, as if he had been a child. In half a minute 2 more were at his side, one of whom received a grave injury by the friend who had just preceded him. But 4 enemies remained, and in a hand-to-hand conflict, in which no arms were used but those which nature had furnished, Hurry believed himself fully able to cope with that number of redskins. "Hurrah, old Tom!" he shouted. "The rascals are taking to the lake, and I'll soon have 'em all swimming." As these words were uttered, a violent kick in the face sent back the injured Indian, who had caught at the edge of the platform and was endeavoring to raise himself to its level, helplessly and hopelessly into the water. When the affray was over, his dark body was seen through the limpid element of the glimmer-glass, lying, with outstretched arms, extended on the bottom of the shoal on which the castle stood, clinging to the sands and weeds, as if life were to be retained by this frenzied grasp of death. A blow sent into the pit of another's stomach doubled him up like a worm that had been trodden on, and but 2 able-bodied foes remained to be dealt with. Of these, however, was not only the largest and strongest of the Hurons, but he was also the most experienced of their warriors present, and that one whose sinews were the best strung in fights, and by marches on the warpath. This man fully appreciated the gigantic strength of his opponent, and had carefully husbanded his own. He was also equipped in the best manner for such a conflict, standing in nothing but his breech-cloth, the model of a naked and beautiful statue of agility and strength. To grasp him required additional dexterity and unusual force. Still Hurry did not hesitate, but the kick that had actually destroyed one fellow creature was no sooner given than he closed in with this formidable antagonist, endeavoring to force him into the water also. The struggle that succeeded was truly frightful. So fierce did it immediately become, and so quick and changeful were the evolutions of the athletes, that the remaining savage had no chance for interfering, had he possessed the desire. But wonder and apprehension held him spellbound. He was an inexperienced youth, and his blood curdled as he witnessed the fell strife of human passions, exhibited, too, in an unaccustomed form. Hurry first attempted to throw his antagonist. With this view he seized him by the throat and an arm, and tripped with the quickness and force of an American borderer. The effect was frustrated by the agile movements of the Huron, who had clothes to grasp by, and whose feet avoided the attempt with a nimbleness equal to that with which it was made. Then followed a sort of melee, if such a term can be applied to a struggle between two in which no efforts were strictly visible. The limbs and bodies of the combatants assuming so many attitudes and contortions as to defeat observation. This confused but fierce rally lasted less than a minute, however, when Hurry, furious at having his strength baffled by the agility and nakedness of his foe, made a desperate effort which sent the Huron from him, hurling his body violently against the logs of the hut. The concussion was so great as momentarily to confuse the latter's faculties. The pain, too, extorted a deep groan, an unusual concession to agony to escape a red man in the heat of battle. Still he rushed forward again to meet his enemy, conscious that his safety rested on its resolution. Hurry now seized the other by the waist, raised him bodily from the platform, and fell with his own great weight on the form beneath. This additional shock so stunned the sufferer, that his gigantic white opponent now had him completely at his mercy. Passing his hands around the throat of his victim, he compressed them with the strength of a vice, fairly doubling the head of the Huron over the edge of the platform, until the chin was uppermost, with the infernal strength he expended. An instant sufficed to show the consequences. The eyes of the sufferer seemed to start forward, his tongue protruded, and his nostrils dilated nearly to splitting. At this instant, a rope of bark, having an eye, was passed dexterously within the two arms of Hurry. The end threaded the eye, forming a noose, and his elbows were drawn together behind his back with a power that all his gigantic strength could not resist. Reluctantly, even under such circumstances, did the exasperated borderer see his hands drawn from their deadly grasp, for all the evil passions were then in the ascendant. Almost at the same instant a similar fastening secured his ankles, and his body was rolled to the centre of the platform as helplessly and as cavalierly as if it were a log of wood. His rescued antagonist, however, did not rise, for while he began again to breathe, his head still hung helplessly over the edge of the logs, and it was thought at first that his neck was dislocated. He recovered gradually only, and it was hours before he could walk. Some fancied that neither his body nor his mind ever totally recovered from this near approach to death. Hurry owed his defeat and capture to the intensity with which he had concentrated all his powers on his fallen foe. While thus occupied, the two Indians he had hurled into the water mounted to the heads of the piles, along which they passed, and joined their companion on the platform. The latter had so far rallied his faculties as to have gotten the ropes, which were in readiness for use as the others appeared, and they were applied in the manner related, as Hurry lay pressing his enemy down with his whole weight, intent only on the horrible office of strangling him. Thus were the tables turned, in a single moment. He who had been so near achieving a victory that would have been renowned for ages, by means of traditions throughout all that region, lying helpless, bound and captive. So fearful had been the efforts of the pale-face, and so prodigious the strength he exhibited, that even as he lay tethered like a sheep before them, they regarded him with respect, and not without dread. The helpless body of their stoutest warrior was still stretched on the platform, and as they cast their eyes towards the lake, in quest of the comrade that had been hurled into it so unceremoniously, and of whom they had lost sight in the confusion of the fray, they perceived his lifeless form, clinging to the grass on the bottom, as already described. These several circumstances contributed to render the victory of the Hurons almost as astounding to themselves as a defeat. Chingachgook and his betrothed witnessed the whole of this struggle from the ark. When the three Hurons were about to pass the cords around the arms of the prostrate Hurry, the Delaware sought his rifle, but before he could use it the white man was bound and the mischief was done. He might still bring down an enemy, but to obtain the scalp was impossible, and the young chief, who would so freely risk his own life to obtain such a trophy, hesitated about taking that of a foe without such an object in view. A glance at Hist, and the recollection of what might follow, checked any transient wish for revenge. The reader has been told that Chingachgook could scarcely be said to know how to manage the oars of the ark at all, however expert he might be in the use of the paddle. Perhaps there is no manual labor at which men are so bungling and awkward as in their first attempts to pull oar, even the experienced mariner or boatman breaking down in his efforts to figure with the celebrated relic of the gondolier. In short, it is temporarily an impracticable thing for a new beginner to succeed with a single oar, but in this case it was necessary to handle two at the same time, and those of great size. Sweeps, or large oars, however, are soon rendered of use by the raw hand than lighter implements, and this was the reason that the Delaware had succeeded in moving the Ark as well as he did in a first trial. That trial, notwithstanding, sufficed to produce distrust, and he was fully aware of the critical situation in which Hist and himself were now placed, should the Hurons take to the canoe that was still lying beneath the trap, and come against them. At the moment he thought of putting Hist into the canoe in his own possession, and of taking to the eastern mountain in the hope of reaching the Delaware villages by direct flight. But many considerations suggested themselves to put a stop to this indiscreet step. It was almost certain that scouts watched the lake on both sides, and no canoe could possibly approach shore without being seen from the hills. Then a trail could not be concealed from Indian eyes, and the strength of Hist was unequal to a flight sufficiently sustained to outstrip the pursuit of trained warriors. This was a part of America in which the Indians did not know the use of horses, and everything would depend on the physical energies of the fugitives. Last, but far from being least, were the thoughts connected with the situation of Deerslayer, a friend who was not to be deserted in his extremity. Hist in some particulars reasoned, and even felt, differently, though she arrived at the same conclusions. Her own anger disturbed her less than her concern for the two sisters, on whose behalf her womanly sympathies were now strongly enlisted. The canoe of the girls, by the time the struggle on the platform had ceased, was within 300 yards of the castle, and here Judith ceased paddling, the evidences of strife first becoming apparent to the eyes. She and Hetty were standing erect, anxiously endeavoring to ascertain what had occurred, but unable to satisfy their doubts from the circumstance that the building, in a great measure, concealed the scene of action. The parties in the Ark and in the canoe were indebted to the ferocity of Hurry's attack for their momentary security. In any ordinary case the girls would have been immediately captured, a measure easy of execution now the savages had a canoe, were it not for the rude check the audacity of the Hurons had received in the recent struggle. It required some little time to recover from the effects of this violent scene, and this so much the more, because the principal man of the party, in the way of personal prowess at least, had been so great a sufferer. Still it was of the last importance that Judith and her sister should seek immediate refuge in the Ark, where the defences offered a temporary shelter at least, and the first step was to devise the means of inducing them to do so. Hist showed herself in the stern of the scow, and made many gestures and signs in vain, in order to induce the girls to make a circuit to avoid the castle, and to approach the Ark from the eastward. But these signs were distrusted or misunderstood. It is probable Judith was not yet sufficiently aware of the real state of things to put full confidence in either party. Instead of doing as desired, she rather kept more aloof, paddling slowly back to the north, or into the broadest part of the lake, where she could command the widest view, and had the fairest field for flight before her. At this instant the sun appeared above the pines of the eastern range of mountains, and a light southerly breeze arose, as was usual enough at that season and hour. Chingachgook lost no time in hoisting the sail. Whatever might be in reserve for him, there could be no question that it was every way desirable to get the Ark at such a distance from the castle as to reduce his enemies to the necessity of approaching the former in the canoe, which the chances of war had so inopportunely, for his wishes and security, thrown into their hands. The appearance of the opening duck seemed at first to arouse the Hurons from their apathy, and by the time the head of the scow had fallen off before the wind, which it did unfortunately in the wrong direction, bringing it within a few yards of the platform, Hist found it necessary to warn her lover of the importance of covering his person against the rifles of his foes. This was a danger to be avoided under all circumstances, and so much the more, because the Delaware found that Hist would not take to the cover herself, so long as he remained exposed. Accordingly, Chingachgook abandoned the scow to its own movements, forced Hist into the cabin, the doors of which he immediately secured, and then he looked about him for the rifles. The situation of the parties was now so singular as to merit a particular description. The Ark was within 60 yards of the castle, a little to the southward, or to the windward of it, with its sail full, and the steering oar abandoned. The latter, fortunately, was loose, so that it produced no great influence on the crab-like movements of the unwieldy craft. The sail being, as sailors term it, flying, or having no braces, the air forced the yard forward, though both sheets were fast. The effect was threefold on a boat with a bottom that was perfectly flat, and which drew merely some 3 or 4 inches water. It pressed the head slowly round to leeward, it forced the whole fabric bodily in the same direction at the same time, and the water that unavoidably gathered under the lee gave the scow also a forward movement. All these changes were exceedingly slow, however, for the wind was not only light, but it was baffling as usual, and twice or thrice the sail shook. Once it was absolutely taken aback. Had there been any keel to the Ark, it would inevitably have run foul of the platform, bows on, when it is probable nothing could have prevented the Hurons from carrying it, more particularly as the sail would have enabled them to approach under cover. As it was, the scow wore slowly round, barely clearing that part of the building. The piles projecting several feet, they were not cleared, but the head of the slow-moving craft caught between two of them, by one of its square corners, and hung. At this moment the Delaware was vigilantly watching through a hoop for an opportunity to fire, while the Hurons kept within the building similarly occupied. The exhausted warrior reclined against the hut, there having been no time to remove him, and Hurry lay, almost as helpless as a log, tethered like a sheep on its way to the slaughter, near the middle of the platform. Chingachgook could have slain the first, at any moment, but his scalp would have been safe, and the young chief disdained to strike a blow that could lead to neither honor nor advantage. "Run out one of the poles, Sarpent, if Sarpent you be," said Hurry, amid the groans that the tightness of the ligatures was beginning to extort from him. "Run out one of the poles, and shove the head of the scow off, and you'll drift clear of us, and, when you've done that good turn for yourself, just finish this gagging blackguard for me." The appeal of Hurry, however, had no other effect than to draw the attention of Hist to his situation. This quick-witted creature comprehended at a glance. His ankles were bound with several turns of stout bark rope, and his arms, above the elbows, were similarly secured behind his back, barely leaving him a little play of the hands and wrists. Putting her mouth near a loop, she said in a low but distinct voice, "Why you don't roll here, and fall in scow? Chingachgook shoot Huron, if he chase." "By the Lord, gal, that's a judgmatical thought, and it shall be tried. If the starn of your scow will come a little nearer, put a bed at the bottom for me to fall on." This was said at a happy moment, for, tired of waiting, all the Indians made a rapid discharge of their rifles, almost simultaneously, injuring no one, though several bullets passed through the loops. Hist had heard part of Hurry's words, but most of what he said was lost in the sharp reports of the firearms. She undid the bar of the door that led to the stern of the scow, but did not dare to expose her person. All this time the head of the Ark hung, but by a gradually decreasing hold as the other end swung slowly round, nearer and nearer to the platform. Hurry, who now lay with his face towards the Ark, occasionally writhing and turning over like one in pain, evolutions he had performed ever since he was secured, watched every change, and at last he saw that the whole vessel was free, and was beginning to grate slowly along the sides of the piles. The attempt was desperate, but it seemed to be the only chance for escaping torture and death, and it suited the reckless daring of the man's character. Waiting to the last moment, in order that the stern of the scow might fairly rub against the platform, he began to writhe again, as if in intolerable suffering, execrating all Indians in general, and the Hurons in particular. And then he suddenly and rapidly rolled over and over, taking the direction of the stern of the scow. Unfortunately, Hurry's shoulders required more space to revolve in than his feet, and by the time he reached the edge of the platform, his direction had so far changed as to carry him clear of the Ark altogether, and the rapidity of his revolutions, and the emergency admitting of no delay, he fell into the water. At this instant, Chingachgook, by an understanding with his betrothed, drew the fire of the Hurons again, not a man of whom saw the manner in which one whom they knew to be effectually tethered had disappeared. But Hist's feelings were strongly interested in the success of so bold a scheme, and she watched the movements of Hurry as the cat watches the mouse. The moment he was in motion, she foresaw the consequences, and this the more readily, as the scow was now beginning to move with some steadiness, and she bethought her of the means of saving him. With a sort of instinctive readiness, she opened the door at the very moment the rifles were ringing in her ears, and, protected by the intervening cabin, she stepped into the stern of the scow in time to witness the fall of Hurry into the lake. Her foot was unconsciously placed at the end of one of the sheets of the sail, which was fastened aft, and catching up all the spare rope with the awkwardness, but also with the generous resolution of a woman, she threw it in the direction of the helpless Hurry. The line fell on the head and body of the sinking man, and he not only succeeded in grasping separate parts of it with his hands, but he actually got a portion of it between his teeth. Hurry was an expert swimmer, and tethered as he was, he resorted to the very expedient that philosophy and reflection would have suggested. He had fallen on his back, and instead of floundering and drowning himself by desperate efforts to walk on the water, he permitted his body to sink as low as possible, and was already submerged, with the exception of his face, when the line reached him. In this situation he might possibly have remained until rescued by the Hurons, using his hands as fishes use their fins, had he received no other succor, but the movement of the ark soon tightened the rope, and of course he was dragged gently ahead, holding even pace with the scow. The motion aided in keeping his face above the surface of the water, and it would have been possible for one accustomed to endurance to have been towed a mile in this singular but simple manner. It has been said that the Hurons did not observe the sudden disappearance of Hurry. In his present situation he was not only hid from view by the platform, but as the ark drew slowly ahead, impelled by a sail that was now filled, he received the same friendly service from the piles. The Hurons, indeed, were too intent on endeavoring to slay their Delaware foe by sending a bullet through some one of the loops or crevices of the cabin, to bethink them at all of whom they fancied so thoroughly tied. Their great concern was the manner in which the ark rubbed past the piles, although its motion was lessened at least one-half by the friction, and they passed into the northern end of the castle in order to catch opportunities of firing through the loops of that part of the building. Chingachgook was similarly occupied, and remained as ignorant as his enemies of the situation of Hurry. As the ark grated along, the rifles sent their little clouds of smoke from one cover to the other, but the eyes and movements of the opposing parties were too quick to permit any injury to be done. At length one side had the mortification, and the other the pleasure, of seeing the scow swing clear of the piles altogether, when it immediately moved away, with a materially accelerated motion, towards the north. Chingachgook now first learned from Hist the critical condition of Hurry. To have exposed either of their persons in the stern of the scow would have been certain death, but fortunately the sheet to which the man clung led forward to the foot of the sail. The Delaware found means to unloosen it from the cleet aft, and Hist, who was already forward for that purpose, immediately began to pull upon the line. At this moment Hurry was towing 50 or 60 feet astern, with nothing but his face above water. As he was dragged out clear of the castle and the piles, he was first perceived by the Hurons, who raised a hideous yell and commenced a fire on what may very well be termed the floating mass. It was at the same instant that Hist began to pull upon the line forward, a circumstance that probably saved Hurry's life, aided by his own self-possession and border readiness. The first bullet struck the water directly on the spot where the broad chest of the young giant was visible through the pure element, and might have pierced his heart had the angle at which it was fired been less acute. Instead of penetrating the lake, however, it glanced from its smooth surface, rose, and buried itself in the logs of the cabin near the spot at which Chingachgook had shown himself the minute before, while clearing the line from the cleet. A second, and a third, and a fourth bullet followed, all meeting with the same resistance of the water, though Hurry sensibly felt the violence of the blows they struck upon the lake so immediately above, and so near his breast. Discovering their mistake, the Hurons now changed their plan, and aimed at the uncovered face. But by this time Hist was pulling on the line, the target advanced, and the deadly missiles still fell upon the water. In another moment the body was dragged past the end of the scow, and became concealed. As for the Delaware and Hist, they worked perfectly covered by the cabin, and in less time than it requires to tell it, they had hauled the huge frame of Harry to the place they occupied. Chingachgook stood in readiness with his keen knife, and bending over the side of the scow he soon severed the bark that bound the limbs of the borderer. To raise him high enough to reach the edge of the boat and to aid him in entering were less easy, as Hurry's arms were still nearly useless, but both were done in time, when the liberated man staggered forward and fell exhausted and helpless into the bottom of the scow. Here we shall leave him to recover his strength and the due circulation of his blood, while we proceed with the narrative of events that crowd upon us too fast to admit of any postponement. The moment the Hurons lost sight of the body of Hurry, they gave a common yell of disappointment, and 3 of the most active of their number ran to the trap and entered the canoe. It required some little delay, however, to embark with their weapons, to find the paddles, and, if we may use a phrase so purely technical, to get out of dock. By this time Hurry was in the scow, and the Delaware had his rifles again in readiness. As the ark necessarily sailed before the wind, it had got by this time quite 200 yards from the castle, and was sliding away each instant, farther and farther, though with a motion so easy as scarcely to stir the water. The canoe of the girls was quite a quarter of a mile distant from the ark, obviously keeping aloof, in ignorance of what had occurred, and in apprehension of the consequences of venturing too near. They had taken the direction of the eastern shore, endeavoring at the same time to get to windward of the ark, and in a manner between the 2 parties, as if distrusting which was to be considered a friend, and which an enemy. The girls, from long habit, used the paddles with great dexterity, and Judith, in particular, had often sportively gained races in trials of speed with the youths that occasionally visited the lake. When the 3 Hurons emerged from behind the palisades, and found themselves on the open lake, and under the necessity of advancing unprotected on the ark, if they persevered in the original design, their ardor sensibly cooled. In a bark canoe they were totally without cover, and Indian discretion was entirely opposed to such a sacrifice of life as would most probably follow any attempt to assault an enemy entrenched as effectually as the Delaware. Instead of following the ark, therefore, these 3 warriors inclined towards the eastern shore, keeping at a safe distance from the rifles of Chingachgook. But this maneuver rendered the position of the girls exceedingly critical. It threatened what they conceived to be dangers, and instead of permitting the Hurons to enclose her, in what she fancied a sort of net, Judith immediately commenced her retreat in a southern direction, at no very great distance from the shore. She did not dare to land. If such an expedient were to be resorted to at all, she would only venture on it in the last extremity. At first the Indians paid little or no attention to the other canoe, for, fully apprised of its contents, they deemed its capture of comparatively little moment, while the ark, with its imaginary treasures, the persons of the Delawares and of Hurry, and its means of movement on a large scale, was before them. But this ark had its dangers as well as its temptations, and after wasting near an hour in vacillating evolutions, always at a safe distance from the rifle, the Hurons seemed suddenly to take their resolution, and began to display it by giving eager chase to the girls. When this last design was adopted, the circumstances of all parties, as connected with their relative positions, were materially changed. The ark had sailed and drifted quite half a mile, and was nearly that distance due north of the castle. As soon as the Delaware perceived that the girls avoided him, unable to manage his unwieldy craft, and knowing that flight from a bark canoe in the event of pursuit would be a useless expedient if attempted, he had lowered his sail, in the hope that it might induce the sisters to change their plan, and to seek refuge in the scow. This demonstration produced no other effect than to keep the ark nearer to the scene of action, and to enable those in her to become witnesses of the chase. The canoe of Judith was about a quarter of a mile south of that of the Hurons, a little nearer to the east shore, and about the same distance to the southward of the castle as it was from the hostile canoe, a circumstance which necessarily put the last nearly abreast of Hutter's fortress. With the several parties thus situated, the chase commenced. At the moment when the Hurons so suddenly changed their mode of attack, their canoe was not in the best possible racing trim. There were but 2 paddles, and the third man so much extra and useless cargo. Then the difference in weight between the sisters and the other 2 men, more especially in vessels so extremely light, almost neutralized any difference that might proceed from the greater strength of the Hurons, and rendered the trail of speed far from being as unequal as it might seem. Judith did not commence her exertions until the near approach of the other canoe rendered the object of the movement certain, and then she exhorted Hetty to aid her with her utmost skill and strength. "Why should we run, Judith?" asked the simple-minded girl. "The Hurons have never harmed me, nor do I think they ever will." "That may be true as to you, Hetty, but it will prove very different with me. Kneel down and say your prayer, and then rise and do your utmost to help escape. Think of me, dear girl, too, as you pray." Judith gave these directions from a mixed feeling. First, because she knew that her sister ever sought the support of her great ally in trouble, and the next because a sensation of feebleness and dependence suddenly came over her own proud spirit, in that moment of apparent desertion and trial. The prayer was quickly said, however, and the canoe was soon in rapid motion. Still, neither party resorted to their greatest exertions from the outset, both knowing that the chase was likely to be arduous and long. Like 2 vessels of war that are preparing for an encounter, they seemed desirous of first ascertaining their respective rates of speed, in order that they might know how to graduate their exertions, previously to the great effort. A few minutes sufficed to show the Hurons that the girls were expert, and that it would require all their skill and energies to overtake them. Judith had inclined towards the eastern shore at the commencement of the chase, with a vague determination of landing and flying to the woods as a last resort, but as she approached the land, the certainty that scouts must be watching her movements made her reluctance to adopt such an expedient unconquerable. Then she was still fresh, and had sanguine hopes of being able to tire out her pursuers. With such feelings, she gave a sweep of her paddle, and sheered off from the fringe of dark hemlocks beneath the shades of which she was so near entering, and held her way again more towards the centre of the lake. This seemed the instant favorable for the Hurons to make their push, as it gave them the entire breadth of their sheet to do it in. This, too, in the widest part, as soon as they had got between the fugitives and the land. The canoes now flew, Judith making up for what she wanted in strength by her great dexterity and self-command. For half a mile the Indians gained no material advantage, but the continuance of so great exertions for so many minutes sensibly affected all concerned. Here the Indians resorted to an expedient that enabled them to give one of their party time to breathe, by shifting their paddles from hand to hand, and this too without sensibly relaxing their efforts. Judith occasionally looked behind her, and she saw this expedient practised. It caused her immediately to distrust the result, since her powers of endurance were not likely to hold out against those of men who had the means of relieving each other. Still she persevered, allowing no very visible consequences immediately to follow the change. As yet, the Indians had not been able to get nearer to the girls than 200 yards, though they were what seamen would term in their wake, or in a direct line behind them, passing over the same track of water. This made the pursuit that is technically called a stern chase, which is proverbially a long chase, the meaning of which is that, in consequence of the relative positions of the parties, no change becomes apparent except that which is a direct gain in the nearest possible approach. Long as this species of chase is admitted to be, however, Judith was enabled to perceive that the Hurons were sensibly drawing nearer and nearer, before she had gained the centre of the lake. She was not a girl to despair, but there was an instant when she thought of yielding, with the wish of being carried to the camp where she knew the Deerslayer to be a captive. But the considerations connected with the means she hoped to be able to employ in order to procure his release immediately interposed, in order to stimulate her to renewed exertions. Had there been any one there to note the progress of the 2 canoes, he would have seen that of Judith flying swiftly away from its pursuers, as the girl gave it freshly impelled speed, while her mind was thus dwelling on her own ardent and generous schemes. So material, indeed, was the difference in the rate of going between the 2 canoes, for the next 5 minutes, that the Hurons began to be convinced all their powers must be exerted, or they would suffer the disgrace of being baffled by women. Making a furious effort under the mortifications of such a conviction, one of the strongest of their party broke his paddle, at the very moment when he had taken it from the hand of a comrade to relieve him. This at once decided the matter, a canoe maintaining 3 men and having lost 1 paddle, being utterly unable to overtake fugitives like the daughters of Thomas Hutter. "There, Judith," exclaimed Hetty, who saw the accident, "I hope now you will own that praying is useful. The Hurons have broke a paddle, and they never can overtake us." "I never denied it, poor Hetty, and sometimes wish in bitterness of spirit that I had prayed more myself, and thought less of my beauty. As you say, we are now safe and need only go a little south, and take breath." This was done, the enemy giving up the pursuit as suddenly as a ship that has lost an important spar, the instant the accident occurred. Instead of following Judith's canoe, which was now lightly skimming over the water towards the south, the Hurons turned their bows towards the castle, where they soon arrived and landed. The girls, fearful that some spare paddles might be found in or about the buildings, continued on, nor did they stop until so distant from their enemies as to give them every chance of escape, should the chase be renewed. It would seem that the savages meditated no such design, but at the end of an hour, their canoe, filled with men, was seen quitting the castle and steering towards the shore. The girls were without food, and they now drew nearer to the buildings and the ark, having finally made up their minds, from its manoeuvres, that the latter contained friends. Notwithstanding the seeming desertion of the castle, Judith approached it with extreme caution. The ark was now quite a mile to the northward, but sweeping up towards the buildings, and this, too, with a regularity of motion that satisfied Judith a white man was at the oars. When within 100 yards of the building, the girls began to encircle it, in order to make sure that it was empty. No canoe was nigh, and this emboldened them to draw nearer and nearer, until they had gone round the piles and reached the platform. "Do you go into the house, Hetty," said Judith, "and see that the savages are gone. They will not harm you, and if any of them are still here, you can give me the alarm. I do not think they will fire on a poor defenseless girl, and I at least may escape, until I shall be ready to go among them of my own accord." Hetty did as desired, Judith retiring a few yards from the platform the instant her sister landed, in readiness for flight. But the last was unnecessary, not a minute elapsing before Hetty returned to communicate that all was safe. "I've been in all the rooms, Judith," said the latter, earnestly, "and they are empty, except father's. He is in his own chamber, sleeping, though not as quietly as we could wish." "Has anything happened to father?" demanded Judith, as her foot touched the platform, speaking quickly, for her nerves were in a state to be easily alarmed. Hetty seemed concerned, and she looked furtively about her, as if unwilling any one but a child should hear what she had to communicate, and even that she should learn it abruptly. "You know how it is with father sometimes, Judith," she said. "When overtaken with liquor he doesn't always know what he says or does, and he seems to be overtaken with liquor now." "That is strange. Would the savages have drunk with him, and then leave him behind? But 'tis a grievous sight to a child, Hetty, to witness such a failing in a parent, and we will not go near him till he wakes." A groan from the inner room, however, changed this resolution, and the girls ventured near a parent whom it was no unusual thing for them to find in a condition that lowers a man to the level of brutes. He was seated, reclining in a corner of the narrow room, with his shoulders supported by the angle and his head fallen heavily on his chest. Judith moved forward with a sudden impulse, and removed a canvas cap that was forced so low on his head as to conceal his face, and indeed all but his shoulders. The instant this obstacle was taken away, the quivering and raw flesh, the bared veins and muscles, and all the other disgusting signs of mortality, as they are revealed by tearing away the skin, showed he had been scalped, though still living. End of chapter 20. Recording by Bill Borst. Chapter 21 of the Deerslayer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deerslayer, by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 21. Lightly they'll talk of the spirit that's gone, and o'er his cold ashes upbraid him, but nothing he'll reck, if they'll let him sleep on, in the grave where a Briton has laid him. Charles Wolfe, The Burial of Sir John Moore, 6. The reader must imagine the horror that daughters would experience at unexpectedly beholding the shocking spectacle that was placed before the eyes of Judith and Esther, as related in the close of the last chapter. We shall pass over the first emotions, the first acts of filial piety, and proceed with the narrative by imagining rather than relating most of the revolting features of the scene. The mutilated and ragged head was bound up, the unseemly blood was wiped from the face of the sufferer, the other appliances required by appearances and care were resorted to, and there was time to inquire into the more serious circumstances of the case. The facts were never known until years later in all their details, simple as they were, but they may as well be related here as it can be done in a few words. In the struggle with the Hurons, Hutter had been stabbed by the knife of the old warrior, who had used the discretion to remove the arms of every one but himself. Being hard pushed by his sturdy foe, his knife had settled the matter. This occurred just as the door was opened, and Hurry burst out upon the platform, as has been previously related. This was the secret of neither party's having appeared in the subsequent struggle, Hutter having been literally disabled, and his conqueror being ashamed to be seen with the traces of blood about him, after having used so many injunctions to convince his young warriors of the necessity of taking their prisoners alive. When the three Hurons returned from the chase, and it was determined to abandon the castle and join the party on the land, Hutter was simply scalped to secure the usual trophy, and was left to die by inches, as has been done in 1,000 similar instances by the ruthless warriors of this part of the American continent. Had the injury of Hutter been confined to his head, he might have recovered, however, for it was the blow of the knife that proved mortal. There are moments of vivid consciousness, when the stern justice of God stands forth in colors so prominent as to defy any attempts to veil them from the sight, however unpleasant they may appear, or however anxious we may be to avoid recognizing it. Such was now the fact with Judith and Hetty, who both perceived the decrees of a retributive providence, in the manner of their father's suffering, as a punishment for his own recent attempts on the Iroquois. This was seen and felt by Judith with the keenness of perception and sensibility that were suited to her character, while the impression made on the simpler mind of her sister was perhaps less lively, though it might well have proved more lasting. "Oh, Judith," exclaimed the weak-minded girl as soon as their first care had been bestowed on the sufferer, "father went for scalps himself, and now where is his own? The Bible might have foretold this dreadful punishment." "Hush, Hetty, hush, poor sister. He opens his eyes. He may hear and understand you. 'Tis as you say and think, but 'tis too dreadful to speak." "Water!" ejaculated Hutter, as it might be by a desperate effort, that rendered his voice frightfully deep and strong for one as near death as he evidently was. "Water! Foolish girls, will you let me die of thirst?" Water was brought and administered to the sufferer, the first he had tasted in hours of physical anguish. It had the double effect of clearing his throat and of momentarily reviving his sinking system. His eyes opened with that anxious, distended glare which is apt to accompany the passage of a soul surprised by death, and he seemed disposed to speak. "Father," said Judith, inexpressibly pained by his deplorable situation, and this so much the more from her ignorance of what remedies ought to be applied, "Father, can we do anything for you? Can Hetty and I relieve your pain?" "Father," slowly repeated the old man. "No, Judith, no, Hetty. I'm no father. She was your mother, but I'm no father. Look in the chest. 'Tis all there. Give me more water." The girls complied, and Judith, whose early recollections extended farther back than her sister's, and who on every account had more distinct impressions of the past, felt an uncontrollable impulse of joy as she heard these words. There had never been much sympathy between her reputed father and herself, and suspicions of this very truth had often glanced across her mind, in consequence of dialogues she had overheard between Hutter and her mother. It might be going too far to say she had never loved him, but it is not so to add that she rejoiced it was no longer a duty. With Hetty the feeling was different. Incapable of making all the distinctions of her sister, her very nature was full of affection, and she had loved her reputed parent, though far less tenderly than the real parent, and it grieved her now to hear him declare he was not naturally entitled to that love. She felt a double grief, as if his death and his words together were twice depriving her of parents. Yielding to her feelings, the poor girl went aside and wept. The very opposite emotions of the two girls kept both silent for a long time. Judith gave water to the sufferer frequently, but she forbore to urge him with questions, in some measure out of consideration for his condition, but, if truth must be said, quite as much, lest something he should add in the way of explanation might disturb her pleasing belief that she was not Thomas Hutter's child. At length Hetty dried her tears, and came and seated herself on a stool by the side of the dying man, who had been placed at his length on the floor, with his head supported by some coarse vestments that had been left in the house. "Father," she said, "you will let me call you father, though you say you are not one. Father, shall I read the Bible to you? Mother always said the Bible was good for people in trouble. She was often in trouble herself, and then she made me read the Bible to her, for Judith wasn't as fond of the Bible as I am, and it always did her good. Many is the time I've known mother to begin to listen with the tears streaming from her eyes, and end with smiles and gladness. Oh, father, you don't know how much good the Bible can do, for you've never tried it. Now I'll read a chapter, and it will soften your heart, as it softened the hearts of the Hurons." While poor Hetty had so much reverence for, and faith in, the virtues of the Bible, her intellect was too shallow to enable her fully to appreciate its beauties, or to fathom its profound and sometimes mysterious wisdom. That instinctive sense of right which appeared to shield her from the commission of wrong, and even cast a mantle of moral loveliness and truth around her character, could not penetrate abstrusities, or trace the nice affinities between cause and effect, beyond their more obvious and indisputable connection, though she seldom failed to see all the latter, and to defer to all their just consequences. In a word, she was one of those who feel and act correctly without being able to give a logical reason for it, even admitting revelation as her authority. Her selections from the Bible, therefore, were commonly distinguished by the simplicity of her own mind, and were oftener marked for containing images of known and palpable things than for any of the higher cast of moral truths with which the pages of that wonderful book abound, wonderful and unequalled, even without referring to its divine origin, as a work replete with the profoundest philosophy, expressed in the noblest language. Her mother, with a connection that will probably strike the reader, had been fond of the book of Job, and Hetty had, in a great measure, learned to read by the frequent lessons she had received from the different chapters of this venerable and sublime poem, now believed to be the oldest book in the world. On this occasion the poor girl was submissive to her training, and she turned to that well-known part of the sacred volume, with the readiness with which the practised counsel would cite his authorities from the stores of legal wisdom. In selecting the particular chapter, she was influenced by the caption, and she chose that which stands in our English version as, "Job excuseth his desire of death." This she read steadily, from beginning to end, in a sweet, low, and plaintive voice, hoping devoutly that the allegorical and abstruse sentences might convey to the heart of the sufferer the consolation he needed. It is another peculiarity of the comprehensive wisdom of the Bible that scarce a chapter, unless it be strictly narration, can be turned to, that does not contain some searching truth that is applicable to the condition of every human heart, as well as to the temporal state of its owner, either through the workings of that heart, or even in a still more direct form. In this instance, the very opening sentence, "Is there not an appointed time to men on earth?" was startling, and as Hetty proceeded, Hutter applied, or fancied he could apply, many aphorisms and figures to his own worldly and mental condition. As life is ebbing fast, the mind clings eagerly to hope when it is not absolutely crushed by despair. The solemn words, "I have sinned. What shall I do unto thee, O thou preserver of men? Why hast thou set me as a mark against thee, so that I am a burden to myself?" struck Hutter more perceptibly than the others, and though too obscure for one of his blunted feelings and obtuse mind either to feel or to comprehend in their fullest extent, they had a directness of application to his own state that caused him to wince under them. "Don't you feel better now, father?" asked Hetty, closing the volume. "Mother was always better when she had read the Bible." "Water," returned Hutter. "Give me water, Judith. I wonder if my tongue will always be so hot. Hetty, isn't there something in the Bible about cooling the tongue of a man who is burning in hell fire?" Judith turned away shocked, but Hetty eagerly sought the passage, which she read aloud to the conscience-stricken victim of his own avaricious longings. "That's it, poor Hetty; yes, that's it. My tongue wants cooling, now. What will it be hereafter?" This appeal silenced even the confiding Hetty, for she had no answer ready for a confession so fraught with despair. Water, so long as it could relieve the sufferer, it was in the power of the sisters to give, and from time to time it was offered to the lips of the sufferer as he asked for it. Even Judith prayed. As for Hetty, as soon as she found that her efforts to make her father listen to her texts were no longer rewarded with success, she knelt at his side and devoutly repeated the words which the Saviour has left behind him as a model for human petitions. This she continued to do at intervals, as long as it seemed to her that the act could benefit the dying man. Hutter, however, lingered longer than the girls had believed possible when they first found him. At times he spoke intelligibly, though his lips oftener moved in utterance of sounds that carried no distinct impressions to the mind. Judith listened intently, and she heard the words, husband, death, pirate, law, scalps, and several others of similar import, though there was no sentence to tell the precise connection in which they were used. Still they were sufficiently expressive to be understood by one whose ears had not escaped all the rumors that had been circulated to her reputed father's discredit, and whose comprehension was as quick as her faculties were attentive. During the whole of the painful hour that succeeded, neither of the sisters bethought her sufficiently of the Hurons to dread their return. It seemed as if their desolation and grief placed them above the danger of such an interruption, and when the sound of oars was at length heard, even Judith, who alone had any reason to apprehend the enemy, did not start, but at once understood that the Ark was near. She went upon the platform fearlessly, for should it turn out that Hurry was not there, and that the Hurons were masters of the scow also, escape was impossible. Then she had the sort of confidence that is inspired by extreme misery. But there was no cause for any new alarm. Chingachgook, Hist, and Hurry, all standing in the open part of the scow, cautiously examining the building to make certain of the absence of the enemy. They, too, had seen the departure of the Hurons, as well as the approach of the canoe of the girls to the castle, and presuming on the latter fact, March had swept the scow up to the platform. A word sufficed to explain that there was nothing to be apprehended, and the Ark was soon moored in her old berth. Judith said not a word concerning the condition of her father, but Hurry knew her too well not to understand that something was more than usually wrong. He led the way, though with less of his confident, bold manner than usual, into the house, and penetrating to the inner room, found Hutter lying on his back, with Hetty sitting at his side, fanning him with pious care. The events of the morning had sensibly changed the manner of Hurry. Notwithstanding his skill as a swimmer, and the readiness with which he had adopted the only expedient that could possibly save him, the helplessness of being in the water, bound hand and foot, had produced some such effect on him, as the near approach of punishment is known to produce on most criminals, leaving a vivid impression of the horrors of death upon his mind, and this too in connection with a picture of bodily helplessness. The daring of this man being far more the offspring of vast physical powers than of the energy of the will, or even of natural spirit. Such heroes invariably lose a large portion of their courage with the failure of their strength, and though Hurry was now unfettered and as vigorous as ever, events were too recent to permit the recollection of his late deplorable condition to be at all weakened. Had he lived a century, the occurrences of the few momentous minutes during which he was in the lake would have produced a chastening effect on his character, if not always on his manner. Hurry was not only shocked when he found his late associate in this desperate situation, but he was greatly surprised. During the struggle in the building, he had been far too much occupied himself to learn what had befallen his comrade, and as no deadly weapon had been used in his particular case, but every effort had been made to capture him without injury, he naturally believed that Hutter had been overcome, while he owed his own escape to his great bodily strength, and to a fortunate concurrence of extraordinary circumstances. Death, in the silence and solemnity of a chamber, was a novelty to him. Though accustomed to scenes of violence, he had been unused to sit by the bedside and watch the slow beating of the pulse, as it gradually grew weaker and weaker. Notwithstanding the change in his feelings, the manners of a life could not be altogether cast aside in a moment, and the unexpected scene extorted a characteristic speech from the borderer. "How now, old Tom?" he said. "Have the vagabonds got you at an advantage, where you're not only down, but are likely to be kept down? I thought you a captive, it's true, but never supposed you so hard run as this." Hutter opened his glassy eyes, and stared wildly at the speaker. A flood of confused recollections rushed on his wavering mind at the sight of his late comrade. It was evident that he struggled with his own images, and knew not the real from the unreal. "Who are you?" he asked in a husky whisper, his failing strength refusing to aid him in a louder effort of his voice. "Who are you? You look like the mate of the Snow. He was a giant, too, and near overcoming us." "I'm your mate, Floating Tom, and your comrade, but have nothing to do with any snow. It's summer now, and Harry March always quits the hills as soon after the frosts set in as is convenient." "I know you, Hurry Scurry. I'll sell you a scalp, a sound one, and of a full-grown man. What'll you give?" "Poor Tom, that scalp business hasn't turned out at all profitable, and I've pretty much concluded to give it up, and to follow a less bloody calling." "Have you got any scalp? Mine's gone. How does it feel to have a scalp? I know how it feels to lose one. Fire and flames about the brain, and a wrenching at the heart. No, no, kill first, Hurry, and scalp afterwards." "What does the old fellow mean, Judith? He talks like one that is getting tired of the business as well as myself. Why have you bound up his head, or have the savages tomahawked him about the brains?" "They have done that for him which you and he, Harry March, would have so gladly done for them. His skin and hair have been torn from his head to gain money from the governor of Canada, as you would have torn theirs from the heads of the Hurons to gain money from the governor of York." Judith spoke with a strong effort to appear composed, but it was neither in her nature nor in the feeling of the moment to speak altogether without bitterness. The strength of her emphasis, indeed, as well as her manner, caused Hetty to look up reproachfully. "These are high words to come from Thomas Hutter's darter, as Thomas Hutter lies dying before her eyes," retorted Hurry. "God be praised for that. Whatever reproach it may bring on my poor mother, I am not Thomas Hutter's daughter." "Not Thomas Hutter's darter! Don't disown the old fellow in his last moments, Judith, for that's a sin the Lord will never overlook. If you're not Thomas Hutter's darter, whose darter be you?" This question rebuked the rebellious spirit of Judith, for, in getting rid of a parent whom she felt it was a relief to find she might own she had never loved, she overlooked the important circumstance that no substitute was ready to supply his place. "I cannot tell you, Harry, who my father was," she answered more mildly. "I hope he was an honest man, at least." "Which is more than you think was the case with old Hutter? Well, Judith, I'll not deny that hard stories were in circulation consarning Floating Tom, but who is there that doesn't get a scratch when an enemy holds the rake? There's them that say hard things of me, and even you, beauty as you be, don't always escape." This was said with a view to set up a species of community of character between the parties, and, as the politicians are wont to express it, with ulterior intentions. What might have been the consequences with one of Judith's known spirit, as well as her assured antipathy to the speaker, it is not easy to say, for just then Hutter gave unequivocal signs that his last moment was nigh. Judith and Hetty had stood by the dying bed of their mother, and neither needed a monitor to warn them of the crisis, and every sign of resentment vanished from the face of the first. Hutter opened his eyes, and even tried to feel about him with his hands, a sign that sight was failing. A minute later his breathing grew ghastly. A pause totally without respiration followed, and then succeeded the last, long drawn sigh, on which the spirit is supposed to quit the body. This sudden termination of the life of one who had hitherto filled so important a place in the narrow scene on which he had been an actor, put an end to all discussion. The day passed by without further interruption, the Hurons, though possessed of a canoe, appearing so far satisfied with their success as to have relinquished all immediate designs on the castle. It would not have been a safe undertaking, indeed, to approach it under the rifles of those it was now known to contain, and it is probable that the truce was more owing to this circumstance than any other. In the meanwhile, the preparations were made for the interment of Hutter. To bury him on the land was impracticable, and it was Hetty's wish that his body should lie by the side of that of her mother, in the lake. She had it in her power to quote one of his speeches, in which he himself had called the lake the family burying ground, and luckily this was done without the knowledge of her sister, who would have opposed the plan, had she known it, with unconquerable disgust. But Judith had not meddled with the arrangement, and every necessary disposition was made without her privity or advice. The hour chosen for the rude ceremony was just as the sun was setting, and a moment and a scene more suited to paying the last offices to one of calm and pure spirit could not have been chosen. There are a mystery and a solemn dignity in death, that dispose the living to regard the remains of even a malefactor with a certain degree of reverence. All the worldly distinctions have ceased. It is thought that the veil has been removed, and that the character and destiny of the departed are now as much beyond human opinions as they are beyond human ken. In nothing is death more truly a leveller than in this, since, while it may be impossible absolutely to confound the great with the low, the worthy with the unworthy, the mind feels it to be arrogant to assume a right to judge of those who are believed to be standing at the judgment seat of God. When Judith was told that all was ready, she went upon the platform, passive to the request of her sister, and then she first took heed of the arrangement. The body was in the scow, enveloped in a sheet, and quite 100 weight of stones, that had been taken from the fireplace, were enclosed with it, in order that it might sink. No other preparation seemed to be thought necessary, though Hetty carried her Bible beneath her arm. When all were on board the ark, the singular habitation of the man whose body it now bore to its final abode was set in motion. Hurry was at the oars. In his powerful hands, indeed, they seemed little more than a pair of sculls, which were wielded without effort; and, as he was expert in their use, the Delaware remained a passive spectator of the proceedings. The progress of the ark had something of the stately solemnity of a funeral procession, the dip of the oars being measured, and the movement slow and steady. The wash of the water, as the blades rose and fell, kept time with the efforts of Hurry, and might have been likened to the measured tread of mourners. Then the tranquil scene was in beautiful accordance with a rite that ever associates with itself the idea of God. At that instant the lake had not even a single ripple on its glassy surface, and the broad panorama of woods seemed to look down on the holy tranquillity of the hour and ceremony in melancholy stillness. Judith was affected to tears, and even Hurry, though he hardly knew why, was troubled. Hetty observed the outward signs of tranquillity, but her inward grief greatly surpassed that of her sister, since her affectionate heart loved more from habit and long association than from the usual connections of sentiment and taste. She was sustained by religious hope, however, which in her simple mind usually occupied the space that worldly feelings filled in that of Judith, and she was not without an expectation of witnessing some open manifestation of divine power on an occasion so solemn. Still she was neither mystical nor exaggerated, her mental imbecility denying both. Nevertheless, her thoughts had generally so much of the purity of a better world about them, that it was easy for her to forget earth altogether, and to think only of heaven. Hist was serious, attentive, and interested, for she had often seen the interments of the pale-faces, though never one that promised to be as peculiar as this, while the Delaware, though grave and also observant, in his demeanor was stoical and calm. Hetty acted as pilot, directing Hurry how to proceed, to find that spot in the lake which she was in the habit of terming Mother's Grave. The reader will remember that the castle stood near the southern extremity of a shoal that extended near half a mile northerly, and it was at the farthest end of this shallow water that Floating Tom had seen fit to deposit the remains of his wife and child. His own were now in the course of being placed at their side. Hetty had marks on the land by which she usually found the spot, although the position of the buildings, the general direction of the shoal, and the beautiful transparency of the water all aided her, the latter even allowing the bottom to be seen. By these means the girl was enabled to note their progress, and at the proper time she approached March, whispering, "Now, Hurry, you can stop rowing. We have passed the stone on the bottom, and Mother's grave is near." March ceased his efforts, immediately dropping the kedge and taking the warp in his hand in order to check the scow. The ark turned slowly around under this restraint, and when it was quite stationary, Hetty was seen at its stern, pointing into the water, the tears streaming from her eyes, in ungovernable natural feeling. Judith had been present at the interment of her mother, but she had never visited the spot since. The neglect proceeded from no indifference to the memory of the deceased, for she had loved her mother, and bitterly had she found occasion to mourn her loss, but she was averse to the contemplation of death, and there had been passages in her own life since the day of that interment which increased this feeling, and rendered her, if possible, still more reluctant to approach the spot that contained the remains of one whose severe lessons of female morality and propriety had been deepened and rendered doubly impressive by remorse for her own failings. With Hetty the case had been very different. To her simple and innocent mind, the remembrance of her mother brought no other feeling than one of gentle sorrow, a grief that is often termed luxurious even, because it associates with itself the images of excellence and the purity of a better state of existence. For an entire summer she had been in the habit of repairing to the place after nightfall, and carefully anchoring her canoe so as not to disturb the body, she would sit and hold fancied conversations with the deceased, sing sweet hymns to the evening air, and repeat the orisons that the being who now slumbered below had taught her in infancy. Hetty had passed her happiest hours in this indirect communication with the spirit of her mother, the wildness of Indian traditions and Indian opinions unconsciously to herself mingling with the Christian lore received in childhood. Once she had even been so far influenced by the former as to have bethought her of performing some of those physical rites at her mother's grave which the red men are known to observe, but the passing feeling had been obscured by the steady, though mild light of Christianity, which never ceased to burn in her gentle bosom. Now her emotions were merely the natural outpourings of a daughter that wept for a mother whose love was indelibly impressed on the heart, and whose lessons had been too earnestly taught to be easily forgotten by one who had so little temptation to err. There was no other priest than nature at that wild and singular funeral rite. March cast his eyes below, and through the transparent medium of the clear water, which was almost as pure as air, he saw what Hetty was accustomed to call Mother's grave. It was a low straggling mound of earth, fashioned by no spade, out of a corner of which gleamed a bit of the white cloth that formed the shroud of the dead. The body had been lowered to the bottom, and Hutter brought forth earth from the shore, and let it fall upon it, until all was concealed. In this state the place had remained until the movement of the waters revealed the solitary sign of the uses of the spot that has just been mentioned. Even the most rude and brawling are chastened by the ceremonies of a funeral. March felt no desire to indulge his voice in any of its coarse outbreakings, and was disposed to complete the office he had undertaken in decent sobriety. Perhaps he reflected on the retribution that had alighted on his late comrade, and bethought him of the frightful jeopardy in which his own life had so lately been placed. He signified to Judith that all was ready, received her directions to proceed, and, with no other assistant than his own vast strength, raised the body and bore it to the end of the scow. 2 parts of a rope were passed beneath the legs and shoulders, as they are placed beneath coffins, and then the corpse was slowly lowered beneath the surface of the lake. "Not there, Hurry March, no, not there," said Judith, shuddering involuntarily. "Do not lower it quite so near the spot where mother lies." "Why not, Judith?" asked Hetty, earnestly. "They lived together in life, and should lie together in death." "No, no, Harry March, further off, further off. Poor Hetty, you know not what you say. Leave me to order this." "I know I am weak-minded, Judith, and that you are clever, but surely a husband should be placed near a wife. Mother always said that this was the way they bury in Christian churchyards." This little controversy was conducted earnestly, but in smothered voices, as if the speakers feared that the dead might overhear them. Judith could not contend with her sister at such a moment, but a significant gesture induced March to lower the body at a little distance from that of his wife, when he withdrew the cords, and the act was performed. "There's an end of Floating Tom!" exclaimed Hurry, bending over the scow, and gazing through the water at the body. "He was a brave companion on a scout, and a notable hand with traps. Don't weep, Judith, don't be overcome, Hetty, for the righteousest of us all must die, and when the time comes, lamentations and tears can't bring the dead to life. Your father will be a loss to you, no doubt. Most fathers are a loss, especially to unmarried darters. But there's a way to cure that evil, and you're both too young and handsome to live long without finding it out. When it's agreeable to hear what an honest and unpretending man has to say, Judith, I should like to talk a little with you apart." Judith had scarce attended to this rude attempt of Hurry's at consolation, although she necessarily understood its general drift, and had a tolerably accurate notion of its manner. She was weeping at the recollection of her mother's early tenderness, and painful images of long-forgotten lessons and neglected precepts were crowding her mind. The words of Hurry, however, recalled her to the present time, and abrupt and unseasonable as was their import, they did not produce those signs of distaste that one might have expected from the girl's character. On the contrary, she appeared to be struck with some sudden idea, gazed intently for a moment at the young man, dried her eyes, and led the way to the other end of the scow, signifying her wish for him to follow. Here she took a seat and motioned for March to place himself at her side. The decision and earnestness with which all this was done a little intimidated her companion, and Judith found it necessary to open the subject herself. "You wish to speak of me of marriage, Harry March," she said, "and I have come here, over the grave of my parents, as it might be, no, over the grave of my poor dear, dear mother, to hear what you have to say." "This is uncommon, and you have a skearful way with you this evening, Judith," answered Hurry, more disturbed than he would have cared to own. "But truth is truth, and it shall come out, let what will follow. You well know, gal, that I've long thought you the comeliest young woman my eyes ever beheld, and that I've made no secret of that fact, either here on the lake, out among the hunters and trappers, or in the settlements." Yes, I've heard this before, and I suppose it to be true," answered Judith with a sort of feverish impatience. "When a young man holds such language of any particular young woman, it's reasonable to calculate he sets store by her." True, Hurry, all this you've told me, again and again." "Well, if it's agreeable, I shouldn't think a woman couldn't hear it too often. They all tell me this is the way with your sex, that nothing pleases them more than to repeat over and over, for the 100th time, how much you like 'em. unless it be to talk to 'em of their good looks. No doubt, we like both on most occasions, but this is an uncommon moment, Hurry, and vain words should not be too freely used. I would rather hear you speak plainly." "You shall have your own way, Judith, and I some suspect you always will. I've often told you that I not only like you better than any other young woman going, or for that matter better than all the young women going, but you must have observed, Judith, that I've never asked you, in up and down terms, to marry me." "I have observed both," returned the girl, a smile struggling about her beautiful mouth, in spite of the singular and engrossing intentness which caused her cheeks to flush and lighted her eyes with a brilliancy that was almost dazzling. "I have observed both, and have thought the last remarkable for a man of Harry March's decision and fearlessness. There's been a reason, gal, and it's one that troubles me even now. Nay, don't flush up so, and look fiery like, for there are thoughts which will stick long in any man's mind, as there be words that will stick in his throat. But then ag'in, there's feelin's that will get the better of 'em all, and to these feelin's I find I must submit. You've no longer a father or a mother, Judith, and it's morally impossible that you and Hetty could live here alone, allowing it was peace and the Iroquois was quiet. But as matters stand, not only would you starve, but you'd both be prisoners, or scalped, afore a week was out. It's time to think of a change, and a husband, and if you'll accept of me, all that's past shall be forgotten, and there's an end on it." Judith had difficulty in repressing her impatience until this rude declaration and offer were made, which she evidently wished to hear, and which she now listened to with a willingness that might well have excited hope. She hardly allowed the young man to conclude, so eager was she to bring him to the point, and so ready to answer. "There, Hurry, that's enough," she said, raising a hand as if to stop him. "I understand you as well as if you were to talk a month. You prefer me to other girls, and you wish me to become your wife. You put it in better words than I can do, Judith, and I wish you to fancy them said just as you most like to hear 'em. They're plain enough, Harry, and 'tis fitting they should be so. This is no place to trifle or deceive in. Now listen to my answer, which shall be in every tittle as sincere as your offer. There is a reason, March, why I should never—" "I suppose I understand you, Judith, but if I'm willing to overlook that reason, it's no one's consarn but mine. Now don't brighten up like the sky at sundown, for no offence is meant, and none should be taken." "I do not brighten up, and will not take offence," said Judith, struggling to repress her indignation, in a way she had never found it necessary to exert before. "There is a reason why I should not, cannot ever be your wife, Hurry, that you seem to overlook, and which it is my duty to tell you, as plainly as you have asked me to consent to become so. I do not, and I am certain that I never shall, love you well enough to marry you. No man can wish for a wife who does not prefer him to all other men, and when I tell you this frankly, I suppose yourself will thank me for my sincerity." "Ah, Judith, them flaunting, gay, scarlet-coated officers of the garrisons have done all this mischief." "Hush, March! Do not calumniate a daughter over her mother's grave. Do not, when I only wish to treat you fairly, give me reason to call for evil on your head in bitterness of heart. Do not forget that I am a woman, and that you are a man, and that I have neither father nor brother to revenge your words." "Well, there is something in the last, and I'll say no more. Take time, Judith, and think better on this." "I want no time. My mind has long been made up, and I have only waited for you to speak plainly, to answer plainly. We now understand each other, and there is no use in saying any more." The impetuous earnestness of the girl awed the young man, for never before had he seen her so serious and determined. In most of their previous interviews she had met his advances with evasion or sarcasm, but these Hurry had mistaken for female coquetry, and had supposed might easily be converted into consent. The struggle had been with himself about offering, nor had he ever seriously believed it possible that Judith would refuse to become the wife of the handsomest man on all that frontier. Now that refusal came, and that in terms so decided as to put all cavilling out of the question. If not absolutely dumbfounded, he was so much mortified and surprised as to feel no wish to attempt to change her resolution. "The Glimmerglass has now no great call for me," he exclaimed after a minute's silence. "Old Tom is gone, the Hurons are as plenty on the shore as pigeons in the woods, and altogether it is getting to be an unsuitable place." "Then leave it. You see it is surrounded by dangers, and there is no reason why you should risk your life for others. Nor do I know that you can be of any service to us. Go to-night. We'll never accuse you of having done anything forgetful or unmanly." "If I do go, 'twill be with a heavy heart on your account, Judith. I would rather take you with me." "That is not to be spoken of any longer, March. But I will land you in one of the canoes, as soon as it is dark and you can strike a trail for the nearest garrison. When you reach the fort, if you send a party—" Judith smothered the words, for she felt it was humiliating to be thus exposing herself to the comments and reflections of one who was not disposed to view her conduct in connection with all in those garrisons with an eye of favor. Hurry, however, caught the idea, and without perverting it, as the girl dreaded, he answered to the purpose. "I understand what you would say, and why you don't say it," he replied. "If I get safe to the fort, a party shall start on the trail of these vagabonds, and I'll come with it, myself, for I should like to see you and Hetty in a place of safety before we part forever." "Ah, Harry March, had you always spoken thus, felt thus, my feelings towards you might have been different." "Is it too late now, Judith? I'm rough and a woodsman, but we all change under different treatment from what we have been used to." "It is too late, March. I can never feel towards you, or any other man but one, as you would wish to have me. There, I've said enough, surely, and you will question me no further. As soon as it is dark, I or the Delaware will put you on the shore. You will make the best of your way to the Mohawk and the nearest garrison, and send all you can to our assistance. And hurry, we are now friends, and I may trust you, may I not?" "Sartain, Judith, though our friendship would have been all the warmer, could you look upon me as I look upon you." Judith hesitated, and some powerful emotion was struggling within her. Then, as if determined to look down all weakness and accomplish her purposes at every hazard, she spoke more plainly. "You will find a captain of the name of Warley at the nearest post," she said, pale as death, and even trembling as she spoke. "I think it likely he will wish to head the party, but I would greatly prefer it should be another. If Captain Warley can be kept back, 'twould make me very happy." "That's easier said than done, Judith, for these officers do pretty much as they please. The Major will order, and the captains and lieutenants and ensigns must obey. I know the officer you mean, a red-faced, gay, oh-be-joyful sort of a gentleman, who swallows Madeira enough to drown the Mohawk, and yet a pleasant talker. All the gals in the valley admire him, and they say he admires all the gals. I don't wonder he is your dislike, Judith, for he's a very general lover, if he isn't a general officer." Judith did not answer, though her frame shook, and her color changed from pale to crimson, and from crimson back again to the hue of death. "Alas, my poor mother!" she ejaculated mentally, instead of uttering it aloud. "We are over thy grave, but little dost thou know how much thy lessons have been forgotten, thy care neglected, thy love defeated." As this goading of the worm that never dies was felt, she arose and signified to Hurry that she had no more to communicate. Chapter 21. Recording by Bill Borst. Chapter 22 of the Deerslayer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deerslayer by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 22. That point in misery which makes the oppressed man, regardless of his own life, makes him, too, lord of the oppressors. Coleridge, Remorse, 5, 1, 201 through 204. All this time Hetty had remained seated in the head of the scow, looking sorrowfully into the water which held the body of her mother, as well as that of the man whom she had been taught to consider her father. Hist stood near her in gentle quiet, but had no consolation to offer in words. The habits of her people taught her reserve in this respect, and the habits of her sex induced her to wait patiently for a moment when she might manifest some soothing sympathy by means of acts, rather than of speech. Chingachgook held himself a little aloof, in grave reserve, looking like a warrior, but feeling like a man. Judith joined her sister with an air of dignity and solemnity it was not her practice to show, and though the gleamings of anguish were still visible on her beautiful face, when she spoke it was firmly and without tremor. At that instant Hist and the Delaware withdrew, moving towards Hurry, in the other end of the boat. "Sister," said Judith kindly, "I have much to say to you. We will get into this canoe and paddle off to a distance from the Ark. The secrets of two orphans ought not to be heard by every ear." "Certainly, Judith, by the ears of their parents? Let Hurry lift the grapnel and move away with the Ark, and leave us here, near the graves of father and mother, to say what we may have to say." "Father," repeated Judith slowly, the blood for the first time since her parting with March mounting to her cheeks. "He was no father of ours, Hetty. That we have from his own mouth, and in his dying moments." "Are you glad, Judith, to find you had no father? He took care of us, and fed us, and clothed us, and loved us. A father could have done no more. I don't understand why he wasn't a father." "Never mind, dear child. But let us do as you have said. It may be well to remain here, and let the Ark move a little away. Do you prepare the canoe, and I will tell Hurry and the Indians our wishes." This was soon and simply done, the Ark moving with measured strokes of the sweeps 100 yards from the spot, leaving the girls floating, seemingly in air, above the place of the dead. So buoyant was the light vessel that held them, and so limpid the element by which it was sustained. "The death of Thomas Hutter," Judith commenced, after a short pause had prepared her sister to receive her communications, "has altered all our prospects, Hetty. If he was not our father, we are sisters, and must feel alike and live together." "How do I know, Judith, that you wouldn't be as glad to find I am not your sister, as you are in finding that Thomas Hutter, as you call him, was not your father? I am only half-witted, and few people like to have half-witted relations, and then I'm not handsome, at least not as handsome as you, and you may wish a handsomer sister." "No, no, Hetty. You, and only you, are my sister. My heart and my love for you tell me that. And mother was my mother. Of that, too, I am glad, and proud, for she was a mother to be proud of. But father was not father." "Hush, Judith. His spirit may be near. It would grieve it to hear his children talking so, and that, too, over his very grave. Children should never grieve parents, mother often told me, and especially when they are dead." "Poor Hetty! They are happily removed beyond all cares on our account. Nothing that I can do or say will cause mother any sorrow now. There was some consolation in that, at least. And nothing you can do or say will make her smile as she used to smile on your good conduct when living." "You don't know that, Judith. Spirits can see, and mother may see as well as any spirit. She always told us that God saw all we did, and that we should do nothing to offend him. And now she has left us, I strive to do nothing that can displease her. Think how her spirit would mourn and feel sorrow, Judith, did it see either of us doing what is not right. And spirits may see, after all, especially the spirits of parents that feel anxious about their children." "Hetty, Hetty, you know not what you say," murmured Judith, almost livid with emotion. "The dead cannot see, and know nothing of what passes here. But we will not talk of this any longer. The bodies of mother and Thomas Hutter lie together in the lake, and we will hope that the spirits of both are with God. That we, the children of one of them, remain on earth is certain. It is now proper to know what we are to do in future." "If we are not Thomas Hutter's children, Judith, no one will dispute our right to his property. We have the castle, and the Ark, and the canoes, and the woods, and the lakes, the same as when he was living. And what can prevent us from staying here, and passing our lives just as we ever have done?" "No, no, poor sister, this can no longer be. 2 girls would not be safe here, even should these Hurons fail in getting us into their power. Even father had as much as he could sometimes do to keep peace upon the lake, and we should fail altogether. We must quit this spot, Hetty, and remove into the settlements." "I am sorry you think so, Judith," returned Hetty, dropping her head on her bosom, and looking thoughtfully down at the spot where the funeral pile of her mother could just be seen. "I am very sorry to hear it. I would rather stay here, where, if I wasn't born, I passed my life. I don't like the settlements. They are full of wickedness and heart-burnings, while God dwells unoffended in these hills. I love the trees, and the mountains, and the lake, and the springs, all that his bounty has given us, and it would grieve me sorely, Judith, to be forced to quit them. You are handsome, and not at all half-witted, and one day you will marry, and then you will have a husband, and I a brother to take care of us, if women can't really take care of themselves in such a place as this." "Ah, if this could be so, Hetty, then indeed I could now be 1,000 times happier in these woods than in the settlements. Once I did not feel thus, but now I do. Yet where is the man to turn this beautiful place into such a Garden of Eden for us?" "Harry March loves you, sister," returned poor Hetty, unconsciously picking the bark off the canoe as she spoke. "He would be glad to be your husband, I'm sure, and a stouter and a braver youth is not to be met with the whole country round. Harry March and I understand each other, and no more need be said about him. There is but no matter. It is all in the hands of Providence, and we must shortly come to some conclusion about our future manner of living. Remain here, that is, remain here alone, we cannot, and perhaps no occasion will ever offer for remaining in the manner you think of. It is time, too, Hetty, we should learn all we can concerning our relations and family. It is not probable we are altogether without relations, and they may be glad to see us. The old chest is now our property, and we have a right to look into it, and learn all we can by what it holds. Mother was so very different from Thomas Hutter that, now I know we are not his children, I burn with the desire to know whose children we can be. There are papers in that chest, I am certain, and those papers may tell us all about our parents and natural friends." "Well, Judith, you know best, for you are cleverer than common, mother always said, and I am only half-witted. Now father and mother are dead, I don't much care for any relation but you, and don't think I could love them I never saw, as well as I ought. If you don't like to marry Hurry, I don't see who you can choose for a husband, and then I fear we shall have to quit the lake, after all." "What do you think of Deerslayer, Hetty?" asked Judith, bending forward like her unsophisticated sister, and endeavoring to conceal her embarrassment in a similar manner. "Would he not make a brother-in-law to your liking?" "Deerslayer!" repeated the other, looking up in unfeigned surprise. "Why, Judith, Deerslayer isn't in the least comely, and is altogether unfit for one like you." "He is not ill-looking, Hetty, and beauty in a man is not of much matter." "Do you think so, Judith? I know that beauty is of no great matter in man or woman in the eyes of God, for mother has often told me so, when she thought I might have been sorry I was not as handsome as you, though she needn't have been uneasy on that account, for I never coveted any thing that is yours, sister. But tell me so she did, still, beauty is very pleasant to the eye in both. I think if I were a man I should pine more for good looks than I do as a girl. A handsome man is a more pleasing sight than a handsome woman." "Poor child! You scarce know what you say, or what you mean. Beauty in our sex is something, but in men it passes for little. To be sure, a man ought to be tall, but others are tall as well as Hurry, and active, and I think I know those that are more active. And strong, well, he hasn't all the strength in the world, and brave, I am certain I can name a youth who is braver." "This is strange, Judith. I didn't think the earth held a handsomer, or a stronger, or a more active, or a braver man than Hurry Harry. I'm sure I never met his equal in either of these things." "Well, well, Hetty, say no more of this. I dislike to hear you talking in this manner. 'Tis not suitable to your innocence, and truth, and warm-hearted sincerity. Let Harry March go. He quits us to-night, and no regret of mine will follow him, unless it be that he has stayed so long, and to so little purpose." "Ah, Judith, that is what I've long feared, and I did so hope he might be my brother-in-law. Never mind it now. Let us talk of our poor mother, and of Thomas Hutter. Speak kindly then, sister, for you can't be quite certain that spirits don't both hear and see. If father wasn't father, he was good to us, and gave us food and shelter. We can't put any stones over their graves here in the water, to tell people all this, and so we ought to say it with our tongues. They will care little for that girl. 'Tis a great consolation to know, Hetty, that if mother ever did commit any heavy fault when young, she lived sincerely to repent of it. No doubt her sins were forgiven her. 'Tisn't right, Judith, for children to talk of their parents' sins. We had better talk of our own." "Talk of your sins, Hetty. If there ever was a creature on earth without sin, it is you. I wish I could say or think the same of myself. But we shall see. No one knows what changes affection for a good husband can make in a woman's heart. I don't think, child, I have even now the same love for finery I once had." "It would be a pity, Judith, if you did think of clothes over your parents' graves. We will never quit this spot, if you say so, and will let Hurry go where he pleases." "I am willing enough to consent to the last, but cannot answer for the first, Hetty. We must live, in future, as becomes respectable young women, and cannot remain here to be the talk and jest of all the rude and foul-tongued trappers and hunters that may come upon the lake. Let Hurry go by himself, and then I'll find the means to see Deerslayer, when the future shall soon be settled. Come, girl, the sun is set, and the ark is drifting away from us. Let us paddle up to the scow, and consult with our friends. This night I shall look into the chest, and tomorrow shall determine what we are to do. As for the Hurons, now we can use our stores without fear of Thomas Hutter. They will be easily bought off. Let me get Deerslayer once out of their hands, and a single hour shall bring things to an understanding." Judith spoke with decision, and she spoke with authority, a habit she had long practised towards her feeble-minded sister. But while thus accustomed to have her way, by the aid of manner and a readier command of words, Hetty occasionally checked her impetuous feelings and hasty acts, by the aid of those simple moral truths that were so deeply engrafted in all her own thoughts and feelings, shining through both with a mild and beautiful lustre that threw a sort of holy halo around so much of what she both said and did. On the present occasion, this healthful ascendancy of the girl of weak intellect over her of a capacity that in other situations might have become brilliant and admired, was exhibited in the usual simple and earnest manner. "You forget, Judith, what has brought us here," she said reproachfully. "This is mother's grave, and we have just laid the body of father by her side. We have done wrong to talk so much of ourselves at such a spot, and ought now to pray to God to forgive us, and ask him to teach us where we are to go, and what we are to do." Judith involuntarily laid aside her paddle, while Hetty dropped on her knees, and was soon lost in her devout but simple petitions. Her sister did not pray. This she had long ceased to do directly, though anguish of spirit frequently wrung from her mental and hasty appeals to the great source of benevolence for support, if not for a change of spirit. Still she never beheld Hetty on her knees that a feeling of tender recollection, as well as of profound regret at the deadness of her own heart, did not come over her. Thus she had herself done in childhood, and even down to the hour of her ill-fated visits to the garrisons, and she would willingly have given worlds, at such moments, to be able to exchange her present sensations for the confiding faith, those pure aspirations, and the gentle hope that shone through every lineament and movement of her otherwise less favored sister. All she could do, however, was to drop her head to her bosom, and assume in her attitude some of that devotion in which her stubborn spirit refused to unite. When Hetty rose from her knees, her countenance had a glow and a serenity that rendered a face that was always agreeable, positively handsome. Her mind was at peace, and her conscience acquitted her of a neglect of duty. "Now you may go if you want to, Judith," she said, "for God has been kind to me and lifted a burden off my heart. Mother had many such burdens, she used to tell me, and she always took them off in this way. 'Tis the only way, sister, such things can be done. You may raise a stone or a log with your hands, but the heart must be lightened by prayer. I don't think you pray as often as you used to do when younger, Judith." Never mind, child," answered the other huskily. "'Tis no matter now. Mother is gone, and Thomas Hutter is gone, and the time has come when we must think and act for ourselves." As the canoe moved slowly away from the place, under the gentle impulsion of the elder sister's paddle, the younger sat musing, as was her wont whenever her mind was perplexed by any idea more abstract and difficult of comprehension than common. "I don't know what you mean by future, Judith," she at length suddenly observed. "Mother used to call heaven the future, but you seem to think it means next week, or to-morrow." "It means both, dear sister. Everything that is yet to come, whether in this world or another. It is a solemn word, Hetty, and most so, I fear, to them that think the least about it. Mother's future is eternity. Ours may yet mean what will happen while we live in this world. Is not that a canoe, just passing behind the castle? Here, more in the direction of the point, I mean? It is hid now, but certainly I saw a canoe stealing behind the logs." "I've seen it some time," Hetty quietly answered, for the Indians had few terrors for her, "but I didn't think it right to talk about such things over mother's grave. The canoe came from the camp, Judith, and was paddled by a single man. He seemed to be Deerslayer, and no Iroquois." "Deerslayer!" returned the other, with much of her native impetuosity. "That cannot be! Deerslayer is a prisoner, and I have been thinking of the means of setting him free. Why did you fancy it Deerslayer, child?" "You can look for yourself, sister, for there comes the canoe in sight again, on this side of the hut." Sure enough, the light boat had passed the building, and was now steadily advancing towards the ark, the persons on board of which were already collecting in the head of the scow to receive their visitor. A single glance sufficed to assure Judith that her sister was right, and that Deerslayer was alone in the canoe. His approach was so calm and leisurely, however, as to fill her with wonder, since a man who had effected his escape from enemies by either artifice or violence would not be apt to move with the steadiness and deliberation with which his paddle swept the water. By this time the day was fairly departing, and objects were already seen dimly under the shores. In the broad lake, however, the light still lingered, and around the immediate scene of the present incidents, which was less shaded than most of the sheet, being in its broadest part, it cast a glow that bore some faint resemblance to the warm tints of an Italian or Grecian sunset. The logs of the hut and ark had a sort of purple hue, blended with the growing obscurity, and the bark of the hunter's boat was losing its distinctness in colors richer, but more mellowed, than those it showed under a bright sun. As the two canoes approached each other, for Judith and her sister had plied their paddles so as to intercept the unexpected visitor ere he reached the ark, even Deerslayer's sunburned countenance wore a brighter aspect than common, under the pleasing tints that seemed to dance in the atmosphere. Judith fancied that delight at meeting her had some share in this unusual and agreeable expression. She was not aware that her own beauty appeared to more advantage than common, from the same natural cause, nor did she understand what it would have given her so much pleasure to know that the young man actually thought her, as she drew nearer, the loveliest creature of her sex his eyes had ever dwelt on. "Welcome, welcome, Deerslayer!" exclaimed the girl, as the canoes floated at each other's side. "We have had a melancholy, a frightful day, but your return is, at least, one misfortune the less. Have the Hurons become more human, and let you go, or have you escaped from the wretches by your own courage and skill?" "Neither, Judith, neither one nor t'other. The Mingos are Mingos still, and will live and die Mingos. It is not likely their natures will ever undergo much improvement. Well, they've their gifts, and we've our'n, Judith, and it doesn't much become either to speak ill of what the Lord has created; though, if the truth must be said, I find it a sore trial to think kindly or talk kindly of them vagabonds. As for outwitting them, that might have been done, and it was done, too, atween the Sarpent yonder and me, when we were on the trail of Hist." Here the hunter stopped to laugh in his own silent fashion. "But it's no easy matter to sarcumvent the sarcumvented. Even the fa'ans get to know the tricks of the hunters afore a single season is over, and an Indian whose eyes have once been opened by a sarcumvention never shuts them again in precisely the same spot. I've known whites to do that, but never a red skin. What they l'arn comes by practice, and not by books, and of all schoolmasters experience gives lessons that are the longest remembered. "All this is true, Deerslayer, but if you have not escaped from the savages, how came you here?" "That's a natural question, and charmingly put. You are wonderful handsome this evening, Judith, or Wild Rose, as the Sarpent calls you. And I may as well say it, since I honestly think it, you may well call them Mingos savages, too, for savage enough do they feel, and savage enough will they act, if you once give them an opportunity. They feel their loss here, in the late scrimmage, to their hearts' cores, and are ready to revenge it on any creature, of English blood, that may fall in their way. Nor, for that matter, do I much think they would stand at taking their satisfaction out of a Dutchman." "They have killed father. That ought to satisfy their wicked cravings for blood," observed Hetty reproachfully. "I know it, gal. I know the whole story, partly from what I've seen from the shore, since they brought me up from the point, and partly from their threats ag'in myself, and their other discourse. Well, life is uncertain at the best, and we all depend on the breath of our nostrils for it, from day to day. If you've lost a staunch friend, as I make no doubt you have, Providence will raise up new ones in his stead, and since our acquaintance has begun in this uncommon manner, I shall take it as a hint that it will be a part of my duty in future, should the occasion offer, to see you don't suffer for want of food in the wigwam. I can't bring the dead to life, but as to feeding the living, there's few on all this frontier can outdo me, though I say it in the way of pity and consolation like, and in no particular in the way of boasting." "We understand you, Deerslayer," returned Judith hastily, "and take all that falls from your lips, as it is meant, in kindness and friendship. Would to heaven all men had tongues as true, and hearts as honest." "In that respect men do differ, of a sartainty, Judith. I've known them that wasn't to be trusted any farther than you can see them, and others ag'in whose messages, sent with a small piece of wampum, perhaps, might just as much be depended on as if the whole business was finished afore your face. Yes, Judith, you never said truer word than when you said some men might be depended on, and other some might not." "You are an unaccountable being, Deerslayer," returned the girl, not a little puzzled with the childish simplicity of character that the hunter so often betrayed, a simplicity so striking that it frequently appeared to place him nearly on a level with the fatuity of poor Hetty, though always relieved by the beautiful moral truth that shone through all that this unfortunate girl both said and did. "You are a most unaccountable man, and I often do not know how to understand you. But never mind, just now. You have forgotten to tell us by what means you are here." "I? Oh, that's not very unaccountable, if I am myself, Judith. I'm out on furlough." "Furlough? That word has a meaning among the soldiers that I understand, but I cannot tell what it signifies when used by a prisoner." "It means just the same. You're right enough, the soldiers do use it, and just in the same way as I use it. A furlough is when a man has leave to quit a camp or a garrison for a sartain specified time, at the end of which he is to come back and shoulder his musket or submit to his torments, just as he may happen to be a soldier or a captive. Being the last, I must take the chances of a prisoner." "Have the Hurons suffered you to quit them in this manner, without watch or guard?" "Sartain. I wouldn't have come in any other manner, unless indeed it had been by a bold rising, or a sarcumvention." "What pledge have they that you will ever return?" "My word," answered the hunter simply. "Yes, I own I gave 'em that, and big fools would they have been to let me come without it. Why, in that case, I shouldn't have been obliged to go back and undergo any deviltries their fury may invent, but might have shouldered my rifle and made the best of my way to the Delaware villages. But, Lord, Judith, they know'd this, just as well as you and I do, and would no more let me come away without a promise to go back, than they would let the wolves dig up the bones of their fathers." "Is it possible you mean to do this act of extraordinary self-destruction and recklessness?" "Anan. I ask if it can be possible that you expect to be able to put yourself again in the power of such ruthless enemies, by keeping your word?" Deerslayer looked at his fair questioner for a moment with stern displeasure. Then the expression of his honest and guileless face suddenly changed, lighting as by a quick illumination of thought, after which he laughed in his ordinary manner. "I didn't understand you at first, Judith. No, I didn't. You believe that Chingachgook and Hurry Harry won't suffer it. But you don't know mankind thoroughly yet, I see. The Delaware would be the last man on earth to offer any objections to what he knows is a duty, and as for March, he doesn't care enough about any creature but himself to spend many words on such a subject. If he did, 'twould make no great difference howsever, but not he, for he thinks more of his gains than of even his own word. As for my promises, or your'n, Judith, or anybody else's, they give him no consarn. Don't be under any uneasiness, therefore, gal. I shall be allowed to go back according to the furlough, and if difficulties was made, I've not been brought up and edicated, as one may say, in the woods, without knowing how to look 'em down." Judith made no answer for some little time. All her feelings as a woman, and as a woman who, for the first time in her life, was beginning to submit to that sentiment which has so much influence on the happiness or misery of her sex, revolted at the cruel fate that she fancied Deerslayer was drawing down upon himself, while the sense of right, which God has implanted in every human breast, told her to admire an integrity as indomitable and as unpretending as that which the other so unconsciously displayed. Argument, she felt, would be useless, nor was she at that moment disposed to lessen the dignity and high principle that were so striking in the intentions of the hunter, by any attempt to turn him from his purpose. That something might yet occur to supersede the necessity for this self-immolation she tried to hope, and then she proceeded to ascertain the facts, in order that her own conduct might be regulated by her knowledge of circumstances. "When is your furlough out, Deerslayer?" she asked, after both canoes were heading towards the ark, and moving with scarcely a perceptible effort of the paddles through the water. "To-morrow noon, not a minute afore, and you may depend on it, Judith, I shan't quit what I call Christian company, to go and give myself up to them vagabonds an instant sooner than is downright necessary. They begin to fear a visit from the garrisons, and wouldn't lengthen the time a moment, and it's pretty well understood atween us, that should I fail in my arrand, the torments are to take place when the sun begins to fall, that they may strike upon their home trail as soon as it is dark." This was said solemnly, as if the thought of what was believed to be in reserve duly weighted on the prisoner's mind, and yet so simply, and without a parade of suffering, as rather to repel than to invite any open manifestations of sympathy. "Are they bent on revenging their losses?" Judith asked faintly, her own high spirit yielding to the influence of the other's quiet but dignified integrity of purpose. "Downright, if I can judge of Indian inclinations by the symptoms. They think, howsever, I don't suspect their designs, I do believe, but one that has lived so long among men of red skin gifts is no more likely to be misled in Injin feelin's than a true hunter is like to lose his trail, or a stanch hound his scent. My own judgment is greatly ag'in my own escape, for I see the women are a good deal enraged on behalf of Hist, though I say it, perhaps, that shouldn't say it, seein' that I had a considerable hand myself in getting the gal off. Then there was a cruel murder in their camp last night, and that shot might just as well have been fired into my breast. Howsever, come what will, the Sarpent and his wife will be safe, and that is some happiness in any case." "Oh, Deerslayer, they will think better of this, since they have given you until to-morrow noon to make up your mind." "I judge not, Judith. Yes, I judge not. An Injin is an Injin, gal, and it's pretty much hopeless to think of swarving him, when he's got the scent and follows it with his nose in the air. The Delawares, now, are a half-Christianized tribe. Not that I think such sort of Christians much better than your whole-blooded unbelievers, but nevertheless, what good half-Christianizing can do to a man, some among them have got, and yet revenge clings to their hearts like the wild creepers here to the tree. Then I slew one of the best and boldest of their warriors, they say, and it is too much to expect that they should captivate the man who did this deed, in the very same scouting on which it was performed, and they take no account of the matter. Had a month or so gone by, their feelin's would have been softened down, and we might have met in a more friendly way. But it is as it is. Judith, this is talking of nothing but myself, and my own consarns, when you have trouble enough, and may want to consult a friend a little about your own matters. Is the old man laid in the water, where I should think his body would like to rest?" "It is, Deerslayer," answered Judith, almost inaudibly. "That duty has just been performed. You are right in thinking that I wish to consult a friend, and that friend is yourself. Hurry Harry is about to leave us. When he is gone, and we have got a little over the feelings of this solemn office, I hope you will give me an hour alone. Hetty and I are at a loss what to do." "That's quite natural, coming as things have, suddenly and fearfully. But here's the Ark, and we'll say more of this when there is a better opportunity." Chapter 22. Recording by Bill Borst. Chapter 23 of the Deerslayer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deerslayer, by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 23. The wind is great upon the highest hills, the quiet life is in the dale below. Who tread on ice shall slide against their wills. They want not cares that curious arts should know. Who lives at ease and can content him so, is perfect wise, and sets us all to school. Who hates this lore may well be called a fool. Thomas Churchyard, Shore's Wife, 47. The meeting between Deerslayer and his friends in the Ark was grave and anxious. The two Indians in particular read in his manner that he was not a successful fugitive, and a few sententious words sufficed to let them comprehend the nature of what their friend had termed his furlough. Chingachgook immediately became thoughtful, while Hist, as usual, had no better mode of expressing her sympathy than by those little attentions which mark the affectionate manner of woman. In a few minutes, however, something like a general plan for the proceedings of the night was adopted, and to the eye of an uninstructed observer things would be thought to move in their ordinary train. It was now getting to be dark, and it was decided to sweep the Ark up to the castle and secure it in its ordinary berth. This decision was come to, in some measure on account of the fact that all the canoes were again in the possession of their proper owners, but principally from the security that was created by the representations of Deerslayer. He had examined the state of things among the Hurons, and felt satisfied that they meditated no further hostilities during the night, the loss they had met having indisposed them to further exertions for the moment. Then he had a proposition to make, the object of his visit, and, if this were accepted, the war would at once terminate between the parties, and it was improbable that the Hurons would anticipate the failure of a project on which their chiefs had apparently set their hearts, by having recourse to violence previously to the return of their messenger. As soon as the Ark was properly secured, the different members of the party occupied themselves in their several peculiar manners, haste in council, or in decision, no more characterizing the proceedings of these border whites than it did those of their red neighbors. The women busied themselves in preparations for the evening meal, sad and silent, but ever attentive to the first wants of nature. Hurry set about repairing his moccasins, by the light of a blazing knot. Chingachgook seated himself in gloomy thought, while Deerslayer proceeded, in a manner equally free from affectation and concern, to examine Killdeer, the rifle of Hutter that has already been mentioned, and which subsequently became so celebrated in the hands of the individual who was now making a survey of its merits. The piece was a little longer than usual, and had evidently been turned out from the workshops of some manufacturer of a superior order. It had a few silver ornaments, though, on the whole, it would have been deemed a plain piece by most frontiermen, its great merit consisting in the accuracy of its bore, the perfection of the details, and the excellence of the metal. Again and again did the hunter apply the breech to his shoulder, and glance his eye along the sights, and as often did he poise his body and raise the weapon slowly, as if about to catch and aim at a deer, in order to try the weight, and to ascertain its fitness for quick and accurate firing. All this was done by the aid of Hurry's torch, simply, but with an earnestness and abstraction that would have been found touching by any spectator who happened to know the real situation of the man. "'Tis a glorious weapon, Hurry," Deerslayer at length exclaimed, "and it may be thought a pity that it has fallen into the hands of women. The hunters have told me of its exploits, and by all I have heard, I should set it down as sartain death in experienced hands. Hearken to the tick of this lock-a-wolf trap hasn't a livelier spring. Pan and cock speak together, like two singing masters undertaking a psalm in meetin'. I never did see so true a bore, Hurry, that's sartain. Ay, old Tom used to give the piece a character, though he wasn't the man to particularize the real nature of any sort of firearms, in practice, returned March, passing the deer's thongs through the moccasin with the coolness of a cobbler. He was no marksman, that we must all allow, but he had his good points, as well as his bad ones. I have had hopes that Judith might consait the idea of giving Killdeer to me. There's no saying what young women may do, that's a truth, Hurry, and I suppose you're as likely to own the rifle as another. Still, when things are so very near perfection, it's a pity not to reach it entirely. What do you mean by that? Would not that piece look as well on my shoulder as on any man's? As for looks, I say nothing. You are both good-looking, and might make what is called a good-looking couple. But the true p'int is as to conduct. More deer would fall in one day by that piece, in some man's hands, than would fall in a week in your'n, Hurry. I've seen you try. Yes, remember the buck the other day. That buck was out of season, and who wishes to kill venison out of season? I was merely trying to frighten the creature, and I think you will own that he was pretty well scared, at any rate. Well, well, have it as you say, but this is a lordly piece, and would make a steady hand and quick eye the king of the woods. Then keep it, Deerslayer, and become king of the woods, said Judith, earnestly, who had heard the conversation, and whose eye was never long averted from the honest countenance of the hunter. It can never be in better hands than it is at this moment, and there I hope it will remain these 50 years. Judith, you can't be in earnest, exclaimed Deerslayer, taken so much by surprise as to betray more emotion than it was usual for him to manifest on ordinary occasions. Such a gift would be fit for a real king to make, yes, and for a real king to receive. I never was more in earnest in my life, Deerslayer, and I am as much in earnest in the wish as in the gift. Well, gal, well, we'll find time to talk of this again. You mustn't be downhearted, Hurry, for Judith is a sprightly young woman, and she has a quick reason. She knows that the credit of her father's rifle is safer in my hands than it could possibly be in your'n, and therefore you mustn't be downhearted. In other matters, more to your liking, too, you'll find she'll give you the preference." Hurry growled out his dissatisfaction, but he was too intent on quitting the lake, and in making his preparations, to waste his breath on a subject of this nature. Shortly after, the supper was ready, and it was eaten in silence, as is so much the habit of those who consider the table as merely a place of animal refreshment. On this occasion, however, sadness and thought contributed their share to the general desire not to converse, for Deerslayer was so far an exception to the usages of men of his caste, as not only to wish to hold discourse on such occasions, but as often to create a similar desire in his companions. The meal ended, and the humble preparations removed, the whole party assembled on the platform to hear the expected intelligence from Deerslayer on the subject of his visit. It had been evident he was in no haste to make his communication, but the feelings of Judith would no longer admit of delay. Stools were brought from the ark and the hut, and the whole six placed themselves in a circle, near the door, watching each other's countenances, as best they could, by the scanty means that were furnished by a lovely starlight night. Along the shores, beneath the mountains, lay the usual body of gloom, but in the broad lake no shadow was cast, and 1,000 mimic stars were dancing in the limpid element, that was just stirred enough by the evening air to set them all in motion. "Now, Deerslayer," commenced Judith, whose impatience resisted further restraint, "now, Deerslayer, tell us all the Hurons have to say, and the reason why they have sent you on parole, to make us some offer." "Furlough, Judith, furlough is the word, and it carries the same meaning with a captive at large as it does with a soldier who has leave to quit his colors. In both cases the word is passed to come back, and now I remember to have heard that's the rale signification, furlough meaning a word passed for the doing of anything of the like. Parole I rather think is Dutch, and has something to do with the tattoos of the garrisons. But this makes no great difference, since the vartue of a pledge lies in the idee, and not in the word. Well, then, if the message must be given, it must, and perhaps there is no use in putting it off. Hurry will soon be wanting to set out on his journey to the river, and the stars rise and set, just as if they cared for neither Injin nor message. Ah's me! 'Tisn't a pleasant, and I know it's a useless ar'n'd, but it must be told." "Harkee, Deerslayer," put in Hurry, a little authoritatively, "you're a sensible man in a hunt, and as good a fellow on a march, as a 60-miler a day would wish to meet with. But you're uncommon slow about messages, especially them that you think won't be likely to be well received. When a thing is to be told, why tell it, and don't hang back like a Yankee lawyer pretending he can't understand a Dutchman's English, just to get a double fee out of him. I understand you, Hurry, and well are you named to-night, seeing you've no time to lose. But let us come at once to the p'int, seeing that's the object of this council, for council it may be called, though women have seats among us. The simple fact is this: when the party came back from the castle, the Mingos held a council, and bitter thoughts were uppermost, as was plain to be seen by their gloomy faces. No one likes to be beaten, and a red-skin as little as a pale-face. Well, when they had smoked upon it, and made their speeches, and their council fire had burnt low, the matter came out. It seems the elders among 'em consaited I was a man to be trusted on a furlough. They're wonderful observant, them Mingos. That their worst mimics must allow. But they consaited I was such a man. And it isn't often," added the hunter, with a pleasing consciousness that his previous life justified this implicit reliance on his good faith, "it isn't often they consait anything so good of a pale-face. But so they did with me, and therefore they didn't hesitate to speak their minds, which is just this. You see the state of things. The lake and all on it, they fancy, lie at their marcy. Thomas Hutter is deceased, and as for Hurry, they've got the idee he has been near enough to death to-day not to wish to take another look at him this summer. Therefore they account all your forces as reduced to Chingachgook and the 2 young women, and while they know the Delaware to be of a high race, and a born warrior, they know he's now on his first warpath. As for the gals, of course they set them down as much as they do women in general." "You mean that they despise us," interrupted Judith, with eyes that flashed so brightly as to be observed by all present. "That will be seen in the end. They hold that all on the lake lies at their marcy, and therefore they send by me this belt of wampum," showing the article in question to the Delaware as he spoke, "with these words: 'Tell the Sarpent,' they say, 'that he has done well for a beginner. He may now strike across the mountains for his own villages, and no one shall look for his trail. If he has found a scalp, let him take it with him, for the Huron braves have hearts, and can feel for a young warrior who doesn't wish to go home empty-handed. If he is nimble, he is welcome to lead out a party in pursuit. Hist, howsever, must go back to the Hurons, for when she left there in the night, she carried away, by mistake, that which doesn't belong to her.'" "That can't be true," said Hetty earnestly. "Hist is no such girl, but one that gives everybody his due." How much more she would have said in remonstrance cannot be known, inasmuch as Hist, partly laughing and partly hiding her face in shame, passed her own hand across the speaker's mouth in a way to check the words. "You don't understand Mingo messages, poor Hetty," resumed Deerslayer, "which seldom mean what lies exactly uppermost. Hist has brought away with her the inclinations of a young Huron, and they want her back again, that the poor young man may find them where he last saw them. The Sarpent, they say, is too promising a young warrior not to find as many wives as he wants, but this one he cannot have. That's their meaning, and nothing else, as I understand it." "They are very obliging and thoughtful, in supposing a young woman can forget all her own inclinations in order to let this unhappy youth find his," said Judith, ironically, though her manner became more bitter as she proceeded. "I suppose a woman is a woman, let her color be white or red, and your chiefs know little of a woman's heart, Deerslayer, if they think it can never forgive when wronged, or ever forget when it fairly loves." "I suppose that's pretty much the truth with some women, Judith, though I've known them that could do both. The next message is to you. They say the muskrat, as they called your father, has dove to the bottom of the lake, that he will never come up again, and that his young will soon be in want of wigwams, if not of food. The Huron huts, they think, are better than the huts of York, and they wish you to come and try them. Your color is white, they own, but they think young women who've lived so long in the woods would lose their way in the clearin's. A great warrior among them has lately lost his wife, and he would be glad to put the wild rose on her bench at his fireside. As for the feeble mind, she will always be honored and taken care of by red warriors. Your father's goods they think ought to go to enrich the tribe, but your own property, which is to include everything of a female nature, will go like that of all wives into the wigwam of the husband. Moreover, they've lost a young maiden by violence lately, and 'twill take 2 pale-faces to fill her seat." "And do you bring such a message to me?" exclaimed Judith, though the tone in which the words were uttered had more in it of sorrow than of anger. "Am I a girl to be an Indian's slave?" "If you wish my honest thoughts on this point, Judith, I shall answer that I don't think you'll willingly ever become any man's slave, red skin or white. You're not to think hard, howsever, of my bringing the message, as near as I could in the very words in which it was given to me. Them was the conditions on which I got my furlough, and a bargain is a bargain, though it is made with a vagabond. I've told you what they've said, but I've not yet told you what I think you ought, one and all, to answer." "Ay, let's hear that, Deerslayer," put in Hurry. "My curiosity is up on that consideration, and I should like, right well, to hear your ideas on the reasonableness of the reply. For my part, though, my own mind is pretty much settled on the p'int of my own answer, which shall be made known as soon as necessary." "And so is mine, Hurry, on all the different heads, and on no one is it more sartainly settled than on your'n. If I was you, I should say, Deerslayer, tell them scamps they don't know Harry March. He is human, and having a white skin he has also a white natur', which natur' won't let him desart females of his own race and gifts in their greatest need. So set me down as one that will refuse to come into your treaty, though you should smoke a hogshead of tobacco over it." March was a little embarrassed at this rebuke, which was uttered with sufficient warmth of manner, and with a point that left no doubt of the meaning. Had Judith encouraged him, he would not have hesitated about remaining to defend her and her sister, but under the circumstances a feeling of resentment rather urged him to abandon them. At all events, there was not a sufficiency of chivalry in Hurry Harry to induce him to hazard the safety of his own person unless he could see a direct connection between the probable consequences and his own interests. It is no wonder, therefore, that his answer partook equally of his intention and of the reliance he so boastingly placed on his gigantic strength, which, if it did not always make him outrageous, usually made him impudent as respects those with whom he conversed. "Fair words make long friendships, Master Deerslayer," he said a little menacingly. "You're but a stripling, and you know by experience what you are in the hands of a man. As you're not me, but only a go-between sent by the savages to us Christians, you may tell your employers that they do know Harry March, which is a proof of their sense as well as his. He's human enough to follow human nature, and that tells him to see the folly of one man's fighting a whole tribe. If females desert him, they must expect to be deserted by him, whether they're of his own gifts or another man's gifts. Should Judith see fit to change her mind, she's welcome to my company to the river, and Hetty with her. But shouldn't she come to this conclusion, I start as soon as I think the enemy's scouts are beginning to nestle themselves in among the brush and leaves for the night." "Judith will not change her mind, and she does not ask your company, Master March," returned the girl with spirit. "That p'int's settled, then," resumed Deerslayer, unmoved by the other's warmth. "Hurry Harry must act for himself, and do that which will be most likely to suit his own fancy. The course he means to take will give him an easy race, if it don't give him an easy conscience. Next comes the question with Hist. What say you, gal? Will you desart your duty, too, and go back to the Mingos and take a Huron husband, and all not for the love of the man you're to marry, but for the love of your own scalp?" "Why you talk so to Hist?" demanded the girl, half offended. "You t'ink a red-skin girl, made like captain's lady, to laugh and joke with any officer that come?" "What I think, Hist, is neither here nor there in this matter. I must carry back your answer, and in order to do so it is necessary that you should send it. A faithful messenger gives his arrant word for word." Hist no longer hesitated to speak her mind fully. In the excitement she rose from her bench, and naturally recurring to that language in which she expressed herself the most readily, she delivered her thoughts and intentions, beautifully and with dignity, in the tongue of her own people. "Tell the Hurons, Deerslayer," she said, "that they are as ignorant as moles. They don't know the wolf from the dog. Among my people, the rose dies on the stem where it budded. The tears of the child fall on the graves of its parents. The corn grows where the seed has been planted. The Delaware girls are not messengers to be sent like belts of wampum from tribe to tribe. They are honeysuckles, that are sweetest in their own woods. Their own young men carry them away in their bosoms, because they are fragrant. They are sweetest when plucked from their native stems. Even the robin and the martin come back year after year to their old nests. Shall a woman be less true-hearted than a bird? Set the pine in the clay and it will turn yellow. The willow will not flourish on the hill. The tamarack is healthiest in the swamp. The tribes of the sea love best to hear the winds that blow over the salt water. As for a Huron youth, what is he to a maiden of the Lenni Lenape? He may be fleet, but her eyes do not follow him in the race. They look back towards the lodges of the Delawares. He may sing a sweet song for the girls of Canada, but there is no music for Wah, but in the tongue she has listened to from childhood. Were the Huron born of the people that once owned the shores of the Salt Lake, it would be in vain, unless he were of the family of Uncas. The young pine will rise to be as high as any of its fathers. Wah-ta-Wah has but one heart, and it can love but one husband." Deerslayer listened to this characteristic message, which was given with an earnestness suited to the feelings from which it sprung, with undisguised delight, meeting the ardent eloquence of the girl, as she concluded, with one of his own heartfelt, silent, and peculiar fits of laughter. "That's worth all the wampum in the woods!" he exclaimed. "You don't understand it, I suppose, Judith, but if you'll look into your feelin's and fancy that an inimy had sent to tell you to give up the man of your ch'ice, and to take up with another, that wasn't the man of your ch'ice, you'll get the substance of it, I'll warrant. Give me a woman for ra'al eloquence, if they'll only make up their minds to speak what they feel. By speakin', I don't mean chatterin', howsever, for most of them will do that by the hour, but come out with their honest, deepest feelin's in proper words. And now, Judith, having got the answer of a red-skin girl, it is fit I should get that of a pale-face, if indeed a countenance that is as bloomin' as your'n can in any wise be so tarmed. You are well named the Wild Rose, and so far as color goes, Hetty ought to be called the Honeysuckle." "Did this language come from one of the garrison gallants, I should deride it, Deerslayer, but coming from you, I know it can be depended on," returned Judith, deeply gratified by his unmeditated and characteristic compliments. "It is too soon, however, to ask my answer. The Great Serpent has not yet spoken." "The Sarpent! Lord, I could carry back his speech without hearing a word of it. I didn't think of putting the question to him at all, I will allow, though 'twould be hardly right, either, seein' that the truth is truth, and I'm bound to tell these Mingos the fact and nothing else. So, Chingachgook, let us hear your mind on this matter. Are you inclined to strike across the hills towards your village, to give up Hist to a Huron, and to tell the chiefs at home that, if they're active and successful, they may possibly get on the end of the Iroquois trail some 2 or 3 days after the enemy has got off of it?" Like his betrothed, the young chief arose, that his answer might be given with due distinctness and dignity. Hist had spoken with her hands crossed upon her bosom, as if to suppress the emotions within, but the warrior stretched an arm before him with a calm energy that aided in giving emphasis to his expressions. "Wampum should be sent for wampum," he said. "A message must be answered by a message. Hear what the Great Serpent of the Delawares has to say to the pretended wolves from the Great Lakes, that are howling through our woods. They are no wolves. They are dogs that have come to get their tails and ears cropped by the hands of the Delawares. They are good at stealing young women, bad at keeping them. Chingachgook takes his own where he finds it. He asks leave of no cur from the Canadas. If he has a tender feeling in his heart, it is no business of the Hurons. He tells it to her who most likes to know it. He will not bellow it in the forest, for the ears of those that only understand yells of terror. What passes in his lodge is not for the chiefs of his own people to know, still less for Mingo rogues." "Call 'em vagabonds, Serpent," interrupted Deerslayer, unable to restrain his delight. "Yes, just call 'em up and down vagabonds, which is a word easily interpreted, and the most hateful of all to their ears. It's so true. Never fear me. I'll give 'em your message, syllable for syllable, sneer for sneer, idee for idee, scorn for scorn, and they desarve no better at your hands. Only call 'em vagabonds once or twice, and that will set the sap mounting in 'em, from their lowest roots to the uppermost branches." "Still less for Mingo vagabonds," resumed Chingachgook, quite willingly complying with his friend's request. "Tell the Huron dogs to howl louder, if they wish a Delaware to find them in the woods, where they burrow like foxes instead of hunting like warriors. When they had a Delaware maiden in their camp, there was a reason for hunting them up. Now they will be forgotten, unless they make a noise. Chingachgook don't like the trouble of going to his villages for more warriors. He can strike their runaway trail. Unless they hide it underground, he will follow it to Canada alone. He will keep Wah-ta-Wah with him to cook his game. They, too, will be Delawares enough to scare all the Hurons back to their own country." "That's a grand despatch, as the officers call them things," cried Deerslayer. "'Twill set all the Huron blood in motion. Most particularly that part where he tells 'em Hist, too, will keep on their heels, till they're fairly driven out of the country. Ah's me! Big words ain't always big deeds, notwithstanding. The Lord send that we be able to be only half as good as we promise to be. And now, Judith, it's your turn to speak, for them miscreants will expect an answer from each person, poor Hetty perhaps excepted." "And why not Hetty, Deerslayer? She often speaks to the purpose. The Indians may respect her words, for they feel for people in her condition." "That is true, Judith, and quick-thoughted in you. The redskins do respect misfortunes of all kinds, and Hetty's in particular. So, Hetty, if you have anything to say, I'll carry it to the Hurons as faithfully as if it was spoken by a schoolmaster, or a missionary." The girl hesitated a moment, and then she answered in her own gentle, soft tones, as earnestly as any who had preceded her. "The Hurons can't understand the difference between white people and themselves," she said, "or they wouldn't ask Judith and me to go and live in their villages. God has given one country to the red men, and another to us. He meant us to live apart. Then mother always said that we should never dwell with any but Christians, if possible, and that is a reason why we can't go. This lake is ours, and we won't leave it. Father and mother's graves are in it, and even the worst Indians love to stay near the graves of their fathers. I will come and see them again, if they wish me to, and read more out of the Bible to them, but I can't quit father's and mother's graves." That will do, Hetty, just as well as if you sent them a message twice as long," interrupted the hunter. "I'll tell 'em all you've said, and all you mean, and I'll answer for it that they'll be easily satisfied. Now, Judith, your turn comes next, and then this part of my ar'n'd will be tarminated for the night." Judith manifested a reluctance to give her reply, that had awakened a little curiosity in the messenger. Judging from her known spirit, he had never supposed the girl would be less true to her feelings and principles than Hist, or Hetty, and yet there was a visible wavering of purpose that rendered him slightly uneasy. Even now, when directly required to speak, she seemed to hesitate, nor did she open her lips until the profound silence told her how anxiously her words were expected. Then, indeed, she spoke, but it was doubtingly and with reluctance. "Tell us first," she commenced, repeating the words merely to change the emphasis, "what effect will our answers have on your fate? If you are to be the sacrifice of our spirit, it would have been better had we all been more wary as to the language we use. What, then, are likely to be the consequences to yourself?" "Lord, Judith, you might as well ask me which way the wind will blow next week, or what will be the age of the next deer that will be shot. I can only say that their faces look a little dark upon me, but it doesn't thunder every time a black cloud rises, nor does every puff of wind blow up rain. That's a question, therefore, much more easily put than answered." "So is this message of the Iroquois to me," answered Judith, rising, as if she had determined on her own course for the present. "My answer shall be given, Deerslayer, after you and I have talked together alone, when the others have laid themselves down for the night." There was a decision in the manner of the girl that disposed Deerslayer to comply, and this he did the more readily as the delay could produce no material consequences one way or the other. The meeting now broke up, Hurry announcing his resolution to leave them speedily. During the hour that was suffered to intervene, in order that the darkness might deepen before the frontierman took his departure, the different individuals occupied themselves in their customary modes, the hunter, in particular, passing most of the time in making further enquiries into the perfection of the rifle already mentioned. The hour of 9 soon arrived, however, and then it had been determined that Hurry should commence his journey. Instead of making his adieus frankly and in a generous spirit, the little he thought it necessary to say was uttered sullenly and in coldness. Resentment at what he considered Judith's obstinacy was blended with mortification at the career he had since reaching the lake, and, as is usual with the vulgar and narrow-minded, he was more disposed to reproach others with his failures than to censure himself. Judith gave him her hand, but it was quite as much in gladness as with regret, while the two Delawares were not sorry to find he was leaving them. Of the whole party, Hetty alone betrayed any real feeling. Bashfulness and the timidity of her sex and character kept even her aloof, so that Hurry entered the canoe, where Deerslayer was already waiting for him before she ventured near enough to be observed. Then, indeed, the girl came into the ark and approached its end, just as the little bark was turning from it, with a movement so light and steady as to be almost imperceptible. An impulse of feeling now overcame her timidity, and Hetty spoke. "Good-bye, Hurry," she called out in her sweet voice. "Good-bye, dear Hurry. Take care of yourself, in the woods, and don't stop once, till you reach the garrison. The leaves on the trees are scarcely plentier than the Hurons round the lake, and they'll not treat a strong man like you as kindly as they treat me." The ascendancy with which March had obtained over this feeble-minded, but right-thinking and right-feeling girl, arose from a law of nature. Her senses had been captivated by his personal advantages, and her moral communications with him had never been sufficiently intimate to counteract an effect that must have been otherwise lessened, even with one whose mind was as obtuse as her own. Hetty's instinct of right, if such a term can be applied to one who seemed taught by some kind spirit how to steer her course with unerring accuracy between good and evil, would have revolted at Hurry's character on 1,000 points, had there been opportunities to enlighten her. But while he conversed and trifled with her sister, at a distance from herself, his perfection of form and feature had been left to produce their influence on her simple imagination and naturally tender feelings, without suffering by the alloy of his opinions and coarseness. It is true she found him rough and rude, but her father was that, and most of the other men she had seen, and that which she believed to belong to all of the sex struck her less unfavorably in Hurry's character than it might otherwise have done. Still, it was not absolutely love that Hetty felt for Hurry, nor do we wish to portray it, but merely that awakening sensibility and admiration which, under more propitious circumstances, and always supposing no untoward revelations of character on the part of the young man had supervened to prevent it, might soon have ripened into that engrossing feeling. She felt for him an incipient tenderness, but scarcely any passion. Perhaps the nearest approach to the latter that Hetty had manifested was to be seen in the sensitiveness which had caused her to detect March's predilection for her sister, for, among Judith's many admirers, this was the only instance in which the dull mind of the girl had been quickened into an observation of the circumstances. Hurry received so little sympathy at his departure, that the gentle tones of Hetty, as she thus called after him, sounded soothingly. He checked the canoe, and with one sweep of his powerful arm brought it back to the side of the ark. This was more than Hetty, whose courage had risen with the departure of her hero, expected, and she now shrunk timidly back at this unexpected return. "You're a good gal, Hetty, and I can't quit you without shaking hands," said March kindly. "Judith, a'ter all, isn't worth as much as you, though she may be a trifle better looking. As to wits, if honesty and fair dealing with a young man is a sign of sense in a young woman, you're worth a dozen Judiths, ay, and for that matter most young women of my acquaintance." "Don't say anything against Judith, Harry," returned Hetty imploringly. "Father's gone, and mother's gone, and nobody's left but Judith and me, and it isn't right for sisters to speak evil, or to hear evil, of each other. Father's in the lake, and so is mother, and we should all fear God, for we don't know when we may be in the lake, too." "That sounds reasonable, child, as does most you say. Well, if we ever meet again, Hetty, you'll find a fri'nd in me, let your sister do what she may. I was no great fri'nd of your mother, I'll allow, for we didn't think alike on most p'ints. But then your father, old Tom, and I fitted each other as remarkably as a buckskin garment will fit any reasonable built man. I've always been unanimous of opinion that old Floating Tom Hutter, at the bottom, was a good fellow, and will maintain that ag'in all inimies for his sake, as well as for your'n." "Good-bye, Hurry," said Hetty, who now wanted to hasten the young man off as ardently as she'd wished to keep him only the moment before, though she could give no clearer account of the latter than the former feeling. "Good-bye, Hurry. Take care of yourself in the woods. Don't halt till you reach the garrison. I'll read a chapter in the Bible for you before I go to bed, and think of you in my prayers." This was touching a point on which March had no sympathies, and without more words he shook the girl cordially by the hand, and re-entered the canoe. In another minute the two adventurers were 100 feet from the ark, and half a dozen had not elapsed before they were completely lost to view. Hetty sighed deeply, and rejoined her sister and Hist. For some time Deerslayer and his companion paddled ahead in silence. It had been determined to land Hurry at the precise point where he is represented in the commencement of our tale as having embarked, not only as a place little likely to be watched by the Hurons, but because he was sufficiently familiar with the signs of the woods at that spot, to thread his way through them in the dark. Thither, then, the light craft proceeded, being urged as diligently and as swiftly as two vigorous and skilful canoemen could force their little vessel through, or rather over, the water. Less than a quarter of an hour sufficed for the object, and at the end of that time, being within the shadows of the shore, and quite near the point they sought, each ceased his efforts in order to make their parting communications out of earshot of any straggler who might happen to be in the neighborhood. "You will do well to persuade the officers of the garrison to lead out a party ag'in these vagabonds as soon as you get in, Hurry," Deerslayer commenced, "and you'll do better if you volunteer to guide it up yourself. You know the paths, and the shape of the lake, and the nature of the land, and can do it better than a common generalizing scout. Strike at the Huron camp first, and follow the signs that will then show themselves. A few looks at the hut and the ark will satisfy you as to the state of the Delaware and the women, and at any rate, there'll be a fine opportunity to fall on the Mingo trail, and to make a mark on the memories of the blackguards that they'll be apt to carry with them a long time. It won't be likely to make much difference with me, since that matter will be detarmined afore to-morrow's sun has set, but it may make a great change in Judith and Hetty's hopes and prospects." "And as for yourself, Nathaniel," Hurry inquired with more interest than he was accustomed to betray in the welfare of others, "and as for yourself, what do you think is likely to turn up?" "The Lord in his wisdom only can tell, Henry March. The clouds look black and threatening, and I keep my mind in a state to meet the worst. Vengeful feelin's are uppermost in the hearts of the Mingos, and any little disapp'intment about the plunder, or the prisoners, or Hist, may make the torments sartain. The Lord in his wisdom can only detarmine my fate, or your'n." "This is a black business, and ought to be put a stop to in some way or other," answered Hurry, confounding the distinctions between right and wrong, as is usual with selfish and vulgar men. "I heartily wish old Hutter and I had scalped every creature in their camp, the night we first landed with that capital object. Had you not held back, Deerslayer, it might have been done, and then you wouldn't have found yourself at the last moment in the desperate condition you mention. 'Twould have been better had you said you wished you had never attempted to do what it little becomes any white man's gifts to undertake. in which case not only might we have kept from coming to blows, but Thomas Hutter would now have been living, and the hearts of the savages would be less given to vengeance. The death of that young woman, too, was uncalled for, Henry March, and leaves a heavy load on our names, if not on our consciences." This was so apparent, and it seemed so obvious to Hurry himself, at the moment, that he dashed his paddle into the water and began to urge the canoe towards the shore, as if bent only on running away from his own lively remorse. His companion humored this feverish desire for change, and in a minute or two the bows of the boat grated lightly on the shingle of the beach. To land, shoulder his pack and rifle, and to get ready for his march, occupied Hurry but an instant, and with a growling adieu, he had already commenced his march, when a sudden twinge of feeling brought him to a dead stop, and immediately after to the other's side. "You cannot mean to give yourself up again to them murdering savages, Deerslayer," he said, quite as much in angry remonstrance as with generous feeling. "'Twould be the act of a madman or a fool." "There's them that thinks it madness to keep their words, and there's them that don't, Harry. You may be one of the first, but I'm one of the last. No red-skin breathing shall have it in his power to say that a Mingo minds his word more than a man of white blood and white gifts, in anything that consarns me. I'm out on a furlough, and if I've strength and reason, I'll go in on a furlough afore noon to-morrow." "What's an Injin, or a word passed, or a furlough taken from creatures like them that have neither souls nor reason?" "If they've got neither souls nor reason, you and I have both, Henry March, and one is accountable for the other. This furlough is not, as you seem to think, a matter altogether atween me and the Mingos, seeing it is a solemn bargain made atween me and God. He who thinks that he can say what he pleases, in his distress, and that 'twill all pass for nothing because 'tis uttered in the forest, and into red men's ears, knows little of his situation, and hopes, and wants. The woods are but the ears of the Almighty, the air is his breath, and the light of the sun is little more than a glance of his eye. Farewell, Harry. We may not meet again, but I would wish you never to treat a furlough, or any other solemn thing that your Christian God has been called on to witness, as a duty so light that it may be forgotten according to the wants of the body, or even according to the cravings of the spirit." March was now glad again to escape. It was quite impossible that he could enter into the sentiments that ennobled his companion, and he broke away from both with an impatience that caused him secretly to curse the folly that could induce a man to rush, as it were, on his own destruction. Deerslayer, on the contrary, manifested no such excitement. Sustained by his principles, inflexible in the purpose of acting up to them, and superior to any unmanly apprehension, he regarded all before him as a matter of course, and no more thought of making any unworthy attempt to avoid it than a Mussulman thinks of counteracting the decrees of Providence. He stood calmly on the shore, listening to the reckless tread with which Hurry betrayed his progress through the bushes, shook his head in dissatisfaction at the want of caution, and then stepped quietly into his canoe. Before he dropped the paddle again into the water, the young man gazed about him at the scene presented by the starlit night. This was the spot where he had first laid his eyes on the beautiful sheet of water on which he floated. If it was then glorious in the bright light of a summer's noontide, it was now sad and melancholy under the shadows of night. The mountains rose around it like black barriers to exclude the outer world, and the gleams of pale light that rested on the broader parts of the basin were no bad symbols of the faintness of the hopes that were so dimly visible in his own future. Sighing heavily, he pushed the canoe from the land, and took his way back with steady diligence towards the Ark and the castle. End of chapter 23. Recording by Bill Borst. Chapter 24 of the Deerslayer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deerslayer, by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 24. Thy secret pleasure turns to open shame, thy private feasting to a public fast, thy smoothing titles to a ragged name, thy sugared tongue to bitter wormwood taste, thy violent vanities can never last. Shakespeare, Rape of Lucrece, 11, 890 to 894. Judith was waiting the return of Deerslayer on the platform, with stifled impatience, when the latter reached the hut. Hist and Hetty were both in a deep sleep on the bed usually occupied by the two daughters of the house, and the Delaware was stretched on the floor of the adjoining room, his rifle at his side, and a blanket over him, already dreaming of the events of the last few days. There was a lamp burning in the ark, for the family was accustomed to indulge in this luxury on extraordinary occasions, and possessed the means, the vessel being of a form and material to render it probable it had once been an occupant of the chest. As soon as the girl got a glimpse of the canoe, she ceased her hurried walk up and down the platform and stood ready to receive the young man, whose return she had now been anxiously expecting for some time. She helped him to fasten the canoe, and by aiding in the other little similar employments, manifested her desire to reach a moment of liberty as soon as possible. When this was done, in answer to an inquiry of his, she informed him of the manner in which their companions had disposed of themselves. He listened attentively, for the manner of the girl was so earnest and impressive as to apprise him that she had something on her mind of more than common concern. "And now, Deerslayer," Judith continued, "you see I have lighted the lamp, and put it in the cabin of the ark. That is never done with us unless on great occasions, and I consider this night as the most important of my life. Will you follow me and see what I have to show you, hear what I have to say?" The hunter was a little surprised, but, making no objections, both were soon in the scow, and in the room that contained the light. Here 2 stools were placed at the side of the chest, with the lamp on another, and a table near by to receive the different articles as they might be brought to view. This arrangement had its rise in the feverish impatience of the girl, which could brook no delay that it was in her power to obviate. Even all the padlocks were removed, and it only remained to raise the heavy lid again to expose all the treasures of this long-secreted hoard. "I see, in part, what this all means," observed Deerslayer. "Yes, I see through it, in part. But why is not Hetty present? Now Thomas Hutter is gone, she is one of the owners of these curiosities, and ought to see them opened and handled." "Hetty sleeps," answered Judith, huskily. "Happily for her, fine clothes and riches have no charms. Besides, she has this night given her share of all that the chest may hold to me, that I may do with it as I please." "Is poor Hetty compass enough for that, Judith?" demanded the just-minded young man. "It's a good rule, and a righteous one, never to take, when them that give don't know the valley of their gifts, and such as God has visited heavily in their wits ought to be dealt with as carefully as children that haven't yet come to their understandings." Judith was hurt at this rebuke, coming from the person it did, but she would have felt it far more keenly had not her conscience fully acquitted her of any unjust intentions towards her feeble-minded but confiding sister. It was not a moment, however, to betray any of her usual mountings of the spirit, and she smothered the passing sensation in the desire to come to the great object she had in view. "Hetty will not be wronged," she mildly answered. "She even knows not only what I am about to do, Deerslayer, but why I do it. So take your seat, raise the lid of the chest, and this time we will go to the bottom. I shall be disappointed if something is not found to tell us more of the history of Thomas Hutter and my mother." "Why Thomas Hutter, Judith, and not your father? The dead ought to meet with as much reverence as the living. I have long suspected that Thomas Hutter was not my father, though I did think he might have been Hetty's, but now we know he was the father of neither. He acknowledged that much in his dying moments. I am old enough to remember better things than we have seen on this lake, though they are so faintly impressed on my memory that the earlier part of my life seems like a dream." "Dreams are but miserable guides when one has to determine about realities, Judith," returned the other admonishingly. "Fancy nothing and hope nothing on their account, though I've known chiefs that thought 'em useful. I expect nothing for the future from them, my good friend, but cannot help remembering what has been. This is idle, however, when half an hour of examination may tell us all, or even more than I want to know." Deerslayer, who comprehended the girl's impatience, now took his seat, and proceeded once more to bring to light the different articles that the chest contained. As a matter of course, all that had been previously examined were found where they had been last deposited, and they excited much less interest or comment than when formerly exposed to view. Even Judith laid aside the rich brocade with an air of indifference, for she had a far higher aim before her than the indulgence of vanity, and was impatient to come at the still hidden, or rather unknown, treasures. "All these we have seen before," she said, "and will not stop to open. The bundle under your hand, Deerslayer, is a fresh one. That we will look into. God send it may contain something to tell poor Hetty and myself who we really are." "Ay, if some bundles could speak, they might tell wonderful secrets," returned the young man, deliberately undoing the folds of another piece of coarse canvas, in order to come at the contents of the roll that lay on his knees. "Though this doesn't seem to be one of that family, seeing 'tis neither more nor less than a sort of flag, though of what nation, it passes my l'arnin' to say." "That flag must have some meaning to it," Judith hurriedly interposed. "Open it wider, Deerslayer, that we may see the colors." "Well, I pity the ensign that has to shoulder this cloth, and to parade it about on the field. Why, 'tis large enough, Judith, to make a dozen of them colors the king's officers set so much store by. These can be no ensign's colors, but a general's." "A ship might carry it, Deerslayer, and the ships I know do use such things. Have you never heard any fearful stories about Thomas Hutter's having once been concerned with the people they call buccaneers?" "Buccaneer! Not I. Not I. I never heard him mentioned as good at a buck far off, or near by. Hurry Harry did tell me something about its being supposed that he had formerly, in some way or other, dealings with sartain sea robbers, but, Lord, Judith, it can't surely give you any satisfaction to make out that ag'in your mother's own husband, though he isn't your father." "Anything will give me satisfaction that tells me who I am, and helps to explain the dreams of childhood. My mother's husband, yes, he must have been that, though why a woman like her should have chosen a man like him is more than mortal reason can explain. You never saw mother, Deerslayer, and can't feel the vast, vast difference there was between them." "Such things do happen, howsever. Yes, they do happen, though why Providence lets them come to pass is more than I understand. I've knew the fiercest warriors with the gentlest wives of any in the tribe, and awful scolds fall to the lot of Injins fit to be missionaries." "That was not it, Deerslayer, that was not it. Oh, if it should prove that— No, I cannot wish she should not have been his wife at all. That no daughter can wish for her own mother. Go on now, and let us see what the square-looking bundle holds." Deerslayer complied, and he found that it contained a small trunk of pretty workmanship, but fastened. The next point was to find a key, but search proving ineffectual, it was determined to force the lock. This Deerslayer soon effected by the aid of an iron instrument, and it was found that the interior was nearly filled with papers. Many were letters, some fragments of manuscripts, memorandums, accounts, and other similar documents. The hawk does not pounce upon the chicken with a more sudden swoop than Judith sprang forward to seize this mine of hitherto concealed knowledge. Her education, as the reader will have perceived, was far superior to her situation in life, and her eye glanced over page after page of the letters with a readiness that her schooling supplied, and with an avidity that found its origin in her feelings. At first it was evident that the girl was gratified, and we may add with reason, for the letters written by females, in innocence and affection, were of a character to cause her to feel proud of those with whom she had every reason to think she was closely connected by the ties of blood. It does not come within the scope of our plan to give more of these epistles, however, than a general idea of their contents, and this will best be done by describing the effect they produced on the manner, appearance, and feeling of her who was so eagerly perusing them. It has been said already that Judith was much gratified with the letters that first met her eye. They contained the correspondence of an affectionate and intelligent mother to an absent daughter, with such allusions to the answers as served in a great measure to fill up the vacuum left by the replies. They were not without admonitions and warnings, however, and Judith felt the blood mounting to her temples, and a cold shudder succeeding, as she read one in which the propriety of the daughter's indulging in as much intimacy as had evidently been described in one of the daughter's own letters, with an officer who came from Europe, and who could hardly be supposed to wish to form an honorable connection in America, was rather coldly commented on by the mother. What rendered it singular was the fact that the signatures had been carefully cut from every one of these letters, and wherever a name occurred in the body of the epistles, it had been erased with so much diligence as to render it impossible to read it. They had all been enclosed in envelopes, according to the fashion of the age, and not an address either was to be found. Still, the letters themselves had been religiously preserved, and Judith thought she could discover traces of tears remaining on several. She now remembered to have seen the little trunk in her mother's keeping, previously to her death, and she supposed it had first been deposited in the chest, along with the other forgotten or concealed objects, when the letters could no longer contribute to that parent's grief or happiness. Next came another bundle, and these were filled with the protestations of love, written with passion certainly, but also with that deceit which men so often think it justifiable to use to the other sex. Judith had shed tears abundantly over the first packet, but now she felt a sentiment of indignation and pride better sustaining her. Her hand shook, however, and cold shivers again passed through her frame, as she discovered a few points of strong resemblance between these letters and some it had been her own fate to receive. Once, indeed, she laid the packet down, bowed her head to her knees, and seemed nearly convulsed. All this time Deerslayer sat a silent but attentive observer of everything that passed. As Judith read a letter she put it into his hands to hold until she could peruse the next. But this served in no degree to enlighten her companion, as he was totally unable to read. Nevertheless, he was not entirely at fault in discovering the passions that were contending in the bosom of the fair creature by his side, and, as occasional sentences escaped her in murmurs, he was nearer the truth in his divinations or conjectures than the girl would have been pleased at discovering. Judith had commenced with the earliest letters, luckily for a ready comprehension of the tale they told, for they were carefully arranged in chronological order, and to any one who would take the trouble to peruse them would have revealed a sad history of gratified passion, coldness, and finally of aversion. As she obtained the clue to their import, her impatience would not admit of delay, and she soon got to glancing her eyes over a page by way of coming at the truth in the briefest manner possible. By adopting this expedient, one to which all who are eager to arrive at results without encumbering themselves with details are so apt to resort, Judith made a rapid progress in these melancholy revelations of her mother's failing and punishment. She saw that the period of her own birth was distinctly referred to, and even learned that the homely name she bore was given her by the father, of whose person she retained so faint an impression as to resemble a dream. This name was not obliterated from the text of the letters, but stood as if nothing was to be gained by erasing it. Hetty's birth was mentioned once, and in that instance the name was the mother's, but ere this period was reached came the signs of coldness, shadowing forth the desertion that was so soon to follow. It was in this stage of the correspondence that her mother had recourse to the plan of copying her own epistles. They were but few, but were eloquent with the feelings of blighted affection and contrition. Judith sobbed over them, until again and again she felt compelled to lay them aside from sheer physical inability to see, her eyes being literally obscured with tears. Still she returned to the task, with increasing interest, and finally succeeded in reaching the end of the latest communication that had probably ever passed between her parents. All this occupied fully an hour, for near 100 letters were glanced at, and some 20 had been closely read. The truth now shone clear upon the acute mind of Judith, so far as her own birth and that of Hetty were concerned. She sickened at the conviction, and for the moment the rest of the world seemed to be cut off from her, and she had now additional reasons for wishing to pass the remainder of her life on the lake, where she had already seen so many bright and so many sorrowing days. There yet remained more letters to examine. Judith found these were a correspondence between her mother and Thomas Hovey. The originals of both parties were carefully arranged, letter and answer, side by side, and they told the early history of the connection between the ill-assorted pair far more plainly than Judith wished to learn it. Her mother made the advances towards a marriage, to the surprise, not to say horror, of her daughter, and she actually found a relief when she discovered traces of what struck her as insanity, or a morbid desperation, bordering on that dire calamity, in the earlier letters of that ill-fated woman. The answers of Hovey were coarse and illiterate, though they manifested a sufficient desire to obtain the hand of a woman of singular personal attractions, and whose great error he was willing to overlook for the advantage of possessing one every way so much his superior, and who it also appeared was not altogether destitute of money. The remainder of this part of the correspondence was brief, and it was soon confined to a few communications on business, in which the miserable wife hastened the absent husband in his preparations to abandon a world which there was a sufficient reason to think was as dangerous to one of the parties as it was disagreeable to the other. But a sincere expression had escaped her mother, by which Judith could get a clue to the motives that had induced her to marry Hovey, or Hutter, and this she found was that feeling of resentment which so often tempts the injured to inflict wrongs on themselves by way of heaping coals on the heads of those through whom they have suffered. Judith had enough of the spirit of that mother to comprehend this sentiment, and for a moment did she see the exceeding folly which permitted such revengeful feelings to get the ascendancy. There what may be called the historical part of the papers ceased. Among the loose fragments, however, was an old newspaper that contained a proclamation offering a reward for the apprehension of certain freebooters by name, among which was that of Thomas Hovey. The attention of the girl was drawn to the proclamation, and to this particular name by the circumstance that black lines had been drawn under both in ink. Nothing else was found among the papers that could lead to a discovery of either the name or the place of residence of the wife of Hutter. All the dates, signatures, and addresses had been cut from the letters, and wherever a word occurred in the body of the communications that might furnish a clue, it was scrupulously erased. Thus Judith found all her hopes of ascertaining who her parents were defeated, and she was obliged to fall back on her own resources and habits for everything connected with the future. Her recollection of her mother's manners, conversation, and sufferings filled up many a gap in the historical facts she had now discovered, and the truth, in its outlines, stood sufficiently distinct before her to take away all desire, indeed, to possess any more details. Throwing herself back in her seat, she simply desired her companion to finish the examination of the other articles in the chest, as it might yet contain something of importance. "I'll do it, Judith, I'll do it," returned the patient Deerslayer, "but if there's many more letters to read, we shall see the sun again afore you've got through with the reading of 'em. 2 good hours have you been looking at them bits of papers." "They tell me of my parents, Deerslayer, and have settled my plans for life. A girl may be excused who reads about her own father and mother, and that, too, for the first time in her life. I am sorry to have kept you waiting." "Never mind me, gal, never mind me. It matters little whether I sleep or watch. But though you be pleasant to look at, and are so handsome, Judith, it is not altogether agreeable to sit so long to behold you shedding tears. I know that tears don't kill, and that some people are better for shedding a few now and then, especially young women, but I'd rather see you smile any time, Judith, than see you weep." This gallant speech was rewarded with a sweet, though a melancholy, smile, and then the girl again desired her companion to finish the examination of the chest. The search necessarily continued some time, during which Judith collected her thoughts and regained her composure. She took no part in the search, leaving everything to the young man, looking listlessly herself at the different articles that came uppermost. Nothing further of much interest or value, however, was found. A sword or two, such as were then worn by gentlemen, some buckles of silver, or so richly plated as to appear silver, and a few handsome articles of female dress, composed the principal discoveries. It struck both Judith and the Deerslayer, notwithstanding, that some of these things might be made useful in effecting a negotiation with the Iroquois. though the latter saw a difficulty in the way that was not so apparent to the former. The conversation was first renewed in connection with this point. "And now, Deerslayer," said Judith, "we may talk of yourself, and of the means of getting you out of the hands of the Hurons. Any part, or all of what you have seen in the chest, will be cheerfully given by me and Hetty to set you at liberty." "Well, that's generous. Yes, 'tis downright free-hearted and free-handed, and generous. This is the way with women. When they take up a friendship, they do nothing by halves, but are as willing to part with their property as if it had no value in their eyes. However, while I thank you both, just as much as if the bargain was made, and Rivenoak or any of the other vagabonds was here to accept and close the treaty, there's two principal reasons why it can never come to pass, which may be as well told at once, in order no unlikely expectations may be raised in you, or any unjustifiable hopes in me." "What reason can there be, if Hetty and I are willing to part with the trifles for your sake, and the savages are willing to receive them?" "That's it, Judith. You've got the idees, but they're a little out of their places, as if a hound should take the back'ard instead of the leading scent. That the Mingos will be willing to receive them things, or any more like 'em as you have to offer, is probable enough, but whether they'll pay vally for them is quite another matter. Ask yourself, Judith, if any one should send you a message to say that, for such or such a price, you and Hetty might have that chist, and all it holds, whether you'd think it worth your while to waste many words on the bargain." "But this chest and all it holds are already ours. There is no reason why we should purchase what is already our own." "Just so the Mingos calculate. They say the chist is theirn, already, or as good as theirn, and they'll not thank anybody for the key." "I understand you, Deerslayer. Surely we are yet in possession of the lake, and we can keep possession of it until Hurry sends troops to drive off the enemy. This we may certainly do, provided you will stay with us, instead of going back and giving yourself up a prisoner again, as you now seem determined on." "That Hurry Harry should talk in this a way is natural, and according to the gifts of the man. He knows no better, and therefore he is little likely to feel or act any better. But, Judith, I put it to your heart and conscience, could you think of me as favorably as I hope and believe you now do, was I to forget my furlough and not go back to the camp?" "To think more favorably of you than I now do, Deerslayer, would not be easy, but I might continue to think as favorably, at least it seems so. I hope I could, for a world wouldn't tempt me to let you do anything that might change my real opinion of you." "Then don't try to entice me to overlook my furlough, gal. A furlough is a sacred thing among warriors and men that carry their lives in their hands, as we of the forests do. And what a grievous disappointment would it be to old Tamenund, and to Uncas, the father of the Sarpent, and to my other friends in the tribe, if I was so to disgrace myself on my very first warpath. This you will perceive, moreover, Judith, is without laying any stress on natural gifts, and a white man's duties, to say nothing of conscience. The last is king with me, and I try never to dispute his orders." "I believe you are right, Deerslayer," returned the girl after a little reflection, and in a saddened voice. "A man like you ought not to act as the selfish and dishonest would be apt to act. You must, indeed, go back. We will talk no more of this, then. Should I persuade you to do anything for which you would be sorry hereafter, my own regret would not be less than yours. You shall not have it to say, 'Judith, I scarce know by what name to call myself now.'" "And why not? Why not, gal? Children take the names of their parents naturally and by a sort of gift like, and why shouldn't you and Hetty do as others have done before ye? Hutter was the old man's name, and Hutter should be the name of his darters, at least until you are given away in lawful and holy wedlock." "I am Judith, and Judith only," returned the girl positively, "until the law gives me a right to another name. Never will I use that of Thomas Hutter again, nor with my consent shall Hetty. Hutter was not even his own name, I find, but had he 1,000 rights to it, it would give none to me. He was not my father, thank heaven, though I may have no reason to be proud of him that was." "This is strange," said Deerslayer, looking steadily at the excited girl, anxious to know more, but unwilling to inquire into matters that did not properly concern him. Yes, this is very strange and uncommon. Thomas Hutter wasn't Thomas Hutter, and his darters weren't his darters. Who, then, could Thomas Hutter be? And who are his darters? "Did you never hear anything whispered against the former life of this person, Deerslayer?" demanded Judith. "Passing as I did for his child, such reports reached even me." "I'll not deny it, Judith. No, I'll not deny it. Sartain things have been said, as I've told you, but I'm not very credible as to reports. Young as I am, I've lived long enough to l'arn there's two sorts of characters in the world, them that is arned by deeds, and them that is arned by tongues, and so I prefer to see and judge for myself, instead of letting every jaw that chooses to wag become my judgment. Hurry Harry spoke pretty plainly of the whole family, as we journeyed this-a-way, and he did hint something consarning Thomas Hutter's having been a free liver on the water, in his younger days. By free liver, I mean that he made free to live on other men's goods." "He told you he was a pirate. There's no need of mincing matters between friends. Read that, Deerslayer, and you will see that he told you no more than the truth. This Thomas Hovey was the Thomas Hutter you knew, as is seen by these letters." As Judith spoke, with a flushed cheek, and eyes dazzling with the brilliancy of excitement, she held the newspaper towards her companion, pointing to the proclamation of a colonial governor, already mentioned. "Bless you, Judith," answered the other, laughing. "You might as well ask me to print that, or for that matter to write it. My education has been altogether in the woods. The only book I read, or care about reading, is the one which God has opened afore all his creatures in the noble forests, broad lakes, rolling rivers, blue skies, and the winds and tempests and sunshine, and other glorious marvels of the land. This book I can read, and I find it full of wisdom and knowledge." "I crave your pardon, Deerslayer," said Judith, earnestly, more abashed than was her wont, in finding that she had inadvertently made an appeal that might wound her companion's pride. "I had forgotten your manner of life, and least of all did I wish to hurt your feelings." "Hurt my feelings? Why should it hurt my feelin's to ask me to read, when I can't read? I'm a hunter, and I may now begin to say a warrior, and no missionary, and therefore books and papers are of no account with such as I. No, no, Judith," and here the young man laughed cordially, "not even for wads, seeing that your true deer-killer always uses the hide of a fawn, if he's got one, or some other bit of leather suitably prepared. There's some that do say, all that stands in print is true, in which case I'll own an unlearned man must be somewhat of a loser. Nevertheless, it can't be truer than that which God has printed with his own hand in the sky, and the woods, and the rivers, and the springs. Well, then, Hutter, or Hovey, was a pirate, and being no father of mine, I cannot wish to call him one. His name shall no longer be my name." "If you dislike the name of that man, there's the name of your mother, Judith. Her'n may sarve you just as good a turn." "I do not know it. I've looked through those papers, Deerslayer, in the hope of finding some hint by which I might discover who my mother was, but there is no more trace of the past, in that respect, than the bird leaves in the air." "That's both uncommon and unreasonable. Parents are bound to give their offspring a name, even though they give 'em nothing else. Now I come of a humble stock, though we have white gifts and a white natur', but we are not so poorly off as to have no name. Bumppo we are called, and I've heard it said," a touch of human vanity glowing on his cheek, "that the time has been when the Bumppos had more standing and note among mankind than they have just now. They never deserved them more, Deerslayer, and the name is a good one. Either Hetty or myself would 1,000 times rather be called Hetty Bumppo, or Judith Bumppo, than to be called Hetty or Judith Hutter." "That's a moral impossible," returned the hunter, good-humoredly, "unless one of you should so far demean herself as to marry me." Judith could not refrain from smiling, when she found how simply and naturally the conversation had come round to the very point at which she had aimed to bring it. Although far from unfeminine or forward, either in her feelings or her habits, the girl was goaded by a sense of wrongs not altogether merited, incited by the hopelessness of a future that seemed to contain no resting place, and still more influenced by feelings that were as novel to her as they proved to be active and engrossing. The opening was too good, therefore, to be neglected, though she came to the subject with much of the indirectness and perhaps unjustifiable address of a woman. "I do not think Hetty will ever marry, Deerslayer," she said, "and if your name is to be borne by either of us, it must be borne by me. There's been handsome women, too, they tell me, among the Bumppos, Judith, afore now, and should you take up with a name, uncommon as you be in this particular, them that knows the family won't be altogether surprised." This is not talking as becomes either of us, Deerslayer, for whatever is said on such a subject between man and woman should be said seriously and in sincerity of heart. Forgetting the shame that ought to keep girls silent until spoken to, in most cases, I will deal with you as frankly as I know one of your generous nature will most like to be dealt by. Do you think, Deerslayer, that you could be happy with such a wife as a woman like myself would make? A woman like you, Judith! But where's the sense in trifling about such a thing? A woman like you, that is handsome enough to be a captain's lady, and fine enough, and so far as I know educated enough, would be little apt to think of becoming my wife. I suppose young gals that feel themselves to be smart, and know themselves to be handsome, find a sartain satisfaction in passing their jokes ag'in them that's neither, like a poor Delaware hunter." This was said good-naturedly, but not without a betrayal of feeling which showed that something like mortified sensibility was blended with the reply. Nothing could have occurred more likely to awaken all Judith's generous regrets, or to aid her in her purpose, by adding the stimulant of a disinterested desire to atone to her other impulses, and cloaking all under a guise so winning and natural as greatly to lessen the unpleasant feature of a forwardness unbecoming of the sex. "You do me injustice if you suppose I have any such thought or wish," she answered, earnestly. "Never was I more serious in my life, or more willing to abide by any agreement that we may make to-night. I have had many suitors, Deerslayer, nay, scarce an unmarried trapper or hunter has been in at the lake these 4 years, who has not offered to take me away with him, and I fear some that were married, too." "Ay, I'll warrant that," interrupted the other, "I'll warrant all that. Take 'em as a body, Judith, 'arth don't hold a set of men more given to theirselves, and less given to God and the law. Not one of them could I listen to. Happily for myself, perhaps, it has been that such was the case. There have been well-looking youths among them, too, as you may have seen in your acquaintance, Henry March. Yes, Harry is sightly to the eye, though to my idees less so to the judgment. I thought at first you meant to have him, Judith, I did. But afore he went, it was easy enough to verify that the same lodge wouldn't be big enough for you both. You have done me justice in that, at least, Deerslayer. Hurry is a man I could never marry, though he were 10 times more comely to the eye, and 100 times more stout of heart than he really is." "Why not, Judith, why not? I own I'm curious to know why a youth like Hurry shouldn't find favor with a maiden like you." "Then you shall know, Deerslayer," returned the girl, gladly availing herself of the opportunity of directly extolling the qualities which had so strongly interested her in her listener, hoping by these means covertly to approach the subject nearest her heart. "In the first place, looks in a man are of no importance with a woman, provided he is manly, and not disfigured or deformed." "There I can't altogether agree with you," returned the other thoughtfully, for he had a very humble opinion of his own personal appearance. "I have noticed that the comeliest warriors commonly get the best-looking maidens of the tribe for wives, and the Sarpent yonder, who is sometimes wonderful in his paint, is a general favorite with all the Delaware young women, though he takes to Hist, himself, as if she was the only beauty on 'arth. It may be so with Indians, but it is different with white girls. So long as a young man has a straight and manly frame, that promises to make him able to protect a woman, and to keep want from the door, it is all they ask of the figure. Giants like Hurry may do for grenadiers, but are of little account as lovers. Then as to the face, an honest look, one that answers for the heart within, is of more value than any shape or color, or eyes, or teeth, or trifles like them. The last may do for girls, but who thinks of them at all, in a hunter, or a warrior, or a husband? If there are women so silly, Judith is not among them." "Well, this is wonderful. I always thought that handsome liked handsome, as riches love riches." "It may be so with you men, Deerslayer, but it is not always so with us women. We like stout-hearted men, but we wish to see them modest. Sure on a hunt or the war path, ready to die for the right, and unwilling to yield to the wrong. Above all, we wish for honesty, tongues that are not used to say what the mind does not mean, and hearts that feel a little for others as well as for themselves. A true-hearted girl could die for such a husband, while the boaster and the double-tongued suitor gets to be as hateful to the sight as he is to the mind." Judith spoke bitterly, and with her usual force, but her listener was too much struck with the novelty of the sensations he experienced to advert to her manner. There was something so soothing to the humility of a man of his temperament, to hear qualities that he could not but know he possessed himself, thus highly extolled by the loveliest female he had ever beheld, that for the moment his faculties seemed suspended in a natural and excusable pride. Then it was that the idea of a possibility of such a creature as Judith becoming his companion for life first crossed his mind. The image was so pleasant and so novel that he continued completely absorbed by it for more than a minute, totally regardless of the beautiful reality that was seated before him, watching the expression of his upright and truth-telling countenance with a keenness that gave her a very fair, if not an absolutely accurate, clue to his thoughts. Never before had so pleasing a vision floated before the mind's eye of the young hunter, but, accustomed most to practical things, and little addicted to submitting to the power of his imagination, even while possessed of so much true poetical feeling in connection with natural objects in particular, he soon recovered his reason, and smiled at his own weakness, as the fancied picture faded from his mental sight, and left him the simple, untaught, but highly moral being he was, seated in the Ark of Thomas Hutter at midnight, with the lovely countenance of its late owner's reputed daughter beaming on him with anxious scrutiny by the light of the solitary lamp. "You're wonderful handsome and enticing and pleasing to look on, Judith," he exclaimed in his simplicity, as fact resumed its ascendancy over fancy. "Wonderful! I don't remember ever to have seen so beautiful a gal, even among the Delawares, and I'm not astonished that Hurry Harry went away soured as well as disapp'inted. Would you have had me, Deerslayer, become the wife of such a man as Henry March?" "There's that which is in his favor, and there's that which is ag'in him. To my taste, Hurry wouldn't make the best of husbands, but I fear that the tastes of most young women hereaway wouldn't be so hard upon him. No, no, Judith without a name would never consent to be called Judith March. Anything would be better than that. Judith Bumppo wouldn't sound as well, gal, and there's many names that would fall short of March in pleasing the ear." "Ah, Deerslayer, the pleasantness of the sound in such cases doesn't come through the ear, but through the heart. Everything is agreeable when the heart is satisfied. Were Natty Bumppo Henry March, and Henry March Natty Bumppo, I might think the name of March better than it is; or were he you, I should fancy the name of Bumppo horrible." "That's just it. Yes, that's the reason of the matter. Now I'm naturally averse to sarpents, and I hate even the word, which the missionaries tell me comes from human natur', on account of a sartain sarpent at the creation of the 'arth, that outwitted the first woman. Yet ever since Chingachgook has 'arned the title he bears, why the sound is as pleasant to my ears as the whistle of the whippoorwill of a calm evening. It is. The feelin's make all the difference in the world, Judith, in the natur' of sounds. Ay, even in that of looks, too." "This is so true, Deerslayer, that I am surprised you should think it remarkable in a girl who may have some comeliness herself, should not think it necessary that her husband should have the same advantage, or what you fancy an advantage. To me, looks in a man is nothing provided his countenance is as honest as his heart." "Yes, honesty is a great advantage, in the long run, and they that are the most apt to forget it, in the beginning, are the most apt to l'arn it in the ind. Nevertheless, there's more, Judith, that look to present profit than to the benefit that is to come after a time. One they think a sartainty, and the other an unsartainty. I'm glad, howsever, that you look at the thing in its true light, and not in the way in which so many is apt to deceive themselves." "I do thus look at it, Deerslayer," returned the girl with emphasis, still shrinking with a woman's sensitiveness from a direct offer of her hand, "and can say, from the bottom of my heart, that I would rather trust my happiness to a man whose truth and feelings may be depended on, than to a false-tongued and false-hearted wretch, that had chests of gold, and houses, and lands, yes, though he were even seated on a throne. These are brave words, Judith. They're downright brave words. But do you think that the feelin's would keep 'em company, did the ch'ice actually lie afore you? If a gay gallant in a scarlet coat stood on one side, with his head smelling like a deer's foot, his face smooth and blooming as your own, his hands as white and soft as if God hadn't bestowed on 'em that man might live by the sweat of his brow, and his step as lofty as dancing teachers, and a light heart could make it, and the other side stood as one that has passed his days in the open air till his forehead is as red as his cheek, had cut his way through swamps and bushes till his hand was as rugged as the oaks he slept under, had trodden on the scent of game till his step was as stealthy as the catamounts, and had no other pleasant odor about him than such as nature gives in the free air in the forest? Now, if both these men stood here as suitors for your feelin's, which do you think would win your favor?" Judith's fine face flushed, for the picture that her companion had so simply drawn of a gay officer of the garrisons had once been particularly grateful to her imagination, though experience and disappointment had not only chilled all her affections, but given them a backward current, and the passing image had a momentary influence on her feelings. But the mounting color was succeeded by a paleness so deadly as to make her appear ghastly. "As God is my judge," the girl solemnly answered, "did both these men stand before me, as I may say one of them does, my choice, if I know my own heart, would be the latter. I have no wish for a husband who is any way better than myself." "This is pleasant to listen to, and might lead a young man in time to forget his own unworthiness, Judith. Howsever, you hardly think all that you say. A man like me is too rude and ignorant for one that has had such a mother to teach her. Vanity is natural, I do believe, but vanity like that would surpass reason." "Then you do not know of what a woman's heart is capable. Rude you are not, Deerslayer, nor can one be called ignorant that has studied what is before his eyes, as closely as you have done. When the affections are concerned, all things appear in their pleasantest colors, and trifles are overlooked, or are forgotten. When the heart feels sunshine, nothing is gloomy, even dull-looking objects seeming gay and bright. And so it would be between you and the woman who should love you, even though your wife might happen, in some matters, to possess what the world calls the advantage over you. Judith, you come of people altogether above mine, in the world, and unequal matches, like unequal friendships, can't often terminate kindly. I speak of this matter altogether as a fanciful thing, since it's not very likely that you, at least, would be apt to treat it as a matter that can ever come to pass." Judith fastened her deep blue eyes on the open, frank countenance of her companion, as if she would read his soul. Nothing there betrayed any covert meaning, and she was obliged to admit to herself that he regarded the conversation as argumentative rather than positive, and that he was still without any active suspicion that her feelings were seriously involved in the issue. At first she felt offended. Then she saw the injustice of making the self-abasement and modesty of the hunter a charge against him, and this novel difficulty gave a piquancy to the state of affairs that rather increased her interest in the young man. At that critical instant a change of plan flashed on her mind, and with a readiness of invention that is peculiar to the quick-witted and ingenious, she adopted a scheme by which she hoped effectually to bind him to her person. This scheme partook equally of her fertility of invention, and of the decision and boldness of her character. That the conversation might not terminate too abruptly, however, or any suspicion of her design exist, she answered the last remark of Deerslayer as earnestly and as truly as if her original intention remained unaltered. "I certainly have no reason to boast of parentage, after what I have seen this night," said the girl, in a saddened voice. "I had a mother, it is true, but of her name even I am ignorant; and as for my father, it is better, perhaps, that I should never know who he was, lest I speak too bitterly of him." "Judith," said Deerslayer, taking her hand kindly, and with a manly sincerity that went directly to the girl's heart, "'tis better to say no more to night. Sleep on what you've seen and felt. In the morning things that now look gloomy may look more cheerful. Above all, never do anything in bitterness, or because you feel as if you'd like to take revenge on yourself for other people's backslidings. All that has been said or done atween us this night is your secret, and shall never be talked of by me, even with the Sarpent. And you may be sartain, if he can't get it out of me, no man can. If your parents have been faulty, let the darter be less so. Remember that you're young, and the youthful may always hope for better times; that you're more quick-witted than usual, and such generally get the better of difficulties; and that as for beauty, you're uncommon, which is an advantage with all. It is time to get a little rest, for to-morrow is like to prove a trying day to some of us." Deerslayer arose as he spoke, and Judith had no choice but to comply. The chest was closed and secured, and they parted in silence, she to take her place by the side of Hist and Hetty, and he to seek a blanket on the floor of the cabin he was in. It was not 5 minutes ere the young man was in a deep sleep, but the girl continued awake for a long time. She scarce knew whether to lament or to rejoice, at having failed in making herself understood. On the one hand were her womanly sensibilities spared; on the other was the disappointment of defeated, or at least delayed, expectations, and the uncertainty of a future that looked so dark. Then came the new resolution, and the bold project for the morrow; and when drowsiness finally shut her eyes, they closed on a scene of success and happiness, that was pictured by the fancy, under the influence of a sanguine temperament, and a happy invention. Chapter 24. Recording by Bill Borst. Chapter 25 of the Deerslayer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deerslayer, by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 25. But, mother, now a shade has passed athwart my brightest visions here, a cloud of darkest gloom has wrapped the remnant of my brief career. No song, no echo can I win, the sparkling fount has died within. Margaret Davidson, To My Mother, 11, 7-12. Hist and Hetty arose with the return of light, leaving Judith still buried in sleep. It took but a minute for the first to complete her toilet. Her long coal-black hair was soon adjusted in a simple knot, the calico dress belted tight to her slender waist, and her little feet concealed in their gaudily ornamented moccasins. When attired, she left her companion employed in household affairs, and went herself on the platform to breathe the pure air of the morning. Here she found Chingachgook studying the shores of the lake, the mountains, and the heavens, with the sagacity of a man of the woods, and the gravity of an Indian. The meeting between the two lovers was simple, but affectionate. The chief showed a manly kindness, equally removed from boyish weakness and haste, while the girl betrayed in her smile and half-averted looks the bashful tenderness of her sex. Neither spoke, unless it were with the eyes, though each understood the other as fully as if a vocabulary of words and protestations had been poured out. Hist seldom appeared to more advantage than at that moment, for just from her rest and ablutions there was a freshness about her youthful form and face that the toils of the wood do not always permit to be exhibited, by even the juvenile and pretty. Then Judith had not only imparted some of her own skill in the toilet, during their short intercourse, but she had actually bestowed a few well-selected ornaments from her own stores, that contributed not a little to set off the natural graces of the Indian maid. All this the lover saw and felt, and for a moment his countenance was illuminated with a look of pleasure, but it soon grew grave again, and became saddened and anxious. The stools used the previous night were still standing on the platform. Placing two against the walls of the hut, he seated himself on one, making a gesture to his companion to take the other. This done, he continued thoughtful and silent for quite a minute, maintaining the reflecting dignity of one born to take his seat at the council fire, while Hist was furtively watching the expression of his face, patient and submissive, as became a woman of her people. Then the young warrior stretched his arm before him, as if to point out the glories of the scene at that witching hour, when the whole panorama, as usual, was adorned by the mellow distinctness of early morning, sweeping with his hand slowly over the lake, hills, and heavens. The girl followed the movement with pleased wonder, smiling as each new beauty met her gaze. "Hugh!" exclaimed the chief, in admiration of a scene so unusual even to him, for this was the first lake he had ever beheld. "This is the country of the Manitou, It is too good for Mingoes, Hist. But the curs of that tribe are howling in packs through the woods. They think that the Delawares are asleep, over the mountains." "All but one of them is, Chingachgook. There is one here, and he is of the blood of Uncas." "What is one warrior against a tribe? The path to our villages is very long and crooked, and we shall travel it under a cloudy sky. I am afraid, too, Honeysuckle of the Hills, that we shall travel it alone." Hist understood the allusion, and it made her sad, though it sounded sweet to her ears to be compared by the warrior she so loved to the most fragrant and the pleasantest of all the wild flowers of her native woods. Still she continued silent, as became her when the allusion was to a grave interest that men could best control, though it exceeded the power of education to conceal the smile that gratified feeling brought to her pretty mouth. "When the sun is thus," continued the Delaware, pointing to the zenith, by simply casting upward a hand and finger, by a play of the wrist, "the great hunter of our tribe will go back to the Hurons to be treated like a bear, that they roast and skin even on full stomachs." "The Great Spirit may soften their hearts, and not suffer them to be so bloody-minded. I have lived among the Hurons, and know them. They have hearts, and will not forget their own children, should they fall into the hands of the Delawares." "A wolf is forever howling. A hog will always eat. They have lost warriors. Even their women will call out for vengeance. The pale-face has the eyes of an eagle, and can see into a Mingo's heart. He looks for no mercy. There is a cloud over his spirit, though it is not before his face." A long, thoughtful pause succeeded, during which Hist stealthily took the hand of the chief, as if seeking his support, though she scarce ventured to raise her eyes to a countenance that was now literally becoming terrible, under the conflicting passions and stern resolution that were struggling in the breast of its owner. "What will the son of Uncas do?" the girl at length timidly asked. "He is a chief, and is already celebrated in council, though so young. What does his heart tell him is wisest? Does the head, too, speak the same words as the heart?" "What does Wah ta Wah say, at a moment when my dearest friend is in such danger? The smallest birds sing the sweetest. It is always pleasant to hearken to their songs. I wish I could hear the wren of the woods in my difficulty. Its note would reach deeper than the ear." Again Hist experienced the profound gratification that the language of praise can always awaken, when uttered by those we love. The honeysuckle of the hills was a term often applied to the girl by the young men of the Delawares, though it never sounded so sweet in her ears as from the lips of Chingachgook. But the latter alone had ever styled her the wren of the woods. With him, however, it had got to be a familiar phrase, and it was past expression pleasant to the listener, since it conveyed to her mind the idea that her advice and sentiments were as acceptable to her future husband, as the tones of her voice and modes of conveying them were agreeable. Uniting the two things most prized by an Indian girl, as coming from her betrothed, admiration for a valued physical advantage, with respect for her opinion, she pressed the hand she held between both her own, and answered: "Wah ta Wah says that neither she nor the Great Serpent could ever laugh again, or ever sleep without dreaming of the Hurons, should the Deerslayer die under a Mingo tomahawk, and they do nothing to save him. She would rather go back and start on her long path alone, than let such a dark cloud pass before her happiness." "Good. The husband and the wife will have but one heart. They will see with the same eyes, and feel with the same feelings." What further was said need not be related here. That the conversation was of Deerslayer and his hopes has been seen already, but the decision that was come to will better appear in the course of the narrative. The youthful pair were yet conversing when the sun appeared above the tops of the pines, and the light of a brilliant American day streamed down into the valley, bathing in deep joy the lake, the forests, and the mountain sides. Just at this instant Deerslayer came out of the cabin of the Ark, and stepped upon the platform. His first look was at the cloudless heavens, then his rapid glance took in the entire panorama of land and water, when he had leisure for a friendly nod at his friends, and a cheerful smile for Hist. "Well," he said in his usual composed manner and pleasant voice, He that sees the sun set in the west, and wakes early enough in the morning, will be sartain to find him coming back again in the east, like a buck that is hunted round his haunt. I dare say, now, Hist, you've beheld this time and again, and yet it never entered into your gallish mind to ask the reason?" Both Chingachgook and his betrothed looked up at the luminary, with an air that betokened sudden wonder, and then they gazed at each other, as if to seek the solution of the difficulty. Familiarity deadens the sensibilities, even as connected with the gravest natural phenomena, and never before had these simple beings thought of inquiring into a movement that was of daily occurrence, however puzzling it might appear on investigation. When the subject was thus suddenly started, it struck both alike, and at the same instant, with some such force, as any new and brilliant proposition in the natural sciences would strike the scholar. Chingachgook alone saw fit to answer. "The pale-faces know everything," he said. "Can they tell us why the sun hides his face, when he goes back, at night?" "Ay, that is downright red-skin l'arnin'," returned the other, laughing, though he was not altogether insensible to the pleasure of proving the superiority of his race by solving the difficulty, which he set about doing in his own peculiar manner. "Harkee, Sarpent," he continued more gravely, though too simply for affectation, "this is easierly explained than an Indian brain may fancy. The sun, while he seems to keep travelling in the heavens, never budges, but it is the 'arth that turns round, and any one can understand, if he is placed on the side of a mill wheel, for instance, when it's in motion, that he must sometimes see the heavens, while he is at other times under water. There's no great secret in that, but plain nature, the difficulty being in setting the 'arth in motion." "How does my brother know that the earth turns round?" demanded the Indian. "Can he see it?" "Well, that's been a puzzler, I will own, Delaware, for I've often tried, but never could fairly make it out. Sometimes I've consaited that I could, and then again I've been obliged to own it an unpossibility. Howsever, turn it does, as all my people say, and you ought to believe 'em, since they can foretell eclipses and other prodigies that used to fill the tribes with terror, according to your own traditions of such things." "Good! This is true. No red man will deny it. When a wheel turns, my eyes can see it. They do not see the earth turn." "Ay, that's what I call sense obstinacy. Seeing is believing, they say, and what they can't see, some men won't in the least give credit to. Nevertheless, chief, that isn't quite as good reason as it may at first seem. You believe in the Great Spirit, I know, and yet, I conclude, it would puzzle you to show where you see him." "Chingachgook can see him everywhere in good things, the evil spirit in bad. Here in the lake, there in the forest, yonder in the clouds, in Hist, in the son of Uncas, in Tannemund, in Deerslayer. The evil spirit is in the Mingos, that I see. I do not see the earth turn round." "I don't wonder they call you the Sarpent, Delaware. No, I don't. There's always a meaning in your words, and there's often a meaning in your countenance, too. Notwithstanding, your answers doesn't quite meet my idee. That God is observable in all natural objects is allowable, but then he is not perceptible in the way I mean. You know there is a Great Spirit by his works, and the pale-faces know that the 'arth turns round by its works. This is the reason of the matter, though how it is to be explained is more than I can exactly tell you. This I know, all my people consait that fact, and what all the pale-faces consait is very likely to be true." "When the sun is in the top of that pine tomorrow, where will my brother Deerslayer be?" The hunter started, and he looked intently, though totally without alarm, at his friend. Then he signed for him to follow, and led the way into the ark, where he might pursue the subject unheard by those whose feelings he feared might get the mastery over their reason. Here he stopped, and pursued the conversation in a more confidential tone. "'Twas a little unreasonable in you, Sarpent," he said, "to bring up such a subject afore Hist, and when the young women of my own color might overhear what was said. Yes, 'twas a little more unreasonable than most things that you do. No matter. Hist didn't comprehend, and the other didn't hear. Howsever, the question is easier put than answered. No mortal can say where he will be when the sun rises tomorrow. I will ask you the same question, Sarpent, and should like to hear what answer you can give." "Chingachgook will be with his friend Deerslayer. If he be in the land of spirits, the Great Serpent will crawl at his side. If beneath yonder sun, its warmth and light shall fall on both." "I understand you, Delaware," returned the other, touched with the simple self-devotion of his friend. "Such language is as plain in one tongue as in another. It comes from the heart, and goes to the heart, too. 'Tis well to think so, and it may be well to say so, for that matter, but it would not be well to do so, Sarpent. You are no longer alone in life, for though you have the lodges to change, and other ceremonies to go through, afore Hist becomes your lawful wife, yet are you as good as married in all that bears on the feelin's, and joy, and misery. No, no, Hist must not be desarted, because a cloud is passing atween you and me, a little unexpectedly, and a little darker than we may have looked for. Hist is a daughter of the Mohicans. She knows how to obey her husband. Where he goes, she will follow. Both will be with the great hunter of the Delawares, when the sun shall be in the pine to-morrow." "The Lord bless and protect you! Chief, this is downright madness. Can either, or both of you, alter a Mingo nature? Will your grand looks, or Hist's tears and beauty, change a wolf into a squirrel, or make a catamount as innocent as a fawn? No, Sarpent, you will think better of this matter, and leave me in the hands of God. A'ter all, it's by no means sartain that the scamps design the torments, for they may yet be pitiful, and bethink them of the wickedness of such a course, though it is but a hopeless expectation to look forward to a Mingo's turning aside from evil, and letting marcy get uppermost in his heart. Nevertheless, no one knows to a sartainty what will happen, and young creatur's, like Hist, ain't going to be risked on unsartainties. This marrying is altogether a different undertaking from what some young men fancy. Now, if you was single, or as good as single, Delaware, I should expect you to be active and stirring about the camp of the vagabonds, from sunrise to sunset, sarcumventing and contriving, as restless as a hound off the scent, and doing all manner of things to help me, and to distract the inimy. But two are oftener feebler than one, and we must take things as they are, and not as we want 'em to be." "Listen, Deerslayer," returned the Indian with an emphasis so decided as to show how much he was in earnest. "If Chingachgook was in the hands of the Hurons, what would my pale-face brother do? Sneak off to the Delaware villages, and say to the chiefs, and old men, and young warriors, 'See, here is Wah-ta-Wah. She is safe, but a little tired, and here is the son of Uncas, not as tired as the honeysuckle, being stronger, but just as safe.' Would he do this? Well, that's uncommon ingenious. It's cunning enough for a Mingo, himself. The Lord only knows what put it into your head to ask such a question. What would I do? Why, in the first place, Hist wouldn't be likely to be in my company at all, for she would stay as near you as possible, and therefore all that part about her couldn't be said without talking nonsense. As for her being tired, that would fall through too, if she didn't go, and no part of your speech would be likely to come from me. So you see, Sarpent, reason is ag'in you, and you may as well give it up, since to hold out ag'in reason is no way becoming a chief of your character and reputation." "My brother is not himself. He forgets that he is talking to one who has sat at the council fire of his nation," returned the other kindly. "When men speak, they should say that which does not go in at one side of the head and out at the other. Their words shouldn't be feathers, so light that a wind which does not ruffle the water can blow them away. He has not answered my question. When a chief puts a question, his friend should not talk of other things." "I understand you, Delaware. I understand well enough what you mean, and truth won't allow me to say otherwise. Still, it's not as easy to answer as you seem to think, for this plain reason. You wish me to say what I would do if I had a betrothed as you have, here, on the lake, and a friend yonder in the Huron camp in danger of the torments. That's it, isn't it?" The Indian bowed his head silently, and always with unmoved gravity, though his eye twinkled at the sight of the other's embarrassment. "Well, I never had a betrothed, never had the kind of feelin's toward any young woman you have towards Hist, though the Lord knows my feelin's are kind enough towards 'em all. Still my heart as they call it in such matters, isn't touched, and therefore I can't say what I would do. A friend pulls strong, that I know by experience, Sarpent, but, by all that I've seen and heard consarning love, I'm led to think that a betrothed pulls stronger." "True, but the betrothed of Chingachgook does not pull towards the lodges of the Delawares. She pulls towards the camp of the Hurons." "She's a noble gal, for all her little feet, and hands that ain't bigger than a child's, and a voice that is as pleasant as a mocker's. She's a noble gal, and like the stock of her sires. Well, what is it, Sarpent, for I conclude that she hasn't changed her mind, and means to give herself up, and turn Huron wife. What is it you want?" "Wah-ta-Wah will never live in the wigwam of an Iroquois," answered the Delaware dryly. "She has little feet, but they can carry her to the villages of her people. She has small hands, too, but her mind is large. My brother will see what we can do when the time shall come, rather than let him die under Mingo torments." "Attempt nothing heedlessly, Delaware," said the other earnestly. "I suppose you must and will have your way; and on the whole it's right you should, for you'd neither be happy unless something was undertaken. But attempt nothing heedlessly. I didn't expect you'd quit the lake, while my matter remained in unsartainty. But remember, Sarpent, that no torments that Mingo ingenuity can invent, no tauntings and revilings, no burnings and roastings and nail-tearings, nor any other unhuman contrivances can so soon break down my spirit, as to find that you and Hist have fallen into the power of the inimy, in striving to do something for my good. The Delawares are prudent. The Deerslayer will not find them running into a strange camp with their eyes shut." Here the dialogue terminated. Hetty announced that the breakfast was ready, and the whole party was soon seated around the simple board, in the usual primitive manner of borderers. Judith was the last to take her seat, pale, silent, and betraying in her countenance that she had passed a painful if not a sleepless night. At this meal scarce a syllable was exchanged, all the females manifesting want of appetites, though the two men were unchanged in this particular. It was early when the party arose, and there still remained several hours before it would be necessary for the prisoner to leave his friends. The knowledge of this circumstance, and the interest all felt in his welfare, induced the whole to assemble on the platform again, in the desire to be near the expected victim, to listen to his discourse, and if possible to show their interest in him by anticipating his wishes. Deerslayer himself, so far as human eyes could penetrate, was wholly unmoved, conversing cheerfully and naturally, though he avoided any direct allusions to the expected and great event of the day. If any evidence could be discovered of his thoughts reverting to that painful subject at all, it was in the manner in which he spoke of death and the last great change. "Grieve not, Hetty," he said, for it was while consoling this simple-minded girl for the loss of her parents that he thus betrayed his feelings, "since God has ap'inted that all must die. Your parents, or them you fancied your parents, which is the same thing, have gone afore you. This is only in the order of nature, my good gal, for the aged to go first, and the young to follow. But one that had a mother like your'n, Hetty, can be at no loss to hope the best, as to how matters will turn out in another world. The Delaware here and Hist believe in happy hunting grounds, and have idees befitting their notions and gifts as redskins, but we who are of white blood hold altogether to a different doctrine. Still, I rather conclude our heaven is their land of spirits, and that the path which leads to it will be travelled by all colors alike. 'Tis unpossible for the wicked to enter on it, I will allow, but fri'nds can scarce be separated, though they are not of the same race on earth. Keep up your spirits, poor Hetty, and look forward to the day when you will meet your mother again, and that without pain or sorrowing." "I do expect to see mother," returned the truth-telling and simple girl, "but what will become of father?" "That's a non-plusser, Delaware," said the hunter in the Indian dialect. "Yes, that is a downright non-plusser. The Muskrat was not a saint on 'arth, and it's fair to guess he'll not be much of one hereafter. Howsever, Hetty," dropping into the English by an easy transition, "howsever, Hetty, we must all hope for the best. That is wisest, and it is much the easiest to the mind, if one can only do it. I recommend to you trusting to God, and putting down all misgivings and faint-hearted feelin's. It's wonderful, Judith, how different people have different notions about the future, some fancying one change, and some fancying another. I've known white teachers that have thought all was spirit, hereafter, and them again that believed the body will be transported to another world, much as the redskins themselves imagine, and that we shall walk about in the flesh, and know each other, and talk together, and be friends there as we've been friends here." "Which of these opinions is most pleasing to you, Deerslayer?" asked the girl, willing to indulge his melancholy mood, and far from being free from its influence herself. "Would it be disagreeable to think that you should meet all who are now on this platform in another world? Or have you known enough of us here to be glad to see us no more? The last would make death a bitter portion. Yes, it would. It's 8 good years since the Sarpent and I began to hunt together, and the thought that we were never to meet again would be a hard thought to me. He looks forward to the time when he shall chase a sort of spirit deer, in company, on plains where there's no thorns, or brambles, or marshes, or other hardships to overcome, whereas I can't fall into all these notions, seeing that they appear to be ag'in reason. Spirits can't eat, nor have they any use for clothes, and deer can only rightfully be chased to be slain, or slain, unless it be for the venison or the hides. Now, I find it hard to suppose that blessed spirits can be put to chasing game without an object, tormenting the dumb animals just for the pleasure and agreeableness of their own amusements. I never yet pulled a trigger on buck or doe, Judith, unless when food or clothes was wanting." "The recollection of which, Deerslayer, must now be a great consolation to you. It is the thought of such things, my friends, that enables a man to keep his furlough. It might be done without it, I own, for the worst redskins sometimes do their duty in this matter, but it makes that which might otherwise be hard, easy, if not altogether to our liking. Nothing truly makes a bolder heart than a light conscience." Judith turned paler than ever, but she struggled for self-command, and succeeded in obtaining it. The conflict had been severe, however, and it left her so little disposed to speak that Hetty pursued the subject. This was done in the simple manner natural to the girl. "It would be cruel to kill the poor deer," she said, "in this world or any other, when you don't want their venison, or their skins. No good white man, and no good red man would do it. But it's wicked for a Christian to talk about chasing anything in heaven. Such things are not done before the face of God, and the missionary that teaches these doctrines can't be a true missionary. He must be a wolf in sheep's clothing. I suppose you know what a sheep is, Deerslayer?" "That I do, gal, and a useful creatur' it is, to such as like cloths better than skins for winter garments. I understand the natur' of sheep, though I've had but little to do with them, and the natur' of wolves, too, and can take the idee of a wolf in the fleece of a sheep, though I think it would be like to prove a hot jacket for such a beast, in the warm months." "And sin and hypocrisy are hot jackets, as they will find who put them on," returned Hetty, positively. "So the wolf would be no worse off than the sinner. Spirits don't hunt, nor trap, nor fish, nor do anything that vain men undertake, since they've none of the longings of this world to feed. Oh, mother told me all that, years ago, and I don't wish to hear it denied." "Well, my good Hetty, in that case you'd better not broach your doctrine to Hist, when she and you are alone, and the young Delaware maiden is inclined to talk religion. It's her fixed idee, I know, that the good warriors do nothing but hunt and fish in the other world, though I don't believe that she fancies any of them are brought down to trapping, which is no employment for a brave. But of hunting and fishing, accordin' to her notion, they've their fill, and that, too, over the most agreeablest hunting grounds, and among game that is never out of season, and which is just active and instinctive enough to give a pleasure to death. So I wouldn't recommend it to you to start Hist on that idee." "Hist can't be so wicked as to believe any such thing," returned the other earnestly. "No Indian hunts after he is dead." "No wicked Indian, I grant you. No wicked Indian, sartainly. He is obliged to carry the ammunition, and to look on without sharing in the sport, and to cook, and to light the fires, and to do everything that isn't manful. Now mind, I don't tell you these are my idees, but they are Hist's idees, and therefore, for the sake of peace, the less you say to her ag'in 'em, the better." "And what are your ideas of the fate of an Indian, in the other world?" demanded Judith, who had just found her voice. "Ah, gal, anything but that. I am too Christianized to expect anything so fanciful as hunting and fishing after death, nor do I believe there is one Manitou for the red skin and another for a pale face. You find different colors on 'arth, as any one may see, but you don't find different natures, different gifts, but only one nature." "In what is a gift different from a nature? Is not nature itself a gift from God?" "Sartain, that's quick-thoughted and creditable, Judith, though the main idee is wrong. A natur' is the creatur' itself, its wishes, wants, idees, and feelin's, as all are born in him. This natur' never can be changed, in the main, though it may undergo some increase or lessening. Now gifts come of sarcumstances. Thus, if you put a man in a town, he gets town gifts; in a settlement, settlement gifts; in a forest, gifts of the woods. A soldier has soldierly gifts, and a missionary preaching gifts. All these increase and strengthen until they get to fortify nature as it might be, and excuse 1,000 acts and idees. Still the creatur' is the same at the bottom, just as a man who is clad in regimentals is the same as the man that is clad in skins. The garments make a change to the eye, and some change in the conduct, perhaps, but none in the man. Herein lies the apology for gifts, seein' that you expect different conduct from one in silks and satins from one in homespun. Though the Lord, who didn't make the dresses, but who made the creatures themselves, looks only at his own work. This isn't real missionary doctrine, but it's as near it as a man of white color need be. Ah's me! Little did I think to be talking of such matters to-day, but it's one of our weaknesses never to know what will come to pass. Step into the ark with me, Judith, for a minute. I wish to convarse with you." Judith complied with a willingness she could scarce conceal. Following the hunter into the cabin, she took a seat on a stool, while the young man brought Killdeer, the rifle she had given him, out of a corner, and placed himself on another, with the weapon laid upon his knees. After turning the piece round and round, and examining its lock and its breech with a sort of affectionate assiduity, he laid it down and proceeded to the subject which had induced him to desire the interview. "I understand you, Judith, to say that you gave me this rifle," he said. "I agreed to take it, because a young woman can have no particular use for firearms. The weapon has a great name, and it desarves one, and ought to of right be carried by some known and sure hand, for the best reputation may be lost by careless and thoughtless handling." "Can it be in better hands than those in which it is now, Deerslayer? Thomas Hutter seldom missed with it. With you it must turn out to be—" "Sartain death!" interrupted the hunter, laughing. "I once know'd a beaver man that had a piece he called by that very name, but 'twas all boastfulness, for I've seen Delawares that were as true with arrows at a short range. Howsever, I'll not deny my gifts, for this is a gift, Judith, and not nature. But I'll not deny my gifts, and therefore allow that the rifle couldn't well be in better hands than it is at present. But how long will it be likely to remain there? Atween us, the truth may be said, though I shouldn't like to have it known to the Sarpent and Hist. But to you the truth may be spoken, since your feelin's will not be as likely to be tormented by it, as by those of them that have known me longer and better. How long am I like to own this rifle, or any other? That is a serious question for our thoughts to rest on, and should that happen which is so likely to happen, Killdeer would be without an owner." Judith listened with apparent composure, though the conflict within came near overpowering her. Appreciating the singular character of her companion, however, she succeeded in appearing calm, though, had not his attention been drawn exclusively to the rifle, a man of his keenness of observation could scarce have failed to detect the agony of mind with which the girl had hearkened to his words. Her great self-command, notwithstanding, enabled her to pursue the subject in a way still to deceive him. "What would you have me do with the weapon," she asked, "should that which you seem to expect take place?" "That's just what I wanted to speak to you about, Judith. That's just it. There's Chingachgook now, though far from being perfect sartainty with a rifle, for few redskins ever get to be that, Though far from being parfect sartainty, he is respectable, and is coming on. Nevertheless, he is my fri'nd, and all the better fri'nd, perhaps, because there never can be any hard feelin's atween us, touchin' our gifts, his bein' red, and mine bein' altogether white. Now I should like to leave Killdeer to the Sarpent, should anything happen to keep me from doing credit and honor to your precious gift, Judith." "Leave it to whom you please, Deerslayer. The rifle is your own, to do with as you please. Chingachgook shall have it, should you never return to claim it, if that be your wish." "Has Hetty been consulted in this matter? Property goes from the parent to the children, and not to one child in particular." "If you place your right on that of the law, Deerslayer, I fear none of us can claim to be the owner. Thomas Hutter was no more the father of Esther than he was the father of Judith. Judith and Esther we are truly, having no other name." "There may be law in that, but there's no great reason, gal. Accordin' to the custom of families, the goods are your'n, and there's no one here to gainsay it. If Hetty would only say that she is willing, my mind would be quite at ease in the matter. It's true, Judith, that your sister has neither your beauty nor your wit, but we should be the tenderest of the rights and welfare of the most weak-minded." The girl made no answer, but placing herself at a window, she summoned her sister to her side. When the question was put to Hetty, that simple-minded and affectionate creature cheerfully assented to the proposal to confer on Deerslayer a full right of ownership to the much coveted rifle. The latter now seemed perfectly happy, for the time being at least, and after again examining and re-examining his prize, he expressed a determination to put its merits to a practical test, before he left the spot. No boy could have been more eager to exhibit the qualities of his trumpet, or his crossbow, than this simple forester was to prove those of his rifle. Returning to the platform, he first took the Delaware aside and informed him that this celebrated piece was to become his property, in the event of anything serious befalling himself. "This is a new reason why you should be wary, Sarpent, and not run into any uncalculated danger," the hunter added, "for it will be a victory of itself to a tribe to own such a piece as this. The Mingos will turn green with envy, and what is more, they will not venture heedlessly near a village where it is known to be kept. So look well to it, Delaware, and remember that you've now to watch over a thing that has all the valie of a creatur' without its failin's. Hist may be, and should be precious to you, but Killdeer will have the love and veneration of your whole people." "One rifle like another, Deerslayer," returned the Indian, in English, the language used by the other, a little hurt at his friend's lowering his betrothed to the level of a gun. "All kill, all wood and iron. Wife dear to heart, rifle good to shoot." "And what is a man in the woods without something to shoot with? A miserable trapper, or a forlorn broom and basket maker, at the best. Such a man may hoe corn, and keep soul and body together, but he can never know the savory morsels of venison, or tell a bear's ham from a hog's. Come, my fri'nd, such another occasion may never offer again, and I feel a strong craving for a trial with this celebrated piece. You shall bring out your own rifle, and I will just sight Killdeer in a careless way, in order that we may know a few of its secret vartues." As this proposition served to relieve the thought of the whole party, by giving them a new direction, while it was likely to produce no unpleasant results, every one was willing to enter into it, the girls bringing forth the firearms with an alacrity bordering on cheerfulness. Hutter's armory was well supplied, possessing several rifles, all of which were habitually kept loaded in readiness to meet any sudden demand for their use. On the present occasion it only remained to freshen the primings, and each piece was in a state for service. This was soon done, as all assisted in it, the females being as expert in this part of the system of defence as their male companions. "Now, Sarpent, we'll begin in a humble way, using old Tom's commoners first, and coming to your weapon and Killdeer as the winding up observations," said Deerslayer, delighted to be again, weapon in hand, ready to display his skill. "Here's birds in abundance, some in and some over the lake, and they keep at just a good range, hovering round the hut. Speak your mind, Delaware, and p'int out the creatur' you wish to alarm. Here's a diver nearest in, off to the eastward, and that's a creatur' that buries itself at the flash, and will be like enough to try both piece and powder." Chingachgook was a man of few words. No sooner was the bird pointed out to him than he took his aim and fired. The duck dove at the flash, as had been expected, and the bullet skipped harmlessly along the surface of the lake, first striking the water within a few inches of the spot where the bird had so lately swam. Deerslayer laughed, cordially and naturally, but at the same time he threw himself into an attitude of preparation, and stood keenly watching the sheet of placid water. Presently a dark spot appeared, and then the duck arose to breathe, and shook its wings. While in this act, a bullet passed directly through its breast, actually turning it over lifeless on its back. At the next moment, Deerslayer stood with the breech of his rifle on the platform, as tranquil as if nothing had happened, though laughing in his own peculiar manner. "There's no great trial of the pieces in that," he said, as if anxious to prevent a false impression of his own merit. "No, that proof's neither for nor ag'in the rifles, seeing it was all quickness of hand and eye. I took the bird at a disadvantage, or he might have got under again, afore the bullet reached him. But the Sarpent is too wise to mind such tricks, having long been used to them. Do you remember the time, chief, when you thought yourself sartain of the wild goose, and I took him out of your very eyes, as it might be with a little smoke? Howsever, such things pass for nothing atween friends, and young folk will have their fun, Judith. Ay, here's just the bird we want, for it's as good for the fire as it is for the aim, and nothing should be lost that can be turned to just account. There, further north, Delaware." The latter looked in the required direction, and he soon saw a large black duck floating in stately repose on the water. At that distant day, when so few men were present to derange the harmony of the wilderness, all the smaller lakes with which the interior of New York so abounds were places of resort for the migratory aquatic birds, and this sheet, like the others, had once been much frequented by all the varieties of the duck, by the goose, the gull, and the loon. On the appearance of Hutter, the spot was comparatively deserted for other sheets, more retired and remote, though some of such species continued to resort thither, as indeed they do in the present hour. At that instant 100 birds were visible from the castle, sleeping on the water or laying their feathers in the limpid element, though no other offered so favorable a mark as that Deerslayer had just pointed out to his friend. Chingachgook, as usual, spared his words, and proceeded to execution. This time his aim was more careful than before, and his success in proportion. The bird had a wing crippled, and fluttered along the water screaming, materially increasing its distance from its enemies. "That bird must be put out of pain," exclaimed Deerslayer, the moment the animal endeavored to rise on the wing, "and this is the rifle and the eye to do it." The duck was still floundering along, when the fatal bullet overtook it, severing the head from the neck, as neatly as if it had been done with an axe. Hist had indulged in a low cry of delight at the success of the young Indian, but now she affected to frown and resent the greater skill of his friend. The chief, on the contrary, uttered the usual exclamation of pleasure, and his smile proved how much he admired, and how little he envied. "Never mind the gal, Sarpent, never mind Hist's feelin's, which will neither choke nor drown, slay nor beautify," said Deerslayer, laughing. "'Tis natural for women to enter into their husbands' victories and defeats, and you are as good as man and wife, so far as prejudice and friendship go. Here is a bird overhead that will put the pieces to the proof. I challenge you to an upward aim, with a flying target. That's a ra'al proof, and one that needs sartain rifles, as well as sartain eyes." The species of eagle that frequents the water and lives on fish was also present, and one was hovering at a considerable height above the hut, greedily watching for an opportunity to make a swoop, its hungry young elevating their heads from a nest that was in sight, in the naked summit of a dead pine. Chingachgook silently turned a new piece against this bird, and after carefully watching his time, fired. A wider circuit than common denoted that the messenger had passed through the air at no great distance from the bird, though it missed its object. Deerslayer, whose aim was not more true than it was quick, fired as soon as it was certain his friend had missed, and the deep swoop that followed left it momentarily doubtful whether the eagle was hit or not. The marksman himself, however, proclaimed his own want of success, calling on his friend to seize another rifle, for he saw signs on the part of the bird of an intention to quit the spot. "I made him weak, Sarpent. I do think his feathers were ruffled, but no blood has yet been drawn. nor is that old piece fit for so nice and quick a sight. Quick, Delaware, you've now a better rifle, and Judith, bring out Killdeer, for this is the occasion to try his merits, if he has 'em." A general movement followed. Each of the competitors got ready, and the girls stood in eager expectation of the result. The eagle had made a wide circuit after his low swoop, and fanning his way upward, once more hovered nearly over the hut, at a distance even greater than before. Chingachgook gazed at him, and then expressed his opinion of the impossibility of striking a bird at that great height, and while he was so nearly perpendicular as to the range. But a low murmur from Hist produced a sudden impulse, and he fired. The result showed how well he had calculated, the eagle not even varying his flight, sailing round and round in his airy circle, and looking down, as if in contempt, at his foes. "Now, Judith," cried Deerslayer, laughing, with glistening and delighted eyes, "we'll see if Killdeer isn't killed eagle, too. Give me room, Sarpent, and watch the reason of the aim, for by reason anything may be l'arned." A careful sight followed, and was repeated again and again, the bird continuing to rise higher and higher. Then followed the flash and the report. The swift messenger sped upward, and at the next instant the bird turned on its side, and came swooping down, now struggling with one wing and then with the other, sometimes whirling in a circuit, next fanning desperately as if conscious of its injury, until, having described several complete circles around the spot, it fell heavily into the end of the arc. On examining the body, it was found that the bullet had pierced it about halfway between one of its wings and the breastbone. End of chapter 25. Recording by Bill Borst. Chapter 26 of the Deerslayer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deerslayer, by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 26. Upon two stony tables spread before her, she leaned her bosom, more than stony hard. There slept the impartial judge and strict restorer of wrong, or right, with pain or with reward. There hung the score of all our debts, the card where good and bad and life and death were painted. Was never heart of mortal so untainted, but when the roll was read with thousand terrors fainted. Giles Fletcher, Christ's Victory in Heaven. 65. We've done an unthoughtful thing, Sarpent, yes, Judith, we've done an unthoughtful thing in taking life with an object no better than vanity, exclaimed Deerslayer, when the Delaware held up the enormous bird by its wings, and exhibited the dying eyes riveted on its enemies with the gaze that the helpless ever fasten on their destroyers. 'Twas more becomin' two boys to gratify their feelin's in this unthoughtful manner, than two warriors on a war path, even though it be their first. Ah's me! Well, as a punishment, I'll quit you at once, and when I find myself alone with them bloody-minded Mingos, it's more than like I'll have occasion to remember that life is sweet, even to the beasts of the woods and the fowls of the air. There, Judith, there's Killdeer. Take him back ag'in, and keep him for some hand that's more desarving to own such a piece." "I know none as deserving as your own, Deerslayer," answered the girl in haste. "None but yours shall keep the rifle." "If it depended on skill, you might be right enough, gal, but we should know when to use firearms, as well as how to use 'em. I haven't l'arnt the first duty yet, it seems, so keep the piece till I have. The sight of a dyin' and distressed creatur', even though it be only a bird, brings wholesome thoughts to a man who don't know how soon his own time may come, and who is pretty sartain that it will come afore the sun sets. I'd give back all my vain feelin's, and rejicin's in hand and eye, if that poor eagle was only on its nest ag'in, with its young, praisin' the Lord for anything that we can know about the matter, for health and strength." The listeners were confounded with this proof of sudden repentance in the hunter, and that, too, for an indulgence so very common, that men seldom stop to weigh its consequences, or the physical suffering it may bring on the unoffending and helpless. The Delaware understood what was said, though he scarce understood the feelings which had prompted the words, and by way of disposing of the difficulty, he drew his keen knife and severed the head of the sufferer from its body. "What a thing is power," continued the hunter, "and what a thing it is to have it, and not to know how to use it! It's no wonder, Judith, that the great so often fail of their duties, when even the little and the humble find it so hard to do what's right, and not to do what's wrong. Then, how one evil act brings others a'ter it! Now, wasn't it for this furlough of mine, which must soon take me back to the Mingos, I'd find this creatur's nest, if I travelled the woods a fortnight, though an eagle's nest is soon found by them that understands the bird's natur'. But I'd travel a fortnight rather than not find it, just to put the young, too, out of their pain." "I'm glad to hear you say this, Deerslayer," observed Hetty, "and God will be more apt to remember your sorrow for what you've done, than the wickedness itself. I thought how wicked it was to kill harmless birds, while you were shooting, and meant to tell you so; but I don't know how it happened. I was so curious to see if you could hit an eagle at so great a height, that I forgot altogether to speak, till the mischief was done." "That's it. That's just it, my good Hetty. We can all see our faults and mistakes when it's too late to help them. Howsever, I'm glad you didn't speak, for I don't think a word or two would have stopped me, just at that moment, and so the sin stands in its nakedness, and not aggravated by any unheeded calls to forbear. Well, well, bitter thoughts are hard to be borne at all times, but there's times when they're harder than at others." Little did Deerslayer know, while thus indulging in feelings that were natural to the man, and so strictly in accordance with his own unsophisticated and just principles, that in the course of the inscrutable Providence, which so uniformly and yet so mysteriously covers all events with its mantle, the very fault he was disposed so severely to censure was to be made the means of determining his own earthly fate. The mode and the moment in which he was to feel the influence of this interference it would be premature to relate, but both will appear in the course of the succeeding chapters. As for the young man, he now slowly left the ark, like one sorrowing for his misdeeds, and seated himself in silence on the platform. By this time the sun had ascended to some height, and its appearance, taken in connection with his present feelings, induced him to prepare to depart. The Delaware got the canoe ready for his friend, as soon as apprised of his intention, while Hist busied herself in making the few arrangements that were thought necessary to his comfort. All this was done without ostentation, but in a way that left Deerslayer fully acquainted with, and equally disposed to appreciate, the motive. When all was ready, both returned to the side of Judith and Hetty, neither of whom had moved from the spot where the young hunter sat. "The best friends must often part," the last began, when he saw the whole party grouped around him. "Yes, fri'ndship can't alter the ways of Providence, and let our feelin's be as they may, we must part. I've often thought there's moments when our words dwell longer on the mind than common, and when advice is remembered, just because the mouth that gives it isn't likely to give it, ag'in. No one knows what will happen in this world, and therefore it may be well, when fri'nds separate, under a likelihood that the parting may be long, to say a few words in kindness, as a sort of keepsake. If all but one will go into the ark, I'll talk to each in turn, and what is more, I'll listen to what you may have to say back again, for it's a poor counsellor that won't take as well as give." As the meaning of the speaker was understood, the two Indians immediately withdrew as desired, leaving the sisters, however, still standing at the young man's side. A look of Deerslayer's induced Judith to explain. "You can advise Hetty as you land," she said hastily, "for I intend that she shall accompany you to the shore." "Is this wise, Judith? It's true that, under common circumstances, a female mind is a great protection among red skins, but when their feelin's are up, and they're bent on revenge, it's hard to say what may come to pass. Besides—" "What were you about to say, Deerslayer?" asked Judith, whose gentleness of voice and manner amounted nearly to tenderness, though she struggled hard to keep her emotions and apprehensions in subjection. "Why, simply that there are sights and doin's that one, even as little gifted with reason and memory as Hetty here, might better not witness. So, Judith, you would do well to let me land alone, and to keep your sister back." "Never fear for me, Deerslayer," put in Hetty, who comprehended enough of the discourse to know its general drift. "I'm feeble-minded, and that, they say, is an excuse for going anywhere, and what that won't excuse will be overlooked on account of the Bible I always carry. It is wonderful, Judith, how all sorts of men, the trappers as well as the hunters, red men as well as white, Mingos as well as Delawares, do reverence and fear the Bible." "I think you have not the least ground to fear any injury, Hetty," answered the sister, "and therefore I shall insist on your going to the Huron camp with our friend. Your being there can do no harm, not even to yourself, and may do great good to Deerslayer." "This is not a moment, Judith, to dispute, and so have the matter your own way," returned the young man. "Get yourself ready, Hetty, and go into the canoe, for I've a few parting words to say to your sister, which can do you no good." Judith and her companion continued silent until Hetty had so far complied as to leave them alone, when Deerslayer took up the subject, as if it had been interrupted by some ordinary occurrence, and in a very matter-of-fact way. "Words spoken at parting, and which may be the last we ever hear from a friend, are not soon forgotten," he repeated, "and so, Judith, I intend to speak to you like a brother, seein' I'm not old enough to be your father. In the first place, I wish to caution you ag'in your inimies, of which two may be said to haunt your very footsteps, and to beset your ways. The first is uncommon good looks, which is as dangerous a foe to some young women as a whole tribe of Mingos should prove, and which calls for great watchfulness, not to admire and praise, but to distrust and sarcumvent. Yes, good looks may be sarcumvented, and fairly outwitted too. In order to do this, you've only to remember that they melt like the snows, and when once gone, they never come back ag'in. The seasons come and go, Judith, and if we have winter with storms and frosts, and spring with chills and leafless trees, we have summer with its sun and glorious skies, and fall with its fruits, and a garment thrown over the forest, that no beauty of the town could rummage out of all the shops in America. 'Arth is an eternal round, the goodness of God bringing back the pleasant when we've had enough of the unpleasant. But it's not so with good looks. They are lent for a short time in youth, to be used and not abused, and, as I never met with a young woman to whom Providence has been as bountiful as it has to you, Judith, in this particular, I warn you, as it might be with my dyin' breath, to beware of the inimy, friend or enemy, as we deal with the gift." It was so grateful to Judith to hear these unequivocal admissions of her personal charms, that much would have been forgiven to the man who made them, let him be who he might. But at that moment, and from a far better feeling, it would not have been easy for Deerslayer seriously to offend her, and she listened with a patience which, had it been foretold only a week earlier, it would have excited her indignation to hear. "I understand your meaning, Deerslayer," returned the girl, with a meekness and humility that a little surprised her listener, "and hope to be able to profit by it. But you have mentioned only one of the enemies I have to fear. Who, or what, is the other?" "The other is given way before your own good sense and judgment, I find, Judith. Yes, he's not as dangerous as I supposed. Howsever, havin' opened the subject, it will be as well to end it honestly. The first enemy you have to be watchful of, as I've already told you, Judith, is uncommon good looks, and the next is an uncommon knowledge of the sarcumstance. If the first is bad, the last doesn't in any way mend the matter, so far as safety and peace of mind are consarned." How much longer the young man would have gone on in his simple and unsuspecting but well-intentioned manner, it might not be easy to say, had he not been interrupted by his listeners bursting into tears, and giving way to an outbreak of feeling, which was so much the more violent from the fact that it had been with so much difficulty suppressed. At first her sobs were so violent and uncontrollable that Deerslayer was a little appalled, and he was abundantly repentant from the instant that he discovered how much greater was the effect produced by his words than he had anticipated. Even the austere and exacting are usually appeased by the signs of contrition, but the nature of Deerslayer did not require proofs of intense feeling so strong in order to bring him down to a level with the regrets felt by the girl herself. He arose, as if an adder had stung him, and the accents of the mother that soothes her child were scarcely more gentle and winning than the tones of his voice, as he now expressed his contrition at having gone so far. "It was well meant, Judith," he said, "but it was not intended to hurt your feelin's so much. I have overdone the advice, I see. Yes, I've overdone it, and I crave your pardon for the same. Friendship is an awful thing. Sometimes it chides us for not having done enough, and then, ag'in, it speaks in strong words for having done too much. Howsever, I acknowledge I've overdone the matter, and as I've a real and strong regard for you, I rej'ice to say it, inasmuch as it proves how much better you are than my own vanity and consaits had made you out to be." Judith now removed her hands from her face. Her tears had ceased, and she unveiled a countenance so winning with the smile which rendered it even radiant, that the young man gazed at her for a moment with speechless delight. "Say no more, Deerslayer," she hastily interposed. "It pains me to hear you find fault with yourself. I know my own weakness, all the better, now I see you have discovered it. The lesson, bitter as I have found it for a moment, shall not be forgotten. We will not talk any longer of these things, for I do not feel myself brave enough for the undertaking, and I should not like the Delaware, or Hist, or even Hetty, to notice my weakness. Farewell, Deerslayer. May God bless and protect you as your honest heart deserves blessings and protection, and as I must think he will." Judith had so far regained the superiority that properly belonged to her better education, high spirit, and surpassing personal advantages, as to preserve the ascendancy she had thus accidentally obtained, and effectually prevented any return to the subject that was as singularly interrupted, as it had been singularly introduced. The young man permitted her to have everything her own way, and when she pressed his hard hand in both her own, he made no resistance, but submitted to the homage as quietly, and with quite as matter-of-course a manner, as a sovereign would have received a similar tribute from a subject, or the mistress from her suitor. Feeling had flushed the face and illuminated the whole countenance of the girl, and her beauty was never more resplendent than when she cast a parting glance at the youth. That glance was filled with anxiety, interest, and gentle pity. At the next instant she darted into the hut and was seen no more, though she spoke to Hist from a window to inform her that their friend expected her appearance. "You know enough of red skin natur', and red skin usages, Wah ta Wah, to see the condition I am in on account of this furlough," commenced the hunter in Delaware, as soon as the patient and submissive girl of that people had moved quietly to his side. "You will therefore best understand how unlikely I am ever to talk with you again. I've but little to say, but that little comes from long livin' among your people, and from havin' obsarved and noted their usages. The life of a woman is hard at the best, but I must own, though I'm not opinionated in favor of my own color, that it is harder among the red men than it is among the pale faces. This is a p'int on which Christians may well boast, if boasting can be set down for Christianity in any manner or form, which I rather think it cannot. Howsever, all women have their trials. Red women have theirn in what I should call the natural way, while white women take them inoculated like. Bear your burthen, Hist, becomingly, and remember, if it be a little toilsome, how much lighter it is than that of most Indian women. I know the Sarpent well, what I call cordially, and he will never be a tyrant to anything he loves, though he will expect to be treated himself like a Mohican chief. There will be cloudy days in your lodge, I suppose, for they happen under all usages, and among all people. But by keepin' the windows of your heart open there will always be room for the sunshine to enter. You come of a great stock yourself, and so does Chingachgook. It's not very likely that either will ever forget the sarcumstance and do anything to disgrace your forefathers. Nevertheless, lichen is a tender plant, and never thrives long when watered with tears. Let the 'arth around your married happiness be moistened by the dews of kindness." "My pale brother is very wise. Wah will keep in her mind all that his wisdom tells her." "That's judicious and womanly, Hist. Care in listening, and stout-heartedness in holding to good counsel, is a wife's great protection. And now, ask the Sarpent to come and speak with me, for a moment, and carry away with you all my best wishes and prayers. I shall think of you, Hist, and of your intended husband, let what may come to pass, and always wish you well, here and hereafter, whether the last is to be according to Indian idees or Christian doctrines." Hist shed no tear at parting. She was sustained by the high resolution of one who had decided on her course, but her dark eyes were luminous with the feelings that glowed within, and her pretty countenance beamed with an expression of determination that was in marked and singular contrast to its ordinary gentleness. It was but a minute ere the Delaware advanced to the side of his friend with the light, noiseless tread of an Indian. "Come this-a-way, Sarpent. Here, more out of sight of the women," commenced the Deerslayer, "for I've several things to say that mustn't so much as be suspected, much less overheard. You know too well the natur' of furloughs and Mingos to have any doubts or misgivin's consarnin' what is like to happen, when I get back to the camp. On them 2 p'ints, therefore, a few words will go a great way. In the first place, chief, I wish to say a little about Hist, and the manner in which you red men treat your wives. I suppose it's accordin' to the gifts of your people that the women should work, and the men hunt. But there's such a thing as moderation in all matters. As for huntin', I see no good reason why any limit should be set to that, but Hist comes of too good a stock to toil like a common drudge. One of your means and standin' need never want for corn, or potatoes, or any thing that the fields yield. Therefore, I hope the hoe will never be put into the hands of any wife of your'n. You know I am not quite a beggar, and all I own, whether in ammunition, skins, arms, or calicoes, I give to Hist, should I not come back to claim them by the end of the season. This will set the maiden up, and will buy labor for her for a long time to come. I suppose I needn't tell you to love the young woman, for that you do already, and whomsoever the man ra'ally loves, he'll be likely enough to cherish. Nevertheless, it can do no harm to say that kind words never rankle, while bitter words do. I know you're a man, Sarpent, that is less apt to talk in his own lodge than to speak at the council fire, but forgetful moments may overtake us all, and the practice of kind doin', and kind talkin', is a wonderful advantage in keepin' peace in a cabin, as well as on a hunt." "My ears are open," returned the Delaware gravely. "The words of my brother have entered so far that they can never fall out again. They are like rings that have no end, and cannot drop. Let him speak on. The song of the wren and the voice of a friend never tire." "I will speak a little longer, chief, but you will excuse it for the sake of old companionship, should I now talk about myself. If the worst comes to the worst, it's not likely there'll be much left of me but ashes. So a grave would be useless, and a sort of vanity. On that score I'm no way particular, though it might be well enough to take a look at the remains of the pile, and should any bones or pieces be found, 'twould be more decent to gather them together and bury them, than to let them lie for the wolves to gnaw at, and howl over. These matters can make no great difference in the mind, but men of white blood and Christian feelin's have rather a gift for graves." "It shall be done as my brother says," returned the Indian gravely. "If his mind is full, let him empty it in the bosom of a friend." "I thank you, Sarpent. My mind's easy enough, yes, it's tolerable easy. Idees will come uppermost that I'm not apt to think about in common, it's true, but by striving ag'in some, and lettin' other some out, all will come right in the long run. There's one thing, howsever, chief, that does seem to me to be unreasonable, and ag'in natur', though the missionaries say it's true, and bein' of my religion and color I feel bound to believe them. They say an Injin may torment and torture the body to his heart's content, and scalp, and cut, and tear, and burn, and consume all his inventions and deviltries until nothin' is left but ashes, and they shall be scattered to the four winds of heaven. Yet when the trumpet of God shall sound, all will come together again, and the man will stand forth in his flesh the same creatur' as to looks, if not as to feelin's, that he was afore he was harmed." "The missionaries are good men, mean well," returned the Delaware courteously. "They are not great medicines. They think all they say, Deerslayer. That is no reason why warriors and orators should be all ears. When Chingachgook shall see the father of Tannemund standing in his scalp, and paint, and warlock, then will he believe the missionaries." "Seein' is believin', of a sartainty, ah's me, and some of us may see these things sooner than we thought. I comprehend your meanin' about Tannemund's father, Sarpent, and the idee's a close idee. Tannemund is now an elderly man, say 80 every day of it, and his father was scalped, and tormented, and burnt, when the present prophet was a youngster. Yes, if one could see that come to pass, there wouldn't be much difficulty in yieldin' faith to all that the missionaries say. Howsever, I am not ag'in the opinion now, for you must know, Sarpent, that the great principle of Christianity is to believe without seeing, and a man should always act up to his religion and principles, let them be what they may." "That is strange for a wise nation," said the Delaware with emphasis. "The red man looks hard, that he may see and understand." "Yes, that's plausible, and is agreeable to mortal pride, but it's not as deep as it seems. If we could understand all we see, Sarpent, there might be not only sense, but safety, in refusin' to give faith to any one thing that we might find uncomprehensible. But when there's so many things about which it may be said we know nothin' at all, why there's little use, and no reason, in bein' difficult touchin' any one in particular. For my part, Delaware, all my thoughts haven't been on the game, when outlyin' in the hunts and scoutin's of our youth. Many's the hour I've passed pleasantly enough, too, in what is tarmed conterplation by my people. On such occasions the mind is active, though the body seems lazy and listless. An open spot on a mountain side, where a wide look can be had at the heavens and the 'arth, is a most judicious place for a man to get a just idee of the power of the Manitou, and of his own littleness. At such times there isn't any great disposition to find fault with little difficulties, in the way of comprehension, as there are so many big ones to hide them. Believin' comes easy enough to me at such times, and if the Lord made man first out of 'arth, as they tell me it is written in the Bible, then turns him into dust at death, I see no great difficulty in the way to bringin' him back in the body, though ashes be the only substance left. These things lie beyond our understandin', though they may and do lie so close to our feelin's. But of all the doctrines, Sarpent, that which disturbs me, and disconsarts my mind the most, is the one which teaches us to think that a pale face goes to one heaven, and a red-skin to another. It may separate in death them which lived much together, and loved each other well in life. "Do the missionaries teach their white brethren to think it is so?" demanded the Indian, with serious earnestness. "The Delawares believe that good men and brave warriors will hunt together in the same pleasant woods, let them belong to whatever tribe they may; that all the unjust Indians and cowards will have to sneak in with the dogs and the wolves to get venison for their lodges. 'Tis wonderful how many consaits mankind have consarnin' happiness and misery hereafter," exclaimed the hunter, borne away by the power of his own thoughts. "Some believe in burnin's and flames, and some think punishment is to eat with the wolves and dogs. Then ag'in, some fancy heaven to be only the carryin' out of their own 'arthly longin's, while others fancy it all gold and shinin' lights. Well, I've an idee of my own in that matter, which is just this, Sarpent. Whenever I've done wrong, I've gin'rally found 'twas owin' to some blindness of the mind, which hid the right from view; and when sight has returned, then has some sorrow and repentance. Now I can sate that after death, when the body is laid aside, or if used at all it is purified and without its longin's, the spirit sees all things in their ra'al lights, and never becomes blind to truth and justice. Such bein' the case, all that has been done in life is beheld as plainly as the sun is seen at noon. The good brings joy, while the evil brings sorrow. There's nothin' unreasonable in that, but it's agreeable to every man's experience." "I thought the pale faces believed all men were wicked. Who then could ever find the white man's heaven?" "That's ingenious, but it falls short of the missionary teachin's. You'll be Christianized one day, I make no doubt, and then 'twill all come plain enough. You must know, Sarpent, that there's been a great deed of salvation done, that by God's help enables all men to find a pardon for their wickedness, and that is the essence of the white man's religion. I can't stop to talk this matter over with you any longer, for Hetty's in the canoe, and the furlough takes me away. But the time will come when I hope you'll feel these things, for, after all, they must be felt rather than reasoned about. Ah's me! Well, Delaware, there's my hand. You know it's that of a friend, and will shake it as such, though it never has done you one half the good its owner wishes it had." The Indian took the offered hand, and returned its pressure warmly. Then, falling back on his acquired stoicism of manner, which so many mistake for constitutional indifference, he drew up in reserve, and prepared to part from his friend with dignity. Deerslayer, however, was more natural, nor could he have at all cared about giving way to his feelings, had not the recent conduct and language of Judith given him some secret though ill-defined apprehensions of a scene. He was too humble to imagine the truth concerning the actual feelings of that beautiful girl, while he was too observant not to have noted the struggle she had maintained with herself, and which had so often led her to the very verge of discovery. That something extraordinary was concealed in her breast he thought obvious enough, and through a sentiment of manly delicacy that would have done credit to the highest human refinement, he shrunk from any exposure of her secret that might subsequently cause regret to the girl herself. He therefore determined to depart, now, and that without any further manifestations of feeling either from him or from others. "God bless you, Sarpent, God bless you," cried the hunter, as the canoe left the side of the platform. "Your Manitou and my God only know when and where we shall meet again. I shall count it a great blessing, and a full reward for any little good I may have done on earth, if we shall be permitted to know each other, and to consort together, hereafter, as we have so long done in these pleasant woods afore us." Chingachgook waved his hand. Drawing the light blanket he wore over his head, as a Roman would conceal his grief in his robes, he slowly withdrew into the Ark, in order to indulge his sorrow and his musings alone. Deerslayer did not speak again until the canoe was half-way to the shore. Then he suddenly ceased paddling, at an interruption that came from the mild, musical voice of Hetty. "Why do you go back to the Hurons, Deerslayer?" demanded the girl. "They say I am feeble-minded, and such they never harm. But you have as much sense as Hurry Harry, and more, too, Judith thinks, though I don't see how that can well be." "Ah, Hetty, afore we land I must convarse a little with you, child, and that, too, on matters touching your own welfare, principally. Stop paddling, or rather, that the Mingos needn't think we are plotting and contriving, and so treat us accordingly. Just dip your paddle, lightly, and give the canoe a little motion, and no more. That's just the idee, and the movement. I see you're ready enough at an appearance, and might be made useful at a sarcumvention if it was lawful now to use one. That's just the idee and the movement. Ah's me! Deceit and a false tongue are evil things, and altogether unbecoming our colour, Hetty, but it is a pleasure and a satisfaction to outdo the contrivances of a red-skin in the strife of lawful warfare. My path has been short, and is like soon to have an end, but I can see that the wanderings of a warrior aren't altogether among brambles and difficulties. There's a bright side to a warpath, as well as to most other things, if we'll only have the wisdom to see it, and the generosity to own it." "And why should your warpath, as you call it, come so near to an end, Deerslayer?" "Because, my good girl, my furlough comes so near to an end. They're likely to have pretty much the same tarmination as regards time, one following on the heels of the other, as a matter of course." "I don't understand your meaning, Deerslayer," returned the girl, looking a little bewildered. "Mother always said people ought to speak more plainly to me than most other persons, because I'm feeble-minded. Those that are feeble-minded don't understand as easily as those that have sense." "Well then, Hetty, the simple truth is this. You know that I'm now a captive to the Hurons, and captives can't do, in all things, as they please." "But how can you be a captive," eagerly interrupted the girl, "when you are out here on the lake in father's best canoe, and the Indians are in the woods with no canoe at all? That can't be true, Deerslayer." "I wish with all my heart and soul, Hetty, that you was right, and that I was wrong, instead of your bein' all wrong and I bein' only too near the truth. Free as I seem to your eyes, gal, I'm bound hand and foot in reality." "Well, it is a great misfortune not to have sense. Now I can't see or understand that you are a captive, or bound in any manner. If you are bound, with what are your hands and feet fastened?" "With a furlough, gal. That's a thong that binds tighter than any chain. One may be broken, but the other can't. Ropes and chains allow of knives and deceit and contrivances, but a furlough can be neither cut, slipped, nor sarcumvented." "What sort of a thing is a furlough, then, if it be stronger than hemp or iron? I never saw a furlough." "I hope you may never feel one, gal. The tie is altogether in the feelin's in these matters, and therefore is to be felt and not seen. You can understand what it is to give a promise, I dare say, good little Hetty." "Certainly. A promise is to say you will do a thing, and that binds you to be as good as your word. Mother always kept her promises to me, and then she said it would be wicked if I didn't keep my promises to her, and to everybody else." "You have had a good mother, in some matters, child, whatever she may have been in other some. That is a promise, and as you say it must be kept. Now, I fell into the hands of the Mingos last night, and they let me come off to see my friends and send messages in to my own colour, if any such feel consarn in my account, on condition that I shall be back when the sun is up to day. and take whatever their revenge and hatred can contrive in the way of torments, in satisfaction for the life of a warrior that fell by my rifle, as well as for that of the young woman shot by Hurry, and other disappointments met with on and about this lake. What is called a promise atween mother and darter, or even atween strangers in the settlements, is called a furlough when given by one soldier to another on a warpath. And now I suppose you understand my situation, Hetty." The girl made no answer for some time, but she ceased paddling altogether, as if the novel idea distracted her mind too much to admit of other employment. Then she resumed the dialogue earnestly and with solicitude. "Do you think the Hurons will have the heart to do what you say, Deerslayer?" she asked. "I have found them kind and harmless." "That's true enough as consarns one like you, Hetty, but it's a very different affair when it comes to an open inimy, and he too the owner of a pretty sartain rifle. I don't say that they bear me special malice on account of any expl'ites already performed, for that would be bragging, as it might be, on the verge of the grave, but it's no vanity to believe that they know one of their bravest and cunningest chiefs fell by my hands. Such being the case, the tribe would reproach them if they failed to send the spirit of a pale-face to keep the company of the spirit of their red brother, always supposin' that he can catch it. I look for no marcy, Hetty, at their hands, and my principal sorrow is that such a calamity should befall me on my first warpath. That it would come sooner or later, every soldier counts on and expects." "The Hurons shall not harm you, Deerslayer," cried the girl, much excited. "'Tis wicked as well as cruel. I have the Bible here to tell them so. Do you think I would stand by and see you tormented?" "I hope not, my good Hetty, I hope not, and therefore, when the moment comes, I expect you will move off, and not be a witness of what you can't help, while it would grieve you. But I haven't stopped the paddles to talk of my own afflictions and difficulties, but to speak a little plainly to you, gal, consarnin' your own matters." "What can you say to me, Deerslayer? Since mother died, few talk to me of such things." "So much the worse, poor gal. Yes, 'tis so much the worse, for one of your state of mind needs frequent talking to, in order to escape the snares and desaits of this wicked world. You haven't forgotten Hurry Harry, gal, so soon, I calculate." I forget Henry March?" exclaimed Hetty, starting. "Why should I forget him, Deerslayer, when he is our friend, and only left us last night? Then the large bright star that mother loved so much to gaze at was just over the top of yonder tall pine on the mountain, as Hurry got into the canoe; and when you landed him on the point, near the East Bay, it wasn't more than the length of Judith's handsomest ribbon above it. And how can you know how long I was gone, or how far I went to land Hurry, seeing you were not with us, and the distance was so great, to say nothing of the night?" "Oh, I know when it was, well enough," returned Hetty, positively. "There's more ways than one for counting time and distance. When the mind is engaged, it is better than any clock. Mine is feeble, I know, but it goes true enough in all that touches poor Hurry Harry. Judith will never marry March, Deerslayer." "That's the p'int, Hetty, that's the very p'int I want to come to. I suppose you know that it's natural for young people to have kind feelin's for one another, more especially when one happens to be a youth and t'other a maiden. Now, one of your years and mind, gal, that has neither father nor mother, and who lives in a wilderness frequented by hunters and trappers, needs to be on her guard against evils she little dreams of." "What harm can it be to think well of a fellow creature?" returned Hetty, simply, though the conscious blood was stealing to her cheeks in spite of a spirit so pure that it scarce knew why it prompted the blush. "The Bible tells us to love them who despitefully use us, and why shouldn't we like them that do not?" "Ah, Hetty, the love of the missionaries isn't the sort of likin' I mean. Answer me one thing, child. Do you believe yourself to have mind enough to become a wife and a mother?" "That's not a proper question to ask a young woman, Deerslayer, and I'll not answer it," returned the girl in a reproving manner, much as a parent rebukes a child for an act of indiscretion. "If you have anything to say about Hurry, I'll hear that, but you must not speak evil of him. He is absent, and 'tis unkind to talk evil of the absent." "Your mother has given you so many good lessons, Hetty, that my fears for you are not as great as they were. Nevertheless, a young woman without parents, in your state of mind, and who is not without beauty, must always be in danger in such a lawless region as this. I would say nothin' amiss of Hurry, who in the main is not a bad man for one of his callin', but you ought to know one thing, which it may not be altogether pleasant to tell you, but which must be said. March has a desperate likin' for your sister Judith." "Well, what of that? Everybody admires Judith. She's so handsome, and Hurry has told me again and again how much he wishes to marry her. But that will never come to pass, for Judith don't like Hurry. She likes another, and talks about him in her sleep, though you need not ask me who he is, for all the gold in King George's crown, and all the jewels too, wouldn't tempt me to tell you his name. If sisters can't keep each other's secrets, who can? Sartainly, I do not wish you to tell me, Hetty, nor would it be any advantage to a dyin' man to know. What the tongue says, when the mind's asleep, neither head nor heart is answerable for." "I wish I knew why Judith talks so much in her sleep, about officers, and honest hearts, and false tongues, but I suppose she don't like to tell me, as I'm feeble-minded. Isn't it odd, Deerslayer, that Judith don't like Hurry, he who is the bravest looking youth that ever comes upon the lake, and is as handsome as she is herself? Father always said they would be the comeliest couple in the country, though mother didn't fancy March any more than Judith. There's no telling what will happen, they say, until things actually come to pass." "Ah's me! Well, poor Hetty, 'tis of no great use to talk to them that can't understand you, and so I'll say no more about what I did wish to speak of, though it lay heavy on my mind. Put the paddle in motion again, gal, and we'll push for the shore, for the sun is nearly up, and my furlough is almost out." The canoe now glided ahead, holding its way towards the point where Deerslayer well knew that his enemies expected him, and where he now began to be afraid he might not arrive in season to redeem his plighted faith. Hetty, perceiving his impatience without very clearly comprehending its cause, however, seconded his efforts in a way that soon rendered their timely return no longer a matter of doubt. Then, and then only, did the young man suffer his exertions to flag, and Hetty began again to prattle in her simple, confiding manner, though nothing farther was uttered that it may be thought necessary to relate. Chapter 26. Recording by Bill Borst.